Alrighty, y'all. We're back here live at Brothers Billiards here in Billings, Montana for the fourth Rocky Mountain Challenge. We are in the final session. Tanner Davis here with Railside Productions, joined with Brett Corse, as well as team captains Chuck Wise and Gene Lagaki. Give you guys a quick rundown of yesterday. So we entered session 3 with a Wyoming lead of 6 points to 4. Started off with Mick and Perry against Jim and Lance. What'd you guys see in that one?
Well, that was only one we won, but yeah, no, it was a good set. We got another point that we needed.
Mick and Perry played really well together.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, they played good.
So yeah, it made sense. I mean, Perry's playing better than I've seen him play.
Yeah.
I mean, I know he's really, really good. I just know last year it wasn't his year, and
no,
he's definitely playing a lot
totally
better than last year.
So Wyoming got able to get up to 7-4 in that one, and then we had Derek and Tom against Lance and Wade Scotch doubles, and Lance and Wade just kind of ran away with that one.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's when the freight train started.
Yeah, those guys, Lance and Wade, they're just solid. They play a ton together. They try. I mean, it's just like putting Lance and Wade, Lance and Jeff, Wade and Jeff together is almost like putting the same team out there for the most part. Yeah. It's a pretty solid team. So.
Yeah, and then Derek and Wade with the back-to-back there, going from Scotch doubles to a single set against each other, and Wade again just kind of running away.
Yeah.
Yeah, Wade caught a gear yesterday, and it was we were needing it because we were hurting. I felt like at the end of the second session, we had an opportunity that we could have been ahead, and there were so many matches that were so close, but Wade's finally put one on Derek. It was a long time coming because Derek usually. I mean, it's
He's
always
had a good
close.
record against him.
It's always close. Or I mean, Derek's put one on Wade before too, so
Yeah.
it's not like it couldn't go either way.
Oh, yeah.
So yeah.
And then the anticipated match of the session last night, Ty versus Jeff, and man, Jeff just caught that high gear and didn't look back.
Brutal. I mean, well, not brutal. It was great to watch. I mean, even though I wanted to win that match, but I mean, it doesn't get any better than what you've seen there. I mean, really, the only thing Ty did was that 3-rail kick, which was absolutely nasty. But I mean, it's 5-0. I mean, Jeff literally all Ty did was kick. I mean, every time he got to the table, he was hooked.
Yeah.
I mean,
right.
Yeah.
Jeff controlled the table really well.
Yep.
He it's weird talking to Jim or talking to any of those guys. If you put something in their head that they can't do something or whatever, or they want to prove you wrong.
Oh yeah.
Like Jeff had motive yesterday because Ty's really put one on him.
Ty's had his number in this event, and then he got him yesterday, and I mean he got him good. That was I don't care who was playing Jeff; they weren't going to beat him. I mean that was
a perfect.
He
set.
controlled
He
it was all he controlled the whole match.
Yeah. So Jeff with the whitewash of ties it up 7-7, and then we go into the final match, Scotch doubles match. Ty and Perry against Jeff and Nate. That one went hill, went hill to put us up 8-7. What do you guys see in that one?
Yeah, that was tough. I wanted to get you want the lead. I mean, that was a big point. We really wanted it, and it went hill, and it just, like I said, I mean, Jeff's playing unbelievable right now.
Yeah, from the way that Jeff was playing, I just assumed it was just going to carry over, and it didn't. Part of that is how good Perry's playing and how good how much he complimented Ty when they were playing.
Speaks to Ty's recovery there, too.
Right, and Ty became, from where he was to where he is now, way different, way more mature. That loss is over, and it's time to play again. And that's. I wish he wasn't that way for this today, but he is. And yesterday, everything that happened yesterday is pretty much irrelevant to him right now.
Yeah, you might as well call it Big Swing Saturday.
Yeah.
I mean, we go 4-1 in the morning, and then they go 4-1 in the evening. I mean, that's just the way it goes. I mean, it was big swings, but that was a freight train. That last night was just crazy.
That's what it felt like in the morning.
Yeah, I think that's kind of how I think that's how Montana felt Saturday night and coming into Sunday morning. Yeah. I mean, you guys were just rolling, and we everybody on Montana's going, "Oh gosh, what are we gonna do now?" Like these guys are catching a
we
gear.
all know these guys can catch a gear, and I mean, everybody knows Jeff's capable of that, and he put it on last night. That was pretty impressive.
This has been a very fun match to watch, a very entertaining match.
Let's just hope he has a headache today or something.
So, moving into session 4 today, final session, right? Montana's leading 8-7. Got some rematches here and some single sets. So we got Ty versus Jeff, which is going to be a rematch. Derek versus Lance. Mick versus Wade, which is another rematch. Mick steamrolled Wade in one of the earlier sessions. We got Tom and Nate, and then Perry against Jim Winter. What matches you guys looking forward to today?
Well, obviously, every match is key now. When I did my lineup, I mean, everybody has their own theory about how to do it. I mean, but if you're down a point, I mean, you got to fight for every point. You know, and people don't understand how we do this. It's we alternate every match. So, you know, I fully expected Eugene to do what he did because I put Ty out first because he's my strongest guy, and of course he puts Jeff out because Jeff just beat him 5-0. He'd be crazy not to, you know. Then I picked the next one, and he put Lance. So that's kind of how it goes because a lot of people don't understand the process of how the matches are picked. But I do like, I mean, I like the rematches. You know, like you say, the first one's a rematch, the third one's a rematch. So. And if it gets down to it, you know, then we'll see what happens on them last two, you know. But we got to get at least two. I feel we got to get two of the first three is what, you know, obviously you want to win them all. But if we can get two of the first three, then I feel okay. But if the freight train keeps running, it can get spooky here.
We have to get 3 of the first 5. And so
speaking of
okay.
understanding processes, if we end in a tie after this session, if we go 10-10, what is the process for the tiebreaker?
Oh, he'll pick Ty, and then I'm gonna
Captain's pick. Yeah.
Okay.
For one set to 5, yeah.
So it's a captain's pick, singles match, race to 5.
Race to 5.
Gotcha.
Yep, happened 2 years ago, yep.
Oh,
He
yeah.
picked Wade, and then I picked Ty, and it ended up hill. There was like 20 or almost $30,000 on one game of 10 ball.
one ball at 10 ball.
Yeah.
Yeah,
A
right.
very, very last ball.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
So.
Well, looking
all right,
forward
thanks,
to a
guys.
great session. Appreciate you,
All right,
Chuck.
thanks,
Appreciate
Chuck.
you, Gene.
Gene.
Thanks a lot, fellas.
All right,
Thanks
brothers.
for what
And
you guys do.
Good luck
we'll get
today.
ready with this action here in just a couple minutes, y'all. First out the gate, we're going to have Ty Blowers, Jeff Boucher rematch from last night, so stay tuned.
Fuck off.
6-4 at the end of yesterday was 6-4 at the end. I'm not sure I'm not sure if I misspoke or if what the question's containing. But it was 6-4 after the morning session yesterday and ended 8-7 after the evening session yesterday. So we ran 2 sessions yesterday, morning and an evening session. And we got these guys lagging over here. And that's going to go to Ty for the break. Oh boy, I'm excited for today, Brett. What about you?
Oh, absolutely. This is going to be exciting. This is going to be some great action going on. We got some great matches here coming in to see how this one shakes out. So this is going to be very exciting. Stay tuned. We got matches coming all morning and afternoon.
You know, I'd love to see Montana, obviously being a Montana boy, I'd love to see Montana get 3 in a row and put this one to bed, but
It would be
With-
nice
with-
to
with the
finally
way-
see Montana take one.
right,
Honestly.
with the way this one's been going with the back and forth and all the hill matches, it'd almost be fitting if we went to a captain's pick.
That would be interesting. I hope it doesn't go to that.
I'm with you.
honestly, but that would be more entertaining for sure.
Todd Crum in the building, scarfing down a nutritious Pop-Tart, I see.
Yeah, Breakfast of Champions. Good morning again, guys, and thank you for being here. Railside Productions doing another awesome job this weekend.
Well, Ty's setting up here to start off the session. Two ball down.
Decent break there. You know, I don't know if he's trying to squat that cue ball and just isn't finding it, or if that's part of his break, because I don't think he squatted that cue ball a single time.
No, he usually likes to leave the cue ball right in the middle of the table, but got away from him a little bit on that one, but he's all right. He does have the one ball here, but
Going right back out, sorry.
got real sharp on it, so you're probably going to see a safety here out of Ty. We'll try and put it back over behind the 9 and 3.
That's a real good save.
Yep, great save there by Ty.
Would have liked to get that a little more square underneath the 3, take away the 1 rail, make it harder for the 1 or 2 rail kick shot here for Mr. Boucher.
And by the way, if you miss that 3 rail kick by Ty, probably one of the only shots he had against Jeff yesterday. We're gonna cut that out and repost that. That was just a heck of a shot. Definitely the shot of the tournament so far from what we've seen, but just an unbelievable 3 rail kick shot by Ty.
Unfortunately for Ty, it didn't affect the outcome at all, as Jeff was able to continue the whitewash in that match. Jeff not able to find the 1 ball there on that kick. Ended up running into the 10.
I thought he'd go underneath that 2 rails.
Yeah, I kind of thought he would too.
Making it, but if he hits that soft, doesn't leave him a shot either.
So Ty with ball in hand. Got to work it back down for that 3 ball. He's going to draw off the 1. And runs into the 6 a little bit, and that's going to
Hurt.
That's going to put him in a tough spot there for that 3.
Looks like he's got an edge on his right side, camera's left side of the 3,
Yeah,
just a little bit.
You can see it, I think. He might elect to kick off of it and get the cue ball behind the 4.
Okay, he's going to go around the 4 here.
Try and kick the safe then, I'm assuming. With the cue ball with them.
Call him the side.
Yeah, so he wants to get underneath the 3 and leave the cue ball under the 9, which he's not going to be able to do.
No, keep him
But-
off it a little.
I think he got safe anyway. Safe enough to where it's hard to make the ball.
Jeff's taking a good look at it. He might have enough of that 3.
I don't know. It's,
Good at room.
it's close.
Yeah, he's lining up his shot on the 4, so he must think he has enough.
He may be able to catch enough of this 3 here to be able to pot the ball.
Either that or he might be able to stick the cue ball underneath the 8. Oh, it's kind
Yeah,
of
he had the shot. He had it.
Played it rail first, played it nice and soft, able to get that to fall. Good angle there on the 4 ball to be able to get out for the 5.
After that 5-0 win yesterday, this is a big first game. That's for sure.
He's
For Ty to have already made a mistake.
yeah. Jeff's got his chest pumped out a little bit, so he's coming in today with some confidence, that's for sure. And it's showing here so far.
Good angle here on the 5, but Jeff would have liked that to stop a little farther away from the rail.
Yeah, I didn't want it quite on the rail, but he's
Possibly
still all
brings-
right.
Possibly brings the side pocket into play. That's what he's looking at. Yeah, he's gonna have to.
Jacking up on it off the rail. Oh, just missing that 5. That could be a swinger there.
It's funny to see that because I watched Jeff walk over and practice, and he broke around the first 3 tables, and they were not easy.
Yeah.
None of them were wide open, and now you get the actual match, and they both made mistakes early.
Yeah.
Maybe the only ones they make all day.
Ty drawing off that 5, giving himself a good angle on the 6 here to get back over for the 7. wants to play this one back towards the 8. Wants to try and get as close to that rail as he can without having that 8 intrude. And he does a great job of that.
It gives him a little bit of a reverse angle where he can move the cue ball where he wants.
Yeah,
Yep.
Better,
Yeah,
better
he's
than
in-
straight in, I think.
he's in a great spot there. Does he follow this up and go short side on the 9?
Yeah, I think he's going to. Just a little follow here.
Surprised you didn't leave a little more angle to get the cue ball off the rail. That works pretty nice.
Yeah, tie back out to the middle of the table here for the 10, so great job there by Ty to clear up that table like clockwork. And jumps out to the early 1-0 lead.
One more than he
could
got
do-
yesterday,
Yeah, one
right?
more than he could do against Jeff yesterday, so Ty getting on the board. Setting the precedent here early. And Jeff with the break. No.
And a very big break here. He does not want to leave this table open and have to let the guy back to it. Next to 6 ball.
6 balls down.
That one might have a pocket.
Yeah, I think the one just slides by the 5 there.
Yep. I think the angle on your screen at home is probably the best angle to see that.
And is able just to bring that back out for the 2.
It'll take another mistake for him not to get out here. That table's
Table's wide open.
pretty open, yeah.
He's just got to put it together here.
Got to do what Jeff does. Started by hitting that harder.
Yeah, I wanted that a little bit further up table, but he's okay. He can still make this ball.
He doesn't have to work hard for the 4.
Gonna come across 2 rails. Back for the 4.
Jeff makes your job easy. He shows you where he wants the ball to be.
Yeah,
Makes
just
him
about
miss the
every
shot.
time. Oh,
Is he?
yeah, big miss
Yeah,
there.
looked like he was wide, and he was.
Not quite looking as polished as he did last night.
No, his again, his warm-up routine, he was making everything and leaving perfect. Just came up short really on that 3 ball. Made a hard shot out of it. Now Ty has that wide open table again. Excuse me.
Real good shot there. Really, really technical, missing that 8 the way he did and getting perfect angle on the 5.
Yeah, I agree. He could have gone forward with that, but he would have been too straight in probably. He doesn't want to be straight in there. He got right where he wanted to be. Not sure if he's coming out and moving the 9 out of the way, or we'll see what he does. Moves right between the two. Right between the two. Yeah. Doesn't have to do a lot of work here to get shape on the 8 to where he can get back down table for the 9 in the side. So I'm sure he's making sure he has the right angle for that. Straighter than I expected him to
Yeah,
be, but I don't
got a
think
little
it's a
straight
problem.
on it. He's in good shape here. He's just gonna want to put a draw stroke on this, I believe.
Yeah, he could draw it. He could go 2 rails around the
Yeah,
corner
he could go
pocket
2
or
rails
tie.
as well. I think he's got a little angle
I
on
think
that
that.
8. He's gonna draw.
Yeah, we'll see if that exposes the side pocket at all. I wouldn't think so, but go back towards his hand, and it does. Yeah, he made sure he got past straight in, even though he's on the rail here, which
Yeah.
has got him a little. He has to think through that if he wants to go 3 rails, 2 rails.
I think you hit this one pocket
One railing
speed
out.
just enough to get the 9 to the pocket. You're
I
gonna
think he's bouncing that cue ball.
you think he's gonna go for it?
I think he's gonna take it off a rail.
Yeah, and he does. 2 rails.
Yeah, I can't imagine that's. I
A
don't know if
little
the table's
more.
playing a little slower than because they're both leaving it things a little shy
Yeah.
where they want.
Left himself a little long, but he's good here for the 10.
Yeah,
Good shape here for the 10.
I mentioned yesterday that I watched him warm up with the cue ball about 2 inches off the rail or out of a pocket and fire in full length of the table shots, and I probably made 20 in a row with the back of his stick jacked up in the air. I don't think I could have made one. So those are no problem for him. Good start.
Ty jumping out. 2-0. Here on Jeff. Jeff with a couple small mistakes here early, and Ty's looking dialed in here early Sunday morning. So Jeff got a little bit of work to do to come back on this one. Ty with the break.
I would have thought that the tables, if anything, play a little quicker this morning than they did yesterday morning with the rain that we had. Really slowed, humidity slowed the tables down a little bit. That's dissipated. As the day goes, they tend to play a little bit quicker, and
Yeah.
that's some of the issue.
Yeah.
Not playing as fast as maybe they did last night. But they both warmed up on this table, so
Yeah, we all got to play on the same equipment, right? So either way, they're going to have to make some adjustments.
again, Ty has brought that cue ball down to the bottom rail. Ooh. The 8 ball's gone on the break. Fortunate. Because again, the table looks pretty darn good.
Yeah, wide open here. I
Yeah,
mean,
not a
the
ball on a
table's
rail,
set.
not a ball on a ball.
4 on the rail a little bit, but I mean, totally manageable. That's about the toughest. That's about the toughest ball I
Yeah.
see.
Yeah, I
This
agree.
is a 4 ball.
I agree. He does have a good place for the 2 to get to the 3 to have the right shape to get on the
Yeah.
floor, but that could get a little tricky there. Ooh,
Oh, he doesn't. I thought he'd come down table a little more. off
he
that.
didn't mean for that to catch off the inside of the pocket,
No.
and it did. He wanted that to roll out a few inches. This will not be easy.
Yeah, stuck himself down there in the jaws, and I don't know if he's got much of a shot here on the 2 ball.
It's cuttable, but I wouldn't want to shoot it. He's probably looking at a safe here.
Yeah, I think he is.
I was surprised he didn't draw that out past the 9 ball. And shoot it
Yeah,
between the
that's
6 and the 9.
where I thought he was going.
Yeah,
was
the
up
window's
towards the middle
small,
of the table.
Yeah, me
But
too.
Just called the backdoor bank there.
Again, I think he's probably playing
Yeah,
as much of a
he's-
safe as he is
he's
playing
going
to
to try
make
and drive
these.
this over towards a 7-4.
Yeah. He's
Yeah,
gonna-
up in that 4. He does a decent job,
That
but
is close.
I don't know if Jeff can get around that 4 or not to see the 2. I think he can. I think he's going to look at the 2 anyway.
Still has a. You would have to spin this ball, which is the right English probably to spin around the 10 anyway. He's going to bank it.
Yeah,
you
you
can't
can
see
call
enough
bank.
of it to cut it. Again, he's going to have to get the back of the stick up because he's going to want to stop that cue ball pretty close to that spot it's on.
Oh,
Just catches. the
Yeah,
top
if
of the
that 3 ball wouldn't have been sitting there, he was golden.
And he's going to leave a combination, it would appear.
Yeah, I don't think that 2 ball slides past the 3.
It's a combination I would think that he's comfortable with. It's a question of whether or not the 2 ball slides up towards the 7, which might be a little tougher shot for the 2, so we'll see how he manages that.
Yeah, it looks like it does, and that cue ball's going to drift towards the short rail, so
Right.
not the combination you want.
No, not that the 2 couldn't go all the way up in the corner after if it did that. If it hits if the 2 ball hits the 7, we'll see. He can follow forward and then shoot it up. It looks like that might be what he's looking at. First things first, he's considering the 2 off the 7 ball carom shot. And he's probably considering a save. I'm not sure which way he's playing it now. He's playing the save.
Yeah, he's playing the same.
That's a really good save.
Like I say, I don't think he was at all uncomfortable making the 3-2 or the 2-3 combo. I think the next shot is the reason
Yeah.
he played the save.
Jeff breaking out the jump stick, I think, for the first time
yeah.
this session.
I can tell you that in his practice session, he made a beautiful jump shot. It's only about the 3rd time I've ever seen him jump a ball.
Well, he's got to land about on this too,
Oh.
and he did. Made a great hit on it.
And
And I think he got a little love there with the 10.
maybe. I think you're right.
It's tight.
I think he can see this ball, Ty. I just don't know if he can make it. And then, of course, the scratch comes into play if he can.
Yeah, if he can make this ball,
He's looking at jumping.
yeah,
Yeah.
he's in good shape for the 3, I
It's a
think.
tender little jump there. He's got to be a little careful by the time he gets over that ball. If it catches the 2 on the way back up, the cue ball will come off the table. Rail's awfully close to it. And he's got a fair ways to jump, so kind of delicate.
It is.
The one advantage he has is I don't think he's got to clear all the 10 ball.
Correct. I do agree that he's got. I don't know if he has 2/3 of it probably in the way.
And he's got to stretch over this table pretty good, which makes things a little more complicated. Morning, Russ. Appreciate you hopping back in.
He's going to call the bank.
Oh,
he
wow.
just about got it.
And what have we
Total
got
two-way
here?
shot there. Total two-way shot there for Ty.
Jeff might have a corner of it.
Yeah. Not sure what he's going to do there.
Yeah, he's definitely got just a piece of it. Trying to figure out if he can slice that 2 ball in there, maybe carry the 5 or combo the 5 in there, or just is playing safe all the way. Bit of a 2-way shot, maybe.
Yeah. So,
I think he overrolled that cue ball there.
I think he did as well. That's very close to makeable. Or bankable. If not. This cat and mouse has been fun to watch.
Yes, a good game here between these two.
Oh. Well now.
Doors open here for Jeff.
Kind of delicate there to make sure he keeps shape on the three. He could get hidden behind the ball here pretty easily.
Yeah, a little tough shooting over that three.
He's going to bump the 9.
He
Little
did.
nudge.
Very nice.
He's good.
That was all speed there. He had no room to shoot that any harder.
Yeah, that the shot was made a little bit harder by having to stick up over the 3. Took the draw shot away if he wanted to. So played that nice and soft. Got a little nudge off the 9 to help slow that cue ball down.
Yeah, and it gives him a great angle to get on the 4 ball. No matter where he wants to shoot that 4 ball. Go around it here.
Just goes
Wow.
right around it. Beautiful
That's
shot.
precision, huh?
Yeah. Right around that.
When I saw him looking over there, I was wondering, was he lining up the combo or something? And then you realize, no, he really wanted to play that underneath. What a shot.
Playing 3 shots ahead, make sure he gets on the right side of the 6 ball.
Yeah.
Plays that real nice natural angle to get on the 6. Wants to be almost straight on the 6. That way he can just roll the cue
Yeah.
ball forward for the 7.
Yeah, absolutely.
Overrolled it. But I think he's okay.
Overrolled it just a bit, but yeah, he's got some room to work there, so
I think
he'll
he
be all right.
changes his... Yeah, he's going to play for the 7 in the other corner, it looks
Yeah,
like.
I'm just gonna draw off the 6.
Nice recovery shot there from Mr. Boucher.
Still a little bit of issues with speed.
Just gonna look to draw off this 9.
Good draw stroke there.
Yeah, that had to be a little bit of that power draw where it didn't take any angle. And it didn't. Not perfect. Much needed game for Jeff.
It's a huge wreck there for Jeff.
Yeah, it
Able
is.
to get on the board. He's set to break now. And so he's got a chance to steal 2 away and tie this right back up.
Yeah. I'm sure he didn't want the return whitewashing from yesterday.
Yeah.
You know, even obviously Jeff's trying to win here, right? Don't see players of this caliber try to not lose, if you will. Even if he does lose, he's got to at least keep it close to keep the win from getting completely taken out of Montana sales.
Yeah. Yep, I agree. And the good example of what you just said did happen yesterday when this match, these same 2 players played each other, and when Jeff, gets that 5-0 win, boy, I tell you, Montana, they just went on a run from there. After losing 4-1 in the first round, they end up winning 4-1 in the second round, and I really think that win, not just beating him, but really
The way he did it.
the way
yeah,
he did it, I think
really
it
pumped him
really
up.
pumped him up, and it
Really
ended up
pumped
making
him
quite
up.
a difference.
Yeah, because you look at that Scotch doubles match that followed. It was Jeff and Nate against Ty and Perry,
Yeah.
and it went hill. And you have to wonder if Montana didn't have the momentum, how does that match
Right.
match turn out?
Right. Yeah. That is something that different from the last couple of years. Montana, for once this year, and the reason why this is close is they are winning those hill matches more so this year. In the past, they couldn't get a win on a hill match. Last year, I don't know how many hills they lost, but it was a lot. Playing to safe here, and
Oh, Jeff playing a good safe there. Did he get
I think
behind the 9?
I think he overrolled it just a skosh there for Ty. Oh no, Ty.
Yeah, I think it's behind it.
Yeah, you saw Ty, put his fingers up like, I just got enough of it. So he's maybe looking to spin around it, or just play safe, or maybe he can just see a skosh of the 1 ball.
that's what it looks like. He's going to run that 1 ball over towards the 6. I'm sure he'd like for it to go behind the 6.
Okay, he's gonna spin around it, so
Yeah,
just a
got a little-
portion of the 9 ball in the way.
Yeah, he might be able to make the ball and get shape here. Yeah.
He could have made the ball.
Spun it enough to get the hit, but not enough to make the ball.
Right.
Would have had decent shape on the 2 ball if he had pocketed it.
Yep, just barely under massayed that. So that safe does end up working well for Jeff. Jeff's got a couple pockets, it looks like, for that 1 ball, but it's the real question on, even though the 2's right out in the middle of the table, the question is, where can he get to? And if he chooses to put it in the upper left, that cue ball is going to be hard to keep from hitting the 2. If he chooses to go to the upper right, where he's standing, you see his hand there. I think he has a chance to draw that off the left rail and back underneath
Yeah,
the 2.
I
And
think you're going to see him go to the upper right pocket.
yeah,
here.
I do too. I think that opens up almost every pocket on the table is available.
Yeah.
Coming back down. If
Try
he's
to bring it over towards the 7
Yeah.
for the 2 ball. Yeah, either in the corner or
Yeah,
the side.
Right. He's so sure of himself to make this ball, he's already looking at what he's going to do with the 3. I'd be in panic to make the 1.
Yeah.
that's not the easiest shot, let alone. But he feels comfortable. And for good reason.
That's a great shot.
Yeah, he does. He lays
gets
that up.
Almost perfect shape on the 2 ball. It's got a little
Yeah.
bit of angle where he
Little
can just
angle
stun
where
that
you can
over.
slide it over for the
Yeah.
3.
I do think he
That's a
wanted to
great
hit
shot.
that just a skosh harder, and I say that because he doesn't want to get the 8 ball into play here, and I think the cue ball is going to slide past the 8, right to where he's pointing. Like I said, he does a nice job of showing us what he wants to do.
Yeah.
That's his ultimate cue ball spot right there.
Great shot on that, too.
Yeah,
Good shape here
That
for the
is-
3.
almost exactly. It's got to be within a quarter of
Yeah, right where he wanted to
or
put
a
it.
$50 size, that's right where he wanted to put it. So that's going to set up for a pretty manageable table now.
A little low right here to come back out for the 5 down below the 9.
Yeah.
Yeah, just going to bring it out on
And
the
his big
rail.
issue that he has here, again, under rolls that.
Yeah.
Under rolls that. He's just having a little bit of problems with speed. And that's important because that 6 ball only has 1 pocket it'll go in reasonably. A 10 ball creating a problem. Doesn't mean he can't shoot a combo, but
He's going to look at taking this cue ball right around the 6 once again.
yeah. He could take it in front of it and still have plenty of angle to shoot it and make it, but
Yeah, runs into it a
Runs
little
into
bit.
it.
That's all right. Well, he's got that 10 there, so.
that's
Yeah, he
what I
wanted to
said.
get
It really
around
only
it.
had 1 reasonable pocket to go in. And
Yeah.
he's looking at that corner, and by the look on his face, you can see it at home now. You might be able to. He isn't happy with that because it must not go past the 7 into the corner. He is calling the side. Interesting.
Strong back cut. Looks like he's got just enough angle there.
It's a very natural leave as long as it goes past between the 8 and the 7. The cue ball.
Oh, good shot.
And it hits the 8, which causes the problem. Yeah, if that doesn't hit the 8, I think his shape is wonderful.
Yeah.
Would have been just right, but now he's got some work. He's got to decide what to do here. The 8 might be in the way of the bank shot. Not a lot of balls left on the table to play safe. Although he's going to bank it back underneath.
Back bank this one.
He's got to make this, or I can't imagine he's going to get another look at the table unless he leaves both balls on that side rail. Yeah, he left a tough shot. That might have been on purpose to, if he's gonna miss it on that side of the pocket.
Right.
And I do think that he shot that pace to keep that 7 ball. If it rattles, then the 10 would be in the way as well. So.
Right.
And he would have had perfect shape on the 8 if he made it.
Right. Yeah. So the whole thing was
A 3-way shot, if you will.
a 3-way shot. Yeah. How about that?
I don't know that the 7 ball passes.
Yeah, ties that up on the 9, and
It might not pass, but that cue ball sitting right where the 7 used to be
I think Jeff can push that 7
could be
forward.
pretty damn nasty.
Yeah.
So Jeff's gonna test my straightness of my table, and
Up behind that 9.
No, don't think. Maybe. Jeff didn't like the way it rolled out.
yeah, like I said,
He's having, like you said, he's having a little bit of issue with the pace of the table.
yeah, a little too soft, a little too hard, a little too soft. He's over adjusting maybe a little bit. Ty's gonna want an extension here on his stick, I think, to be able to reach that. I see we got Bill Main standing to our left out here watching. Bill probably wouldn't need an extension on that stick.
Yeah, right.
He'd be able to reach it. Jeff wouldn't need an extension. He'd be able, but looks like Ty added a few inches to the back end of his stick to.
Yeah, us
Take a
short
look at
guys
it.
always need a few extra inches, you know.
Glad you said that.
No shame in my game.
Our professional commentary here, Real Side Productions. That was Brett that said that, by the way.
Oh, no. I don't know that guy.
He's probably looking at me because I'm the shortest guy in the room.
I was hoping to get a little back up there, Tom. Come on. Todd, sorry.
It's all right. Nice. Oh, he gets a.
Oh, he did. Played a great
Got a
shot.
Gotta get a little love there.
Played a
little
great
love
shot.
there. He'd have been froze on the rail, which would have
Yeah.
been okay.
Caught the corner.
All he would have to do is make it either way. But
So Ty's looking good here.
yeah, that should take care of this. Jeff again has made a lot of mistakes here. I think the only game he didn't is the game that he has his win on. The other 3, he had a chance to win all 3. This one included. It's great to see the house full again, even on a Sunday, as there's finals going on in 2 different tournaments. The Platinum Division on the 9-footers playing 9-ball, and the Gold Division on the 7-footers playing 9-ball, all in the finals. So the place is full once again. As you'll see Ty wrap this up here. Jeff has his work cut out. Not that we know he can't win 4 in a row. But down 3-1 and Ty gets the break. He has his work cut out. These players have been very cordial all weekend. It's great to see. They're kind of used to playing each other. Not a lot of new players. We have one new one on Team Montana and Lance Stansfield. He's been unable to play in this in the past due to schedule. And was it Perry's second year, I believe.
Yep.
So, those are the newest 2 players. Nate's second year as well.
Nate's second year.
Yep. That is correct.
And also Derek Pacheco's second year.
Yeah, that's right.
So
Yep.
John Barnes with the comment, Wade's 2 wins yesterday helped turn that session around. Absolutely. That double session with Wade and Lance really got things going. Wade followed up with a singles win. Jeff followed up with a singles win, and we capped it off with a doubles win with Jeff and Nate Neargard. So, yep. And then is this still the Kelly table? Yes, this is still the Kelly table.
Yeah, all the tables here were named after players, except for the 9-footers are named after parents. There's some mothers out there and a grandmother's name on those. All the 7s have names of professionals except for one that's named Savannah for a hopeful upcoming professional.
I'd call her professional in my book.
Yeah.
She's she's not 18 yet, still pretty young, and she's
I think is she 14?
something like that, and she's kicking butts and taking names.
She sure is. I know I wouldn't want to play her.
No.
She is tough. The Roadrunner. So we did name a table Savannah in hopes that she follows through with the already great career that she has started. Well, Jeff has a table here that if he can simply really just, he doesn't have a lot of hard work. That 7-ball, I guess, is a little bit of hard work. There's a couple of combos that it can get through, but
Yeah.
well, he's gonna clear it right here for one side. Looked at that and thought it was the 8-ball. That's the 4-ball that he's shooting next, so that will open up the 7.
I think he's running the opposite way on it. I think he's.
No, it's not going to move
I
the
see,
7.
I
It
see,
just
I
opens
see.
up the pocket
Yep, I
that
see
he
what
wouldn't
you're
have had
saying.
otherwise.
I gotcha.
So
Yeah.
now that 7 has a fairly simple pocket to go to without having to run it all the way down the other end of the table. That's what he's looking at now.
Oh, I see what he's doing.
Yeah, he's going to play the 5, 6, get below, and shoot the 7 on the side. That's what he's looking at. He probably wants to be somewhere close to where he's at after he shoots the 6-ball.
Make it such a horrible habit, personally, such a horrible habit to not get below a ball unless I have to. And so
Yeah.
on this, I would be looking at leaving myself a steep angle on the 6 to play the 7 in the top left corner.
Yeah.
And Jeff's going to keep it simple and
I would,
roll
I would
this.
do exactly what you would do.
Jeff's just going to roll this
But,
forward for the
especially
7 on
on-
the side.
Especially on, not that Jeff would worry about it if it was a 7-foot table. He did get a little past that, a little long on that shot, but I don't think it's a problem. He's just not going to have a big problem shooting a long shot, if you will, on a 7-foot table. He's played on bar boxes forever, and it doesn't matter that the pockets are 4.5 and the shelves are deep on diamonds and all that. He's going to make the ball anyway, so it doesn't bother him to shoot all the way across the table. It was very, very well played. Left himself some angle here to where he can just shoot this ball naturally, and the cue ball should go right back up in the middle of the table. And
That's a good show of pace right there. Kind of got that one a little more dialed in.
having a wide open table like that, and I say wide open, it wouldn't have been wide open if I was shooting it, but it kind of is for Jeff. That could be a very big momentum for him if he can make a ball here on this break and take control of the table, whether he's got a safe to control it or be able to shoot it out. That's a big game.
Oh yeah, good table run there from Jeff. Looks like he's gonna go take a short personal break. We'll transition to our break screen. So if you guys haven't seen it or if you want to take a look at it again, here is our session schedule. Again, currently starting off with Ty and Jeff rematch from last night. Jeff was able to whitewash Ty. This match a lot closer as Jeff trails 2 racks to 3. Followed up with Derek Pacheco against Lance Stanchfield. Derek, a second-year player. Lance, the rookie on Team Montana. That'll be a good one. Let's see, what are we looking at for Fargos with those two guys? Pretty close Fargo. Lance at a 683, Derek at a 666. So not a lot between those two players. Looking forward to that one. And then we'll follow up our third match with Mick Tiefenthaler against Wade Thompson. Mick and Wade played yesterday, I think, late in the first session. And Mick was on fire, I think. I don't think he missed the first 3 racks, and Mick just left Wade in the dust. It was just a great showing from Mick. Kind of kind of followed up his performance at the Brothers Invitational a couple months back.
Right.
So really good shooting there. Both Mick and Wade, seasoned players on their respective teams. Both part of the original teams 4 years ago. Fourth appearance for each of those guys. Mick's got a 643 Fargo, and Wade's sitting at a 692. So a little bigger there. I think Mick plays above a 643.
I'll tell you what he is now. Without question. I mean, there's no question in the Brothers Invitational back in March, and in this tournament so far, Mick's played as a 700. I don't think there's anybody that's played any better really than he did yesterday in particular. So, and as he did in that Invitational, because he had his back to the wall with some tough spots in that Invitational, and fought his way back through a first round loss and just played stellar. And he played like a 700. I think those two, that's going to be another great match.
Absolutely.
With those two playing, because they're playing equally as well.
Yeah.
You know, normally I would have said, maybe, Wade being close to a 700 Fargo is probably the favorite. Not the way Mick's been playing. I don't think there's any two guys you could put on these tables right now that aren't going to play almost to an even
none at all.
match.
And the crazy part about Mick's Fargo is he is the lowest rated of both teams. 643 is the lowest
is.
Fargo coming in.
Barely,
But
but he is.
and all these guys are absolute phenomenal players, right?
Yeah.
There's no doubt that Jeff and Ty are the top two guys for each of their teams. But I don't think Mick's the bottom guy, even though he's got the lowest Fargo.
Right. Yeah.
And no slight to anyone else, but
No,
it's
I
just
completely agree.
a couple times I've seen him shoot, man, he's lights out. But yeah,
he's
those are
a pressure player. He's not going to fold. He's not nervous when he's out there. He's not stressed out. He's been in that situation before, and he's very, very composed. That cue ball just
stayed up.
hanging, and he did not make a ball here. I don't believe. Did he? Oh, he did.
Yeah, he
Mhm,
made the what is
Three
it?
ball?
Three ball gone. Yep.
Mm-hmm. 3 balls gone, but of course, as you see, the one ball he doesn't have a look at it. He will have to kick to hit it or push.
Really happy he made a ball. Really happy the cue ball stayed up. But he almost wishes he didn't make a ball.
Right.
With the way that cue
Right.
ball.
Maybe he would want Ty to push here instead, or do something. I don't think there's any question there's a push. The table relatively, I wouldn't call it overly difficult. Nothing major in trouble on that table.
And
4 and the 5 both on a rail, but
Jeff did declare his push. He just nudged that out there for Ty to have a not great shot on the one. Kept that real simple. Just took it over to where you wouldn't have to kick at it. And Ty's not going to give this back, I don't think. He's going to look for a safe here.
yeah, this isn't an easy save. This is going to be fun to watch. I'm assuming he's going to want to try and spin that underneath the 10, and then he could spin it up against the 10, but boy, that would be quite the pace. I think he's got to try and get. He's got the blockers of the 4 and 6. It's just a matter of how do you get underneath the 4 and the 6 with the 9's kind of in the way of the 2 or 3 rail shot. That might be what he's trying, though. It looks like that is what he's trying, and he's, I think, had success there.
Yep, 6 balls right in the way. Looks like Jeff's got his shorty stick. This jump shot brought to you by Shorty's Billiards up in Great Falls.
There you go. This is interesting because Jeff's got to kind of hope for something here. He has to get a good hit. At the same time, when he does, there's not much of a chance to make a ball. Yeah, he's going to try and play a little carom jump. Might be his only chance to make a ball here if the 8 doesn't block it. But if he doesn't make a ball, he's going to have to get very fortunate not to have a pretty open table.
Yeah, call him the 8 ball here.
The 2 ball might have got tough, but I think it goes on this. Oh yeah, it goes on the side. Gets a good hit. And
Does it get lucky?
He might
Oh,
be
it gets
got unlucky.
unlucky.
Yeah, there it drops.
Oof.
There it drops. Boy, if that sits in the pocket, that would have been huge because he would have been very safe if that ball rolled 1 inch softer.
And this will be a matter of connecting the dots here for Ty. Nothing in the way.
I agree.
Everything
I
plays
agree.
pretty naturally, one or the other. I think the biggest movement on the table he has is from the 4 to the 5 to the 6.
Yeah, I really don't see a problem with that though either.
No, not
Especially considering he gets to use the 2 to get on the 4 anywhere he wants.
Yep.
That 2 is kind of a duck sitting out in front of the pocket, and he's got an easy shot on the 1 to get wherever he wants to on it. He'll just follow this forward, get the angle that he wants. Because once you get shape on the 5, the 6 is easy, and it's a stop shot to the 7-8, darn near. Yeah, I can't imagine that he's going to make a mistake on this. Looks like he wants to be fairly straight on the 4 ball. Again, the 3 was made on the break. And fairly straight he is.
Got a little bit of an angle towards the inside of the table.
Yep. Just to make sure that it's a delicate shot there. You got to make sure he didn't hook himself on the edge of the side pocket. I think that's about as good as he could have hit that.
Puts a good stroke on it. Gets a little angle towards the short rail.
Yeah. He can almost stop this. I'm assuming he might use that bottom rail to bounce back up kind of the position that he's in.
Queuing up with some
He's
low.
just going to stop it. Again, not afraid of a longer shot.
Oh, pulls it into the side
All
rail.
right, I guess that takes the... That surprises me a little bit because he could... If he understrokes that, he's in trouble.
Oh, yeah.
He would have had a hard time getting leave on that 7 ball if he didn't get all the way out. But that's one where you wanted to be too far and definitely not too short.
Absolutely.
You just got enough.
You're going to slide this over towards the spot.
Almost right on the spot. That gives him proper angle that he can stop the ball, float the ball forward, come bounce it off the side rail if he wants. He's got a lot of options depending on where he wants the 7 to go. There you go. Yeah. He made sure to pull that back just a little bit so that he can come across the table if he wants to, or just get above the 10 ball.
Yep.
Looks like he wants to be above the 10 ball. I thought he'd go across table here, but
I think if he had a steeper angle, I think he would go that route. But he's able to just kind of hold it there. Yep. Come up above the 10, like you said.
yeah, he can make a choice here. He wants to get back into the middle of the table if he wants to go around the 10 ball, or if he wants to play one rail right up with a little bit left. So let's see if he puts a little right or a little left. I think he'd go around it, but let's see. He is going to go around it. And again, the unfortunate scratch for Jeff. If that ball's an inch softer, I think we have a different outcome here. But Ty makes a great out and takes a 4-2 lead. He's on the hill.
Well, Ty's racking. We'll jump back over here for a second. So we talked about Mick and Wade. Our fourth match is going to go Tom Thompson and Nate Neargard. Tom Thompson sitting at a 6.66. Yep. And Nate Neargard coming in at 6.48. So Tom, a slight favorite there. Both those guys played pretty solid yesterday. Looking forward to a good match there. Nate's second year, Tom's fourth year for their teams. And then if we get to the fifth match, we'll have Perry Gilbert, who has been playing phenomenal as a sophomore player. He comes in at a, where is he at? He's going to come in at a 6.95.
Yeah, right under 7.
And then he'll be playing Jim Winter, who has kind of struggled so far this tournament.
Yeah.
Has not played the way he's wanted to. A little unfortunate, but Jim coming in at a 6.46 season player. He's Jim's fourth year, so
Jim needs to have a better day if he makes it to the table.
yeah, absolutely. And you see Jim with the hat on today. So Jeff here with a pretty open table.
Yeah, that one ball, he just, Ty came up just a little short on the break. It looked like that one ball might drop, and it did not. So this is a must right here for Jeff. It is a must. No major problems, I don't think, on the board. I don't know if I liked really that moving that ball that much or not, but I don't think he's helped himself with that. Be interesting to see how he chooses to get to that 8 ball. And the 7 is the one at the bottom of your screen down there. So if he gets that far on this rack, the 6 ball is difficult, but it might be open after the 4 or 5, of course, are gone. I think he's looking at shooting that 4 ball and moving the 8-10 out of the way, and then shooting the 5. That way he's got plenty of room. That's what he was just looking at, because it's a natural leave if he does. So the question is, will he bump this into the 10? Will he bump it into the 8? Bump it into both of them? I'm not sure what he's going to do here.
You'd like to bump it in the 8 nice and square and just leave that cue ball, not let it move at all. But if it rolls past,
if it rolls past, you're in trouble, and
I think he's just fine. He hit that on the high side of the 8, it looks like.
Yeah.
That worked out pretty good. Angle's a little deceiving from our side.
Yeah, he doesn't look upset, let's put it that way. He's already lining up what he's going to do with the 6, so that 5 ball must be open.
Yeah, it looks like a quarter of the 10 ball's on the way, but he must have it must have just the right amount of the 5.
Yeah. The other screen, if you want to, you can see a little bit better here. It looks like he has plenty of room. Now that 8 is wide open though, so that does change this game dramatically. So he's just got to get, he's found that short side of that 6 ball nicely. He's got just a little bit of a cut, if he even needs to use it. He's pretty straight, but it doesn't matter. He could stop it there if he wants, and he does.
Now he just goes up and down table for the 8 ball.
Yeah, he just wants to get it, as he keeps saying, back into the middle of the table.
He'd like to be pretty close to where, they pointed that.
He'd love to be where he's at, I agree. Then
like you said, Jeff makes our job pretty easy.
Yeah. Come off the bottom rail here and get right back through the middle of the table. And I would think here he would go around the 10. He'd go pull this just to the bottom rail, just under the 10, so he sharpens that angle back out for the...
Yep. That's a great shot.
And that's what he's going to do. Back to the middle of the table, where he likes to live.
Yep. Little low left here.
Yeah, this is an important shot. These this low with that English. Nice shot there. That's a lot tougher shot when you're using low English on these tables. You better not touch that side rail, and as you see, he finished that one off in the game that he had to win to give himself a chance in this match, and that will give him the break here as well.
Yep. He's up.
A chance to tie. So
up with the break, down 1 rack. He would love to see a break and run here.
Oh boy, that's for sure. That's for sure. That was a very nice table that he got through there. That shot on the 4 ball to come off the top of the 8. Boy, he's an eighth of an inch of being hooked and having to masse that a little bit, and he came out perfectly. So that was the shot of that game.
That and getting on that short side 6.
Sure. Mm-hmm. Okay. He's made a ball,
and he's got a great shot on the 1. He's very happy with that break. 2 ball goes down.
I think his tough ball is the 7. If you see it up there next to the 10.
It almost looks like it passes. I can't quite tell.
I can't tell either if it passes.
He's
the
looking
10
at
to
it
the
right
side,
now.
You mean? Yeah, he's looking at it now. In the screenshot that you guys are viewing, it doesn't look like it does, but
the other angle doesn't give much more into it either.
The 6 ball is close, but he might be looking at when and how could he move that 7 or 10, like he did the 8, 10 in the last rack. This will be fun to watch, as that is the only thing really on his mind right now is where he needs to leave himself in order to, and he's a little bit unhappy with that. 2 straight.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's going to make this 4 ball a lot harder than he wanted it to.
Yeah. So I agree with you.
So you're gonna try and push this forward to create some more angle off that. No, he's playing some low.
Draw,
Okay,
and he's going to hook himself, I think. He's not careful.
he's got
He's
it.
got room. Whew. I saw that ball coming back at the speed it was, and I did not look good for a minute there. Kind of surprises me that he created that much angle, but it's getting more interesting as he goes.
I think
Such
he,
a great shot maker that you just,
I think he was trying to get over a little more and not as far back. I think it just that draw caught a little heavy on him,
yeah.
and he wanted to be out closer towards the 10 ball by a little bit. You can play this with a little
Imagine
top
he'll
left.
just come over one rail and leave himself the angle on the 5 ball. Don't think he wanted that on the rail. Probably wanted to hit that a little harder. Being on the rail, he has a little less options of what he gets to do with the cue ball because he's going to need high English here.
Yeah, he's gonna push this forward 2 rails. He's gonna go short rail, side rail, and come out to.
He doesn't seem too concerned about that 7 ball. It makes me think that it might pass the 10 into the side.
Unless he's playing 2 is safe on the 7, and
He could be rolling
that's
it
a
up
great
against
stroke there from Jeff.
Well, you got right where he wanted to be. Look at that.
I think he wanted the angle to be on the opposite side of the 6, just a little bit
Sure.
to float towards it.
Sure.
Yeah, you see
He's
him
got some-
pointing. See him pointing. He wanted to be a little more straight in.
Yeah. He does have some options here, though. He could actually go up underneath that 7 ball and shoot it the side. Because he's. Or is he looking at a. Well, I guess we'll wait and see. Looking at a combo, looking at a save. He doesn't look like he wants to shoot the 7 on the side, or he'd have already shot. So this should be interesting. Now, guess we'll all find out. Is he playing safe onto the 10, or does it go right in the hole? He's playing to leave himself out in the middle of the table. He wants to be just on the right side of straight in, back cutting the 8. Well, it must go in there.
Oh, he's straight in. That's why he was upset. He knew he had to fire it in, and he didn't want to have to do that in the side pocket because that's when you rattle those out. But he played a great shot. Draws that straight back 2 rails.
All he's got to do is just float this 8 in, and you'd think he'd have this game and take us to the hill. That would be something.
Nice float shot there. Really good judge of speed. He's really started to figure out the pace of the table. Took him a little bit.
That 3-railer to get on the 6 ball was, it wasn't, in his mind, it was 3 inches off where he wanted to be, but in my mind, it was pretty perfect. Traveled the entire table shooting off of that rail into a ball that was on the rail and still gets it within 3 inches of where he wants it. So he'll have a straight in 10 ball here to tie this match up. This all-important first match of the day.
Break and run to get on the hill.
Break and run to get on the hill after his mistakes have stopped. It's the best way to put it. I'm sure he wishes he got those first 2 games back that he made a couple mistakes on, but either way, we've got Ty hoping to return the favor. Ty's last break, he left the 1 in the jaws, and table was wide open, and Jeff's now run 2 in a row to get this to a 4-4.
Yeah, so we're at another hill match. I'm pretty sure this is the 6th hill match. So 6 of 16 have gone to the hill.
It's just wonderful.
That's absolutely
So exciting.
mind-boggling.
It makes me remember 2 years ago here, the last time we hosted this event, and Ty has lost the cue ball.
And he knows that could be the
look at
final nail. That
there's a little trouble there, but
Yeah, a
boy,
little trouble with the 3-6.
it's very safeable though. So, what it reminded me, I was going to say, is the last time we hosted this event here, Wyoming made a great comeback on this day on Sunday and tied the match up after being down. I think they were down 10-7
Yeah.
Oh boy.
And tied it up 10-10. And in the final captain's pick game, it was Wade Thompson playing Ty Blowers, and it went 4-4. I still have a picture of the score: 10-10, 4-4.
Yeah.
And Ty ended up getting that game, cutting the 9-ball in and almost scratching, because he had to let the cue ball float 2 rails all the way down by a corner, and he left it about 2 inches from scratching and made the 10, and that was it. Couldn't be closer that game.
Always a good battle between these two teams.
Jeff's really looking hard on what to do when he gets to the 3-ball. So he's studying where he wants the cue ball to be on the 2, to where he can either play to safe or what. I'm anxious to see how he goes about it. See if he can run his 3rd table straight or if he's going to safe out on it. He gets right where he wanted to be on that ball by the looks of it. Although again, when he gets that look on his face, you can't always see it at home, but he's taking a deep sigh and kind of got a frown. So he missed his shape by an inch, I guess. Not sure exactly what he wanted there. Again, I think he's playing to safe, but we will see.
Yeah, with that shot, he almost has to be, right?
Yeah.
He's just gonna roll it up on the 6.
He needs this cue ball pretty froze, and
That's a
he
good
has
shot.
pretty froze it.
Got that 3-ball right on the rail away from the
this is going to
pocket.
be a tough ball for Ty to hit. Now again, though, even if he doesn't hit this, maybe he can spin it off that rail.
Yeah, you just called that corner.
Yeah, he can spin it off that rail. I didn't think he had that. I thought he was too froze to the 6, but he seems to like this.
Oh yeah, a little
Yeah,
separation
just
there.
a little separation. I was going to say that the difficulty, even with a ball in hand, would still be the 6 ball, but well, he's got a good hit, but he has left the table open.
Here, Team Montana saying, "Come on, buddy," to their big dog, Jeff Boucher.
What Jeff might be able to do at the 6 if he gets the cue ball just above the 7, if he can get to that. Not to say that he's going to, but if he gets to that, he can always push that cue ball down by the 9 and shoot the 6 in the opposite corner. So I would think that he'd like to get to a point where he can do that. He can also play the 6, because the 4 will be gone at that point. He can play the 6-9 combo. He's got a few options, I guess.
Yeah, I think I
6
like him
just has
getting
limited pockets.
about. Oh, he just pushed that 9 out of
Just
the way.
nudged the 9 just out of the way. I think
And
the 6
I think it
goes now,
goes.
does it? Does it go?
Yeah, he didn't
He's
look
looking
at it
at
too
it, and
long.
I got to tell you, I think he likes it. He's gonna look at it again just to make sure, or is he gonna play the combo? We'll see. Might give the folks at home the other angle there.
Yeah, if that
Yeah,
6
see if
goes,
they know if that 6 goes.
He's in the driver's seat here.
Yeah, we'll keep it on this one.
The good news for that, he can shoot this 6 softly. He's playing for the. I think he's playing the combo. I don't think he'd have drawn that far. Well, this would be the shot of the match, one way or the other. Whatever he decides to do here. He could also play the 6 off the bottom rail and up underneath the 9 for a safe, but oh, it goes.
Yeah, it slid by.
Boy, oh boy. As I mentioned earlier, the defining match here, and this would be 3 games in a row that Jeff would win. If he wins, it'll be 3 games in a row to come out of a 4-2 deficit into a 5-4 win. And I think he likes where he's at on this table.
Yeah, definitely.
He's got a little angle on the 8-ball. Looks like he's going to go short rail back out.
I don't know.
Maybe he's got angle the opposite way.
Yeah,
I think
Can't
he's
quite
got
draw
a
off
little
the
angle
8.
the opposite way. He just wanted to make sure he didn't get on the rail.
No, he's going to go down.
He's going
no.
down, and
Yeah, perfect.
don't know if he could have shot that better.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I don't know if I could have shot that better. No damn way.
Knowing my luck, I'd overspin it with some top left and run right into the 9-ball.
Yeah, I think that's what I would have done too.
And there's the Jeff lap. as Brett called it yesterday.
Yeah, he does like to. He does like to gather some composure, even though he, I think, at this point would know that he's got this in hand. I can appreciate that, as I've made the mistake of not doing that. In fact, he reminded me of it at a tournament in Butte when I missed an 8-ball on the hill. And he is dead straight. And he's going to take a lap. Because I'm not going to say Jeff has played in monster tournaments in his life, so I doubt he's nervous. I just think he wants to make sure he's composed. And that is quite the comeback. Reset the stage.
Jeff was there for Montana.
Jeff, I think this weekend's the first time he's beat Ty in this competition, and he's beat him twice now in 2 days in singles play.
Good comeback there for Jeff. Big win for Montana.
That's for sure.
Putting them up 2 on Wyoming and 2 away from sealing this deal.
Got another good one up next. We're going to have Derek Pacheco and Lance Stansfield be up with that one here in just a second. I'm going to go. All right, Lance coming away with the lag on that one, so he'll get the first break.
A lot of excitement in the room. Means the home fans. There was a lot of Wyoming people here though as well today. A lot of them that played in the tournament and came down to play and watch. I don't know. I'd say there's probably 50 people in here shooting pool right now. That's exciting to see.
Yeah.
That's our first 9-ball in the 9-foot tournament we've had here.
Yeah.
Which
yeah,
is
that's cool.
kind of crazy when you think about it that we haven't done that before. I'm sure we'll be doing it a lot more often.
Smiley with the dry break. It's going to bring Derek Pacheco up. You know, Brett, you talked about it yesterday. Derek hasn't shot bad. He's just run into opponents that have been shooting lights out.
Yeah, he has had a tough road here throughout this tournament, but see what he can do here if he can get any momentum going against Lance. He's shot really well. Like I said, just come up against
Who did
opponents
Derek play singles with last time?
His last matchup was Derek versus Wade, and Wade just he caught a gear and
Derek sat in his chair.
Yeah.
The only big mistake Derek made in that one, the opening rack, Derek had a break and run and rattled the 8-ball in the jaws, and I think that's Wade just took advantage of that one and just never looked back.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I was playing during that match in the 9-ball tournament. I just knew the outcome. I didn't see how it happened. So Derek and Wade have matched up before.
Oh yes, they have.
In Wyoming, they had a big money match.
Yeah, they had like a $5,000 match down in Wyoming.
and just
Yeah.
misses that to the
Well,
side
I'll tell
rail.
you, he's going to get fortunate there, but he rushed that.
I think Smiley's got a piece.
He's got a piece of it, for sure.
Well, yeah,
Not
he can
sure what
definitely
he
hit it.
do.
I don't see a pocket he can make it in, so he's got to figure out where he wants the cue ball to go. Should be interesting. And he'll best to hide that ball, and doesn't have a lot of places to hide the cue ball.
Yeah, not a whole lot of places to hide it.
He might tried to get underneath of it, didn't, and
Does the 2 pass the 4 to the corner?
I don't think so. I think it's glued on the 9 anyway.
Is it up on the 9?
Very close. I do think it passes the 4, but I don't know if you can shoot it off the 9.
Yeah. Yeah, pretty tight there.
Possible. I can't tell. If not, I imagine he's probably got a lot of balls to hide that cue ball if it doesn't go. I'll be surprised not to see a safe here. And the safe gets played and played well. That's a pretty smart play there, because not only does he make it difficult for Lance to make this ball, but he opened up the 3 ball. So if he does happen to get a shot, the 3 ball is much easier than it was, because it was in tight corners. Lance is going to have to get skippy here.
Yeah, just gonna bend it a little bit, I think, for a 2.
Yeah, spin.
He's got it.
Got it, and he's left himself a shot.
Yeah.
That's a great shot. Very, very nice shot.
Yeah, that's as best as outcome as he could have hoped for on that one, I think.
And I think the when the 3 ball's out of the way, I'm not sure if he's going to shoot the 4 on the side or if he needs to. He could get up table. I think the 4 passes
Yeah.
once the 3's gone.
Yeah, I think that 4 goes right between the 8 and
So,
6, no problem.
He can probably shoot this soft enough to hold it for the side. If he does that, the only issue on the table that's left is the 9-10. And that 9-10 is looming for somebody, because it's trouble. At some point, they're going to need to move those. Jeff Boucher, what a match.
Oh, boy.
Congratulations.
Man,
What
I'll
a
tell you
game.
what, it's finally good to show up to this thing and play like I can. Everybody's been like, are you sure Jeff's a 7:30? I don't know. He kind of dogs shit left and right. I'm
It
sorry.
has shown this weekend, that's for sure.
Yeah, 6-0. That's.
Yeah.
I think I'm the first guy to go undefeated in this, but yeah, I was like, I got to play well.
What a
I've
great
been
shot
letting these
that
guys
is.
down for 3 years. And I'm like, they depend on me to put together racks and come back with W's.
Yeah, you're
And-
supposed to be the anchor on the team. and
Yeah.
you certainly have been this week.
Yeah,
So
I'm supposed to be the guy who plays the last match. I'm supposed to be the guy who comes back from the table with a W every time, and I haven't been doing it. I've been 50-50 at best. And Ty has just owned me in this thing. He's played fantastic. I don't know, I struggle against him, and this year I was like, you know what, I feel like I'm playing better. I'm breaking better. I'm learning this game a lot more, so.
it was great to see your confidence come back after making a couple small mistakes in the 2
Well,
racks. The first
yeah.
2 racks should have been
Oh,
yours.
I dogged him. Yeah,
He made a mistake in one of them as well. But
Exactly. Yeah.
Then you did the
that's what you're
same.
gonna do.
So
You're gonna see mistake, and you just got to capitalize. And I didn't do it early, and I got away with it late. I mean, I break and run, and he breaks and scratches, and I play safe and
yep.
get out.
Yep. You were like, I'm assuming Lance was trying to move that. I think he left
was probably
himself
trying
that
to-
leave on purpose. And
And I think he was bumping the top side of the 9. But
when you go and start forcing
you can't push
balls in with
these
low
pockets.
English, you better be careful.
Yeah, you better hit the black part of the pocket.
Yep, I said it a couple times during your match because you had a couple of pretty strong draw shots down the rail, and they were either going to be perfect or they weren't going to happen.
Yeah,
And they were perfect.
I'd like to give a huge shout out to Fedor Gorsk too. I've been on those couple of those draw shots at 7 inside in the second to last game, and that 9 ball I drew back. I've been watching him, and he takes his pinky completely off of his backhand, and just drops his hand and just lets the key do the work, and it's so much more accurate and so smoother. And I was like, you know what? I really like it, and it's hard to argue with Fedor's results. So I was like, you know what? I think I'll try that. Even at 54, I'm still learning stuff and coming up with things. I'm like, hey, that's pretty cool. I like that.
So it worked out very well, man.
So-
that was a heck of a match to watch,
Yeah.
heck of a match to call, and man, it turned out great for Team Montana. So that's awesome. Congratulations on the big win there.
Thank you. And we just got to finish.
Yeah.
Because these guys have come back on us on Sunday 2 straight years.
Right.
10-6 we had
Yeah.
them 1 year, and the other year we had them 9-7 and just couldn't close the door. Let's see if we can get them this year.
Good luck, Jeff.
Derek with a good shot on the 7. It's a decent lead on the 8 ball. 10-9 is going to be fun to deal with, though.
That 10-9 has just been hanging there the whole time, so he's got to move it here, or
Oh, and he's going to. But
he has
did he
moved
get
it.
enough? Yeah, he
yeah,
got
he can
not
make
enough.
this. He can make this. And I think just with high English, I think it'll run into the 10 ball, but I think it'll power up past it enough. So I think he can just shoot a high English, not real hard shot, and he should get up above the 10. Let's see. Well, he's played it into the 10.
Oh.
Great shot.
Thought he was going to come out there. He snagged that rail on the way down.
He played that a little different than I expected. I think he was trying to get a little more off of the bottom of it. And he kind of hit it almost dead on. And he's slow rolled this. Wisely slow rolled that ball in. If that ball is shot much harder than that, it stays there.
Yeah, went rail first on both those last two shots, the 9 and the 10 ball, and hit him good enough to where they dropped. So
Yeah, the pace was just right.
yep.
Good smooth stroke, good pace. If you shoot those balls hard, and that they will not go in. Which is kind of what cost Lance that rack. He power drew that 5 ball in, and it probably only caught 1/8 of an inch of the rail on the same side he was shooting it on. And if you're shooting low English down a rail, you want to be wide on these. It's the opposite of valleys. Valleys, you want to hit the rail. They'll go in every time. But with the pocket angle and shelf depths on these diamonds, you want to be wide, and it'll throw it into the hole. You don't want to touch the rail. Derek getting the first win and the break.
Cue ball got kicked around. 3 ball goes into the corner. He's got a line on the 1. Steep backdoor here if he wants to play aggressive. Otherwise, I think he'll just lay up.
I'll tell you where that 2 ball is. If he decides to cut that in, he's going to need to be fairly perfect. I think that's what he's looking for. I think it's natural, though. A little indecisive. I don't think that's set up to scratch. I think he's cutting it too thin to scratch. But I could be wrong. Just a matter if he wants to play safe here or if he really wants to go for that. I'm going to be surprised if he doesn't take a stroke at this and back cut that and just try and get the speed right.
I think he's playing safe here. He's still not. He has still hasn't decided, so I'm not going to try and tell him what he's going to do.
I don't think he's going to play safe. I think he's playing a 2-way shot. I think if he back cuts that and the cue ball gets around the 3 balls in the middle of the table, I think it gets behind the 3 others, which leaves him would leave him the 2 ball if he hits it just right, and leave us safe if he happens to miss it. He is going to play safe. You're so smart. Yeah, one of the nice parts about that safe is even if Lance were to jump this and get a good hit or kick at it and get a good hit, he's probably going to free the table up.
Yeah.
If he kicks at it, he can hit it softly, but he's going to have to hit it. And if he hits it real soft, he would leave a tough shot, whether he kicks underneath or across.
Slightly more aggressive shot here is he could go 2 rails and go for a kick and stick. I don't know if he can, but if he comes around 2 rails and gets that 1 ball to miss all that traffic and go around towards the 10, he's got that 4 and the 8 there as a blocker.
Yeah, yeah.
He's calling he is going to call 2 rails, but he's calling the side pocket.
Calling the 2 ball on the side? Oh, he's calling it
Calling
in
the
the
1
side
ball
by
and,
him. Okay,
yep,
yeah. He
side
wants
by
to
him,
kick
so-
from underneath of it, just
Yep.
like you were calling. Yeah. Be interesting.
Oh, is he going to get it?
And he did it really
Got
well.
a great hit, and it looks like he's going to get to safe there.
Great shot there.
That
by
really
Lance.
worked out well for Lance.
Yeah, the 8 ball
No
smacked
matter-
in the way.
No matter what he was trying to do there, that's a great shot. He bumped the 2 right out in front of the pocket as well. And the trouble ball on the table now might be the 4.
Derek's gonna come off
Well,
that
he
one
has,
scratch.
he has he's made a good hit, but left the cue ball in the pocket. A little unfortunate, really, for Derek. Hit that right on the head and ball threw right in. So be interesting to see how. Yeah, you got a 7-9 combo to look at, and I think the 4-ball is still a difficult ball. He does get to shoot a duck in the 2-ball to get to it, but that 4-ball doesn't have a lot of pockets that I see.
He's got a small window with that 4, but if he puts the cue ball
Almost
near
where it
where it is right now,
Yeah.
I think he's in good shape for the 4. He's got a good opportunity to do that, I think.
He gets to put that cue ball wherever he wants to here, and I think he looked like he was thinking about pulling it up and moving the 8 out of the way, but
Think you would go for a 3 foul here, guys, with the way this table's tied up?
I think that there's a chance for that. I can tell you he's going to go for at least one more. How's that? He's going to go for at least one more.
Tough spot. Let's see. Well, Derek can kick.
He would have liked that cue ball to roll just a little bit farther, take
Yeah.
away the one rail kick shot.
If he gets that up against the 8-ball, I don't see a real chance because the 3 cushions go in the wrong direction, and 2 cushions got 2 balls, 3 balls stopping it from happening.
Oh, and that's 2.
That's it.
That is 2, and
Don't know what he's going to look at here, though. Maybe play to the 4 and play safe on the 4 for the 3rd foul.
I think he pushes that 1 up into the 6-4 traffic, 6-4-5 there.
and leaves the cue ball over
Leaves the
here on
cue
this
ball
rail.
Over here behind the 10 or 7.
I like that shot as well. It means either a long jump or a long kick. So looks like that is probably what he's looking at doing.
Yeah, if he can get this cue ball right up on that 10, I think he's in good shape.
Most of you at home probably know what we're speaking of with the 3 foul rule. Basically, if you can force your opponent to foul 3 times in a row, or if he just unluckily scratches or something 3 times in a row, he would lose the match. So he has made it very difficult here. He's got a 1 rail kick that's not
I
too
think he might
bad.
just be able to hop a portion of that 10
Might
ball.
be able to hop a little bit over that. So he's going to get a good hit here one way or the other, I would think, unless he makes a big mistake. I don't think Lance wanted that 1 ball to travel quite as far
Yeah.
as it did, or maybe he wanted it to run into something. Either way, I was saying if he were to foul here, since he has already fouled twice in a row, it would be Lance's game and a win in a 3 foul rule that some of us love, and I know there are a lot of people out there that despise that rule in this game and think it's a worthless, silly rule. I still love it.
Forces you to play more strategic.
It just adds another element.
Yeah.
As you see, this game's completely different than it would have been had there not been a rule like this. He must be able to see the edge of it there, huh? Yeah, he could just shoot it and see the edge of it. And I think he's left the same. Looks like he can either squirrel around this or he can see the edge of it. Again, that 4-5-6 triangle that's right in front of his cue ball is a great blocker, as Derek just tried to use, and Lance will probably try to use it as well. And yeah, he's done a nice job.
Looks like Derek's got a piece of the 1. Not a lot, but a piece.
I agree. I think he does as well.
He's going to float this cue ball up to the
I thought maybe he was
10-7.
going to consider jumping that and making that 2 ball. Just maybe worried about losing control of the cue ball in the and the 1 ball bowl. He's going to play a safe.
Gets a nice nudge off the 9 there.
Yeah, I think again you're looking at a not makeable ball but hittable ball, and you're probably looking at a similar safe that Derek played on him earlier,
Yeah.
where he just runs the 1 ball to the rail and hides behind the trio there. In the meantime, the 7 and 10 are getting worse. It's probably very comboable right now, unless that 10's off the rail, which it might be. It's almost locked combo. Like I say, I think Lance is going to want that one ball just to slowly get to the rail. Oh, he's going to fire at it.
He went for it.
He did. Maybe a little bit of a two-way shot, which is what he's going to get. I can see
Does
why
the
he
four
went
get
for
in the
that.
way, or can
I think he can get by it.
he get by it?
Speaking of fouling earlier, I don't think it's a moot point now because Derek didn't foul on the third one. But I don't think Lance declared to Derek that he was on 2 fouls.
They did.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, he had the conversation with him
Oh,
here.
okay.
They were laughing about it a little bit. You couldn't see it on the screen. You guys couldn't see it at home, but I was watching the conversation as Derek walked up to the table. So
Gotcha. Well, disregard that.
it would be so incredibly hard to 3-foul these guys.
Yeah.
I don't know if we've had one
I haven't seen
in
one.
the 4 years of these matches,
That's a really good shot from Derek. Bumps that 4 ball out to the open.
and that really changes the table. Now that 7-10 combos the difficult if it's not a wired combo. I don't know why it looks
Oh,
like.
he miscued a little bit there.
Oh, you let the home audience know that before it happened?
Yeah.
That's very interesting. A little miscue. I saw Derek actually miscue on the practice table earlier today. Fanned the ball completely on a miscue. So all of us get our tip tool right out just right then because we know it wasn't our fault.
Right. So Lance here with an opportunity to cut this 2 and get a little breakout on that 7-10. 10 goes
Oh,
in,
and he's gonna
he
scratch.
caught it a little too hard
Yeah.
and scratched. Opened the table.
Well, you did
wide
just
up.
hit it too hard because that ball was going in a great place.
Yeah.
And Derek's going to get fortunate here in after making that mistake. What's that 9-10 doing? Looks like the 9 passes the 10
Yeah,
into the
9
corner,
should
no
be-
problem.
Should be good to go.
After seeing about 6 straight games of pool that last match without a mistake made, even though they did the first couple, but after that there weren't any mistakes, and now we've seen a couple. We've seen 3 here just in the last 3 shots or so. Team Montana's hoping to see 1 more. But I think Derek's pretty focused on this. He's got a really simple transitions of all balls, I think, in my opinion. He doesn't have a lot of work to do on the 7 to get to the 8. He doesn't have any work on the 8 to get to the 9 and then the 10. So left himself on the rail here, which I don't know how straight in he is.
He's gonna come around 2 rails for that 7, I believe. Oh, just gonna
Just
hold
gonna-
it.
Just going to roll it home. It wasn't too straight in. If he's straight in here, he'll try to draw this. This is not an easy shot, but I don't think he's quite straight in here either, is he?
No, I think he's going to float towards the right side of the table here off this draw.
Yeah,
He
maybe even
missed
catch
it.
the
Oh,
edge
and
on
miss
it.
it.
Oh, and he missed the
You guys
shot.
are, you guys are
yeah.
telling the crowd out there.
Left Lance in a good spot here.
We are,
For
what
the
is it,
safe ball.
2-second lag on the live table to the.
A little bit, but as we call it, as we see it, I think it translates to the stream right on time.
Great. All right. That's what I like to hear. Lance decides to shoot that in the side, and he's left that transition I was talking about earlier to where it's a pretty simple 8 to 9. I don't see any issue here. He can almost stop this cue ball, or he could back it up just a little. We'll see what he does. Might play it off 1 rail too.
Yeah,
Does play it off 1 rail.
A little off the rail there for the 9, and Lance is pretty set up here to finish this one out.
Yeah, I think he's probably just going to pull a little drawback on this shot. It looks fairly straight, maybe straight to the good side, where it'll come back towards the 10 just a little. Center pocket here, Lance.
That's a good shot.
Yeah, and it does pull off the 10 just a little, and has left himself a shot that I think he likes, even though he's shooting off the rail. And the big first game here.
I've been given the goods to know that our live view is on time with the table that you're watching. So now I know.
Take this time to remind you guys to please, please, please subscribe to our YouTube channel. Helps us out a ton. Doesn't cost y'all a penny, but it can make us a dime, and we'd appreciate that.
These guys travel a long ways to be here, and they do a fabulous job. They've been sitting in this booth all weekend, Friday night, all day, all night yesterday, and all morning here and today. So,
Boy, that cue ball really danced around there for Lance. Managed to stay on the table, got a ball down. I think he's got a line on the one.
I do too. I think he does. I don't see a lot of trouble on the table right now.
Got a great table here.
There's not a ball on a rail, not a ball touching a ball.
3 balls down, so he's going to work 1 to 2 to 4.
Just don't see a lot of issues here. See if he creates any. He's got to try and get this ball to run through,
Yeah, he wanted a little more
and
speed on that.
he created one.
I think he hit that one ball a little thicker than he
Maybe.
wanted to, and so
Yeah,
I think
maybe.
that's why that cue ball died a little short of pace.
Just didn't
Yeah.
quite have the speed on
I think
it.
his focus was to make sure he got between those balls. I think he just
Yeah.
forgot to hit it.
Yeah, exactly.
He's going to have to get Skippy here.
And missed the 2 ball.
Goes right over it.
Yeah. It has opened up this fairly open table, has left it in Derek's hands. Derek will want to turn the tide with the. What has he got? 7 balls left out there. 7-ball run here. He's going to need this.
I feel like that 5 ball being gone makes this table a little easier. Working
Yeah.
from the 4 to the 6 now.
There's just a lot of space between all balls, and on a 7-foot table, you don't have to worry about traveling a long ways. It's just a matter of making your shots. I think here, probably a lot of natural leaves.
Yeah, he doesn't have to do a whole lot of work here. Just
I agree.
make the balls.
Unfortunate mistake for Lance is opened the table up for Derek, that's for sure. Pulled that back, ensuring his angle to where he wasn't too straight in on the 8. It's a good move. Got a lot of options now. I think he would go a couple rails over to shoot the 9 in the same pocket. Let's see if that's what he has in mind. And he's got a little high on that, but I don't think that's a problem either.
Yeah, just gonna draw over for the 10.
Yeah, he'll just pull it back and
Oh, runs it forward.
Yeah, goes around a couple of rails. Made that
was.
a little longer than he needed to, I think.
Yeah,
But he's all
was-
right.
I think he was a little bit worried about where that cue ball would go there, but it's well played.
Oh.
Man, big miss there. Can't finish it out. But
Yeah,
didn't
that
leave
is,
Lance anything really.
That mistake was created on his leave for the 9 ball.
That I feel like he rushed that shot a little bit.
Maybe a little bit
so.
there, yeah. He is one of the faster players we have in this tournament. He's fortunate to have not left Lance a great shot. He's got a bank, and I think Lance will probably try and pull this cue ball back onto the bottom rail just to, if he doesn't make it, make whatever he leaves Derek a little harder. But it's almost a straight bank. Oh, and
Attaboy, Lance
Lance
Stanfield.
just fires
Got it.
that right in the hole. So that's a big
Big shot there by
turnaround there.
Lance.
Big turnaround. Instead of a 2-1, it's a 2-1 the other way. That's a
Yeah.
big mistake by Derek. And he does get the break here. He needs to put something together and regain his confidence because Lance knocking that bank shot down, boy, it's
Yeah, Lance
taking
coming up with a big
advantage of
shot
what he's
there,
been given to him there. So
putting himself ahead in the set.
they just showed me the numbers here. There's a lot of you out there. Thank you for listening and remembering it's Railside Productions that you're listening to here at Brothers Billiards.
You're getting called out there for a commentator's curse there, Mr. Crumb. Got a couple people yelling at you.
Is that right? What did I say?
Commentator's curse. They said you cursed that 10-ball shot.
That might be. Sorry about that, y'all. Again, I think that shot was missed due to his leave on the 9
Some
ball.
sour Wyoming fans out there a little bit, right?
Sorry
One of
about
them.
that.
One of them was old Bootsy.
Bootsy? Bootsy, you watch your mouth.
It's okay. I did it to the Montana boys a couple times yesterday. Kept calling a great safe before it was done, and boy, they just kept overrolling them by a couple.
Well, if that's what it takes, I'll keep calling him.
Yeah.
You know, I am from here.
It's going to get worse now.
Yeah. Oh, Derek's got an easy run here, no problem.
Yeah.
He's out on this, I'm sure.
Totally out. Good table, though. Another good table. Little tricky one here.
Great draw stroke.
Draws it back for the 2 nicely. Very good shot there by Derek.
Yeah, that was controlled well.
Just got a good angle to float that up table for the right side of the 3.
Yeah, just bring it down towards the corner pocket.
Made sure that he hit it hard enough to come off the rail to where he gets a lot more options than what he can do with his cue ball. But this 5 ball is his tough ball here. 4's in a good spot to leave for it, though.
Runs into the 4, but doesn't quite get enough of it that he wanted. You need a little more, but he might be able to take it off the 8. I don't know.
I
Or
think
he
he's
could-
going to look to play safe
I think
here.
he's going to
Yeah,
look to play
probably
safe
play
here as
safe,
well.
yeah.
Yeah.
Push that 4 ball down to the short rail and get that cue ball
Ball
nudged
on
up
the
towards the
5.
5.
Yeah, push it up into the 5.
He could be playing a combo too, but I doubt it. He has
Oh, and he-
overrolled that.
Yeah, you let it out a little bit.
Boy, he
Didn't
shot
quite
that
get it
quick.
behind the 5.
He shot that very quickly.
Yeah, he did. Lance is looking at this
He
5-9
just,
here.
He just walked up and hit that.
Lance wants to miss this 8 ball going around, right?
Yeah, I don't think he wants to.
Without
touch that
question,
8
if
ball.
that's what he's going to play to, yeah. If he's going to try to play to make the 4, I'm assuming he is. I don't think he's got much problem missing the 8.
Back over to the rail for the 5-9. Wants to be pretty straight on.
Yeah, big shot here. That 5 appears like it might. He's going to have to catch.
Yeah, it might float out a little
Might
bit.
float out towards the middle of the table a little
Yeah,
bit.
The cue ball's going to go into the rail though, so that's
Yeah.
Yep,
actually
cue ball. Mm-hmm.
yeah. I think if he just stops the cue ball, 5 will float over towards the other corner pocket.
You should have at least a look at it. 7 ball's got its easiest hole block down there, but it is a pretty easy combo.
Yeah, just didn't
And
quite
he's-
go for him.
He's rattled that, and Derek has to feel fortunate there after making a mistake on a safe shot.
Definitely.
Be interesting to see if he pulls this one rail backwards or if he's got plenty of room to go past the 8 and spin
Yeah, I
it
think
off
he's
to
just
his
gonna play
right.
with a little inside.
And,
Oh, and he misses the 5
I'm
ball.
gonna say it again. He sure seems like he's rushing.
Yeah.
If I'm his coach, if they're allowed one, whether it's after this game's over or not, I would tell him to certainly slow himself down a little bit. He might be a fast player anyway. I really don't know.
maybe take a jet flap every now and again.
Yeah, he might need a jet flap. Might need an extra stroke on the table. I fight that same problem myself. I'm not a slow player by any means, and I shoot too quickly quite often.
It's easy to do.
Yeah, whether you're
Especially when
confident
you
or
get down
not,
on
I
a
think
ball
that you actually
you know you're comfortable making, and
Yeah.
you think it's just going to be an easy shot, and then all of a sudden,
yeah.
next thing you know, the ball's hanging in the pocket like that.
I think it's quite common, and I think I'm seeing a little bit here that when you're not playing your best, you shoot even faster sometimes.
Right.
It's the opposite of what you want to do,
Yeah.
and it's easier to just, it's almost like you want to get the shot over with sometimes.
Lance had that
Ooh,
5 ball sitting as a duck,
Down.
hit it pretty hard, came around to the short side underneath the
Yes.
7 ball.
that is certainly going to work out well for him there.
Yep, played it with pace into the corner, nudged the 8 ball. Don't think he needed to touch the 8 ball at all, but
No, he probably
gets it
didn't.
closer to the corner pocket.
Makes all of this a little easier.
Yeah.
And if you'd like me to announce or curse back for you,
Boy, Lance has got no problem here whatsoever. I know that he's out. There's no question there. I think we're even now.
Yeah.
Wyomingites. I'm sure he'll just knock this right in the hole.
And he does.
Oh, sorry, it didn't
I
work
might
that
have,
time.
I might
but
have kicked you out.
tried.
I might have kicked you out of the booth if that would have worked, Todd. Kicked you out of your own home.
Yeah, I wouldn't have blamed you.
Oh boy, that's the second time that I remember Lance having a duck and hitting it with quite a bit of pace. I'm not sure what the strategy is on that.
Full stroke,
Yeah,
I guess.
Whatever he had in mind sure worked out. So
Full
good
stroke,
out
full
there by
confidence.
Lance, taking advantage of Derek's mistake. Really an uncharacteristic miss by Derek there, but that's the way it shook out, and Lance capitalizing off it. So Lance with the break. 5th rack of the set.
Are we 3-1 here?
We are
3-1.
3-1.
Yeah.
Mick Tiefenthaler looking on as he's practicing, warming up on the practice table, just beyond y'all's sight in the camera.
I will say this is the game Derek has to win. The difference of him being down just a game 3-2, or down with Lance on the hill 4-1.
Yeah.
This is a huge game right here.
Yeah, it is. It's all the difference of Montana being on the hill
It
and
is.
Wyoming pulling it within 1. So big
And you've
swing
got,
here.
You got Wade Thompson lurking again. He is up against one of the hottest players Wyoming has, and Mick Tiefenthaler. That's correct, right?
Yes.
The next match.
Yep.
Good shot there by Derek. Putting it down in the traffic
Boy, I
doesn't
tell
give
you,
Lance a
he's
lane.
Almost giving him a lane there, maybe.
Yeah, there may be a slot between
There
that
may even be
6-9,
Maybe even be a chance to make that.
right? Yeah, and he did have the lane. Made a great shot on that one. Oh, but he overstrokes it just a little bit. And I don't know if he'd get to the 2.
Yeah, he's gonna have to find a way to kick at it. Unless he's thinking about jumping it.
He's thinking about jumping it. He's looking at it,
No, he's gonna kick.
but he's going to kick.
A little bit of a stretch there on the jump shot, so he'll kick at it. 2 sitting. He's looking at the 2 railer to try and get back up. Oh yeah, he's got to look at the 2 rail shot here, so he can catch the
Yeah.
face of the 2 ball and start traveling towards the 3.
Yeah, he's got to hit this with some speed. He's going to spin it. Oh, and just nearly misses that.
Got a good hit. A little tight on the Q and 2 ball.
Yeah, it comes
But,
up a little tight, but I think Derek's got a shot, and he's got a good angle off this 2 to get down to the 3.
Yeah, if he can put this one together, it almost floats naturally.
Could give him some extra added confidence if he makes this, to know that he can still shoot the balls in the hole.
Oh,
and just falls.
And that's certainly going to help. He could shoot that harder or softer and it wouldn't have gone in.
Yeah.
Big rep there from Derek.
Yeah. Let's see if he can.
Let's draw this back over towards the 8. Perfect spot there for the 4.
Yeah.
Just going to want to draw back towards the 9. Wouldn't even mind running into that 9 to open that 6 up a little bit more, but no, he's going to go forward. That works.
Nope.
A little bit of an overstroke there. Left himself a little more angle on that 5 than he wanted, but he can still come back 2 rails, I think.
I think he can still just come back. Yeah, you're talking about the second rail below the 6 there to shoot 6 inside.
Just back across here for the 6, or you can draw off of this 5 too and take the 6 inside.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah,
He would
either
play it
way.
back towards where he's standing, and then play the
Better
6 on the
percentage
side.
shot.
We'll see if that's what he likes.
He's gonna take it straight across.
He is, that's for sure. See if you can get the pace right here.
I don't know. I think he come up a
Short
little
changed
short
it.
there. Yeah, came up a little short. Got that 9 into play. I think the better shot might have been the draw.
Yeah, it makes it a little harder to
Six
make the
inside.
ball, and maybe his confidence was just a little down from that last game, that whether or not he
Well,
felt
that-
as good shooting that and making that or not. And
And
maybe
that-
he had to hit it too hard.
Yeah, and that window between the 6 and 9 is a small window to hit.
It is.
So it was a lot tougher shot.
He only needed to roll it another inch, I would say. I'm not sure exactly what he's got going here, unless he can see it, but I'm assuming he would have shot it by now if he could. So he could have a little skip jump shot because he doesn't need to get over much of the 9. He could even almost masse that and spin it in there. He'd still have a lead on the 7. Or he might be looking at play to safe somewhere. I'm just not sure exactly if he'd play that cue ball off the side rolling up against the 9 ball or
He's looking at all his options. He's
He's
going to call
gonna
that corner.
bank.
Yeah. Little back cut bank
And
here.
I think he might still have a safe in mind here of the cue ball up against the 9, underneath the 9 or something. Well, it won't be that,
He's
but
going for it all the way.
is he going to leave a
He
shot?
got a little roll there.
I don't think he's left a shot.
I don't think so. I think Lance has got to get over this 9.
Yeah. So Derek getting pretty fortunate there. Maybe he meant for that to be a two-way shot.
That would be
Heck of a shot if he did.
right. Yeah.
Everything had to work just perfect for him there. If he'd have come closer to making it, he left.
No, I'd have to say he got a roll on that one and put Lance in a tough spot here. So
And Derek needed a good roll.
yeah,
He needed a good, fortunate.
he was due for a roll there
shot.
for sure. He's had plenty of them against him.
We'll see if Lance is going to play a little.
Yeah, Lance is going to play the cross bank here.
Crossbank won't double kiss, and it should leave. But he's missed it by a pretty fair amount,
Yeah.
and
He
left the
laid that
table
one out there,
left the
so
table pretty open here.
Another opportunity here for Derek.
Yeah, there is. I would say Derek would get out on this. I'm going to jinx him because I'm from Montana. So
Right,
I think
yeah.
he'd get out on this almost every time. Sorry, folks. He'll probably draw this out 3 rails and come back out past the 8 ball to where he can shoot. Yep, there's your rails. And
Wanting to get a little further, he's going to be shooting away from where the 9 ball is, but he can come around 3 rails, maybe 4.
or he could just shoot it soft and cut the 9 in. But I like the 3 rail out. He's going to hit it hard, and he's just
Yeah.
got to be careful of the natural replay down to the corner.
Yeah, he's in
and
good
he's
shape
avoided
there.
that.
Good shape.
He's going to
there.
get great shape.
Yeah. A
Yeah,
little off this 9 to get up
that
for
cue
the
ball's
10.
about froze on the rail, the 9 ball's a couple inches off. So this will be pretty easy shape for him. There you go.
Derek putting one together there to narrow Lance's lead.
It was a all-important game that he needed there.
Yeah, he did need that one.
Yeah.
So 3-2. Derek with the break.
I don't know that I was a big fan of that cross rail that Lance shot there. I was expecting him to maybe just hit a real slow shot off the bottom rail and into the 6
Yeah.
and just leave the cue ball right on the 6 and let Derek figure out what he was going to do with it. He wouldn't have left him a shot because the 10 ball was blocking the hole down in the corner. So I kind of like him just slow bumping into that 6 ball,
Yeah.
and he fired at it.
Yeah, he went for it, that's for sure. He was feeling pretty comfortable with the lead that he had. But,
It's easy
now
for me
it
to
gets a
say
little
now
tighter.
that he did that
Yeah.
already. You know,
Exactly.
if he'd have made it, I said that's what I did now.
Yeah. Derek with the break here, 6th rack of the set. It's a good break, puts the cue ball right in the middle of the table, but gets one to fall.
5 balls off the table. if I'm not
The
mistaken.
five- no, the
Oh, no,
five's
the
there.
5's behind the cue ball. I just can't see it.
Five's there.
So it must be the 7 ball. No, he's looking at the 7. It's the 8. The 8 ball's off the table.
Yeah, 8's down. 8 went down.
On the live table, I can't see the 5. It's directly behind the cue ball.
Plays a 1-7 combo.
Yep, plays a nice little combo. Looking for a leave here.
Lets that cue go a little bit, and I think he's a little bit hooked. He can see a piece of the one, I think.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think you can see part of it. It is probably not cross-railable with the 10 ball there. So let's see if he's playing safe here, or maybe you see something. I think he's come out okay there. Well, actually, I think Lance can make that.
Yeah, I think Lance has
room to
got,
make that.
Lance has got enough of that one. I think he can cut it in the corner.
I'm trying to figure out what he was trying to do. If he was trying to get that cue ball back over behind the 3-5.
Yeah, I think he was
Maybe.
Trying to put it down more in the
'Cause
traffic
I saw
there.
him, yeah, I saw him kind of look at those balls a little bit, and maybe that was his goal, just to play it safe there. He shot it so quickly, I'm not sure exactly what he had in mind. Lance makes a
Good
nice
shot
shot,
on the one there.
and I think he's going to like the outcome of this.
Good shape here.
Going to get on the rail, and he probably didn't want to be on the rail.
Just off it enough. I think
Yeah, I
he can
think
put
I
some
agree.
low on it. Maybe
Yeah.
run into that 5 ball.
Yep, you can probably stun it up table just a little bit. Want to be a little bit careful with that, but
Yeah, runs into the 5.
perfectly.
Great shape here for the 3.
Yeah, thank you for the angle change. It looks like the 4 can play the side pocket if he wants it to, maybe? Or is that a little
It's tight.
shallow there, isn't
Yeah,
it?
it's tight.
Yeah, so he's probably got to
He
run
may
a
have
couple
to-
rails and get underneath the 4 for up in the corner.
Yeah, he may have to get over here for the 4, I think.
5 ball is a little bit more makeable in the side if he ends up needing to do so. But that 4 probably wants to go in a corner. So it'll be fun to watch.
Good
Is
stroke.
he going to move it?
Yeah, he's gonna little.
I'm surprised he
nudge on
didn't
the
want to
forward.
leave it right down there and shoot it up in the corner.
Right.
He, I don't know if he meant to run into it or
Overstroked that just a
or
bit.
just really hit it hard. Now he could play safe here. If he doesn't like this back cut, he could roll
Roll it up onto the 6.
it up onto the 6, I think, fairly easily.
Looks like that's what he's going for.
Yeah, I think that's what I would give a whirl at.
Yeah, he
That's
He
did.
a
definitely
great
wants to
shot.
freeze onto that ball in this case to where he can't use
Yeah,
either
he-
side rail.
Wanted it as
He's going
close
to have
to
the
that
long
6.
rail kick it over a ball. Well, he can shoot it sideways if he wants.
He's gonna have to shoot
The
it
long
towards the
rails are
camera.
much more makeable, so I'm assuming he's going to go long rail. But he'll check his options. The most important thing here is he really needs to hit it. Because if he doesn't hit it, he's going to have a pretty big problem.
Pull a little Jim Winter, go for the hit and hope for the best.
And next thing you know, the ball drops in the bucket and you're a winner.
Gets a good hit. And no jelly roll for him.
Yeah, it's not as easy as a ball in hand leave for Lance, but it's certainly in a good place.
A lot better than that back cut he had.
Man, I'll tell you. Got to decide here what he wants to do with the cue ball, if he's going to try and go all the way back up the table for the 5 or what. I'm not sure if he's playing this nice and easy with a little left. Oh, he's going to go all the way back up table for the 5.
At that angle, he's probably playing that in the side pocket.
Yeah, I think he's playing that for the side and just
Just
pretty
bump it out for
almost
the
getting to a
6.
couple of stop shots there. He can just shoot this pretty naturally and come out for the
Yeah.
6, I think, and then stop shot for the 9 almost. Look how straight in he is. And
Overrolled
he's,
that.
Little strong on that.
he's power stroked it. I mentioned earlier when Derek set himself up to when he shot that overstroke to get a shot on the 9 and ended up not getting to the 10 because of it. And I think Lance has done the same. We'll see how the outcome.
Oh, great back cut.
Very nice. Nice back cut, and boy, it's pretty close to perfect shape there.
Yeah.
It's a natural shape. It'd be the best way to put it. He'll
Just got to make this 9
maybe
ball
put
here
just a
look-
little bit of left on there to make sure that the cue ball doesn't go anywhere near the side pocket, and then it's just a matter of pace.
It's a great shot.
And there's-
Great recovery shot there on that 6 ball.
He's hit that a little hard too, though. Not that he should have a problem with this, but and he's hit that center pocket, and Lance is on the hill to put Montana on the hill. Am I having that right?
Yep.
Yep.
Absolutely.
This is much like 2 years ago here, where they figured out how to get 10-7, and then Wade Thompson was up in his next match. I don't remember who he played, and Wade didn't get the win, and then Frank didn't get the win, and then Jimmy didn't get the win, and it tied 10-10, and then went to the captain's pick, and Montana didn't get the win either. So this will be pretty interesting here.
Little back and forth in the commentary. A skosh is actually an old horse racing term that I learned while running track in high school. And it means just a little bit. How much that little bit is up to you. So up to your discretion, but just a little bit is the official answer.
I like it. I like it. I learned something today. I learned a skosh anyway.
So would you say you have a skosh more knowledge than you did earlier?
Just a skosh, though. And chances are that's all I'm going to have more today is just a skosh.
Little safety there from Mr. Pacheco. Brings Lance up to the table with a tough leave here on the one. Think he can go short rail and get a piece of it. He'll have to spin into it for sure. Calls the side pocket. Really just trying to hit that one ball full, get it over off the side rail and back out. Kind of reversed positions. Oh, and just came up and missed it. So that'd be ball in hand for Derek. With a pretty open table. Good stroke there from Derek. Has a nice line on the two. I think he just got that over far enough where the 7 ball's not an issue. Draw back here a little bit for the 3 in the corner. He just took the 1 ball in.
Drops straight back, goes for the side.
Yep. Must like that angle to the 4 ball down there. Off the short rail. 8 ball was fouled in by Lance, so that's off the table. And nudges the 7 ball, gets a good shape for the 4 here. Play this short rail back up for the 5 ball. Plays it 2 rails. And gets tight on it. Still makeable. Felt like he overcomplicated that one a little bit.
Yeah, I think so. I thought he was going to play it with just a little bit of inside pocket speed on the 4 and just float that up for the 5, but he went 2 rails with it. Got a little tight on this 5. He's still all right. Overstroked that one a little bit as well. Now he's shooting over the 7 at this 6 ball.
Got about 150 y'all watching from afar. We appreciate that. Appreciate y'all even more if you could go ahead and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We would be forever thankful.
Gonna cut this inside.
Oh, and came up short on it. But he may have gotten away with a little roll. Can't quite tell from that angle. 6 ball passes. That cue ball might be out just far enough where Lance can cut that 6 ball in past the 10. He'll have to get that cue ball out from behind the 9 for the 7 if he is able to do that. Otherwise, he definitely has enough of the 6 ball to play the 6-10 combo. We'll see what he goes with.
I think that's
here.
6 passes.
I think so too, and I think he's got enough of the 6 to see it.
Yep, I think you can almost stop the cue ball there. And it'll be a matter of getting on the 9.
That's a great shot.
When he
he
does,
rolls
he
that-
nudges that 9
rolls that
over
9
too.
ball right in front
Great
of the
shot
pocket.
there. Huge shot by Lance.
Oh boy. Yeah.
Opened that up, got that 9 out of trouble.
It was a big stroke there.
Accurate stroke too, like you were saying. He loaded that up with a lot of low, so he's got to be hard in the pocket there.
Yep.
Lance on the hill, looking to put Team Montana on the hill, 2 strokes away.
And for the announcer's jinx, this is no problem whatsoever
Right?
for Lance. He's got this.
He's got it.
I'm not going to make any friends down there in Wyoming. I better stop that. But I'm trying to help you here.
We're just proving a point, all right?
And
Lance
you hear Montana get elated as they get on the hill. Lance Stansfield coming in clutch there, getting a 5-2 win over Derek there. That'll put Montana up 10-7.
You know, they've looked forward to having Lance on this team for a long time, and he's shown why they were looking forward.
Absolutely.
He's doing his part.
We're going to take a very, very short break, and we'll get Mick Tiefenthaler against Wade Thompson here up next. And we are right back at it, y'all. Mick Tiefenthaler of Wyoming is going to try and keep their hopes alive, facing off against Wade Thompson for Team Montana. And that's going to be mixed break. A little bit of a weird stroke there from Wade. 3 ball caught some right-hand English coming off that rail. Montana on the hill, 10-7. So Wyoming looking to win 3 straight to force it into a captain's pick. Montana looking to just close it on out.
Yep. Again, exactly the score we had 2 years ago here at Brothers. It did not go Montana's way. As Wyoming won 4 in a row back then, they'll need to do it again. They will need to win 4 in a row. They've got, in my opinion, probably this year's MVP at the table for them right now.
Yeah, I think so.
If they were to have a, depending on what happens here, if you can get through this, then they could get through it. I think Nick's played as well as anybody on either team. I don't know who votes and picks the MVPs, but I know who my vote would be on each team right now. We'll wait and see how that goes. And your opening break. Here she comes. And it did. It was spinning so hard it just continued to move a little sideways, and not the start that Mick wanted by any means on a table that actually looks pretty good.
Yeah, Wade's got a good opportunity here. Wide
Yeah, the
open.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah.
I really don't see a problem on the table right now. So just a matter of execution. Just wants to move that over a little bit. That one just barely drops, and he can just float this forward. He wants to get pretty close to being on that rail. It will cause him to have to shoot next to the 4 ball a bit, but I think there's a gap there. He's not really shooting over the ball at all. Looks like he probably wants to get pretty close to where he is. He'd like to be a little
Yeah.
further off the rail than what he is right now, but he's going to want to draw that back and get, like I say, pretty close to where he is would be nice. Maybe just above it for straight in. Yep, just above it, and he is off the rail. So if it's a straight, all he has to do is pull it back a half a foot, doesn't really matter, anywhere in that range, and he can shoot the 6 straight 7. He elects to pull it all the way to the rail and sets him up in great shape. It's not quite straight in there. He's
A little angle on
a
the
little
6,
angle, but again, he could shoot that and come off the
Yeah.
side rail and back out a little English, or he could just stop it, even though it'll float a couple inches. That's not going to hurt. There you go. And again, he'll want to create a little bit of angle on the 8, so the cue ball somewhere close to that side rail is probably where he'll want to be there, so we can back cut the 8 just a little. Or he could spin it all the way down table. Not what I was expecting, but
Yeah, I just wanted to close the distance on that 8 a little
Yeah.
bit, give himself a little more control off the 8, I think, here.
I agree. He can still play this off the bottom rail and back up if he wants. And he's going to leave himself just close to straight in. Almost a stop shot here.
Yeah,
And a very quick first rack for Wade.
routine table there for Wade.
Yeah,
and,
yeah, that
made
ball in
short
hand
work of it.
certainly made everything easier when he broke that so well. That's the beginning there. Great start. Very, very quick rack. And he gets the break here, which he's going to certainly want to not return that favor, keep the cue ball controlled here. Well, the booth gets cold in here.
Gets a little chilly in
A
here.
little chilly in here.
Kind of
I haven't even
acclimated
figured out
myself.
why, to be honest with you. The air is running a little bit out there. I've asked to keep the air moving out there
Yeah.
because we've had some rain, so it's a bit humid. And I had humidity complaints yesterday.
Of course.
Boy,
There is another great break, and this time the cue ball is not only in the center of the table, but it's left a straight in one ball as well. And I think Wade's probably licking his chops.
Yeah. Yeah,
He's got to be
definitely.
licking his chops. I can't see if that 5 ball is against the rail. Can you see that there? If
I
that
think
5
it
ball
is
is
pretty
against the
close
rail,
to the
it's-
rail, so it's going to have to go down in a corner. I
Yeah,
think.
or this 2 ball could go off it right here. He might have been playing for that. He might not got where he wanted. But if he can just bounce this off there a little bit, he'll put that in a much easier
gonna-
place.
yeah.
He just wants to make it. I guess he's not worried about the 5. He must be
Yeah.
off the rail a little bit.
Yeah, he's got about a finger width at least, so he
Oh,
can
okay.
he can play that 4 ball over and just take that 5 ball up across the side pocket without worrying about it running into it.
Good. He is going to leave himself on the rail here, which,
Complicates things.
yeah,
A little bit. He's going to come back across.
he'll be able to come all the way across. You know, he's got just enough angle there to come out for that. So now the 5 better go on the side. By the look of his face, I'm not so sure it does.
Doesn't look too
He
happy
looks a little
about it.
frustrated on that, yeah. Yeah, looks a little frustrated. He was trying to make sure the cue ball avoided the 6 ball, and he's not only come up short, but he came up a little high on that. If he'd hit it hard enough to get to the rail, he'd have run into the 5. So now he gets to decide if he wants to cut this all the way down or bank it, or what's he going to do?
I think he's cutting it. No, he plays safe.
Good choice here, I think, for Wade. He won't leave him
Yeah.
a shot that he can't hit, but he will leave him a shot he'll have trouble making. He's probably very close to a double kiss on the bank. I think it is bankable. I don't think he's going to want to try and cut it. That 5, it's a little hard to tell for you at home, but that 5 is about 5 or 6 inches, probably 6 inches off the bottom rail. So it is cuttable. Boy. Big decision, big shot here for Mick, being down 1-0 after Wade made a mistake there. It looked like Wade was going to run right through that rack as well, and he got a little off on his shape on the 4 to get to that tough 5 ball. Let's see what he's trying to do here. I think he might be trying to cut this.
Went for the bank, and he got it.
He did get that bank. Like I said, Mick is, he's probably been he's been their horse, their superstar. He has pulled out shots like that all weekend long.
Very
Playing
solid
very
player.
confident. Yeah, very solid.
Even with cameras in his face, he's solid.
Yeah, that was a big shot. If that doesn't go in, they're in trouble. It was a big shot. No problems here for Mick for the rest of this one. No, that's not the announcer's jinx. That's just confidence. I can just roll this right on forward.
Announcer's jinx.
Gene wants it to be the announcer's jinx, but it's just not going to happen today.
Not on that one.
No. He'll tie it up and give him the break.
Yes, sir. 1-1.
So
Make it
that
win.
a costly mistake for Wade, but it's not like he left him the world there an easy shot. He left him a very tough shot.
Yeah.
He made a great full table off the rail bank shot.
Yeah, if he could have just got it behind the 6 a little more, he would have been in great shape. But
Shot up just a little
just
hard.
got a little hard on it and left Mick that bank. Tough bank, and Mick came through and
Yeah.
put it down.
It's funny how often we see him leave the players in general leave one shot short and the next shot long. That's just what happened there. Wade left the first shot a few inches short, and so he made sure he got the next one there, and he actually hit it a little too hard on the safe. So Mick's hoping for a different outcome on this break after he broke and got ran out on the first break. We're 1-1 here. Again, 10-7 as you see there with Montana on the hill in this this big match here. Again, Wyoming has to win 4 straight to try and pull this cup out after they've gone undefeated now for the last 4 years. They have not been beat since the inception of this tournament.
And Mick has made a ball. He's left himself a good 1-ball shot. He's going to have to find the window to get to the 2. And the 3-ball is the ball off the table. So he's got a good shot here, but he's got to get all the way over to the rail, pretty close to where he's at now, cue ball. He'll want to get back in that similar spot. And he's going to want to get off the rail. He doesn't want to leave the cue ball on the rail here again. So, and he has maybe left that a little short. He is not happy. Yeah, he's left himself a little short there. Again, I think if anything, these players are having a little bit of trouble with speed. Mick was one that made sure I realized how humid it was yesterday. I might get an earful on that one again today. He's been outrageously complimentary, though. I don't mean that in a bad way. He loves being here, and we love having him. So let's see what he does here with this 2-ball. A little hop, skip, and a jump. He's an excellent jump shooter, and you see that there. Pulled that out without a problem. And has left himself a shot. I've shot with that incredible jump cue that Mick made for himself. I shot with it down in Gillette 3 months ago. He let me hit a few jump shots with it, and it's kind of a one-of-a-kind that he made himself. And man, it was easy. It was easy. He doesn't think he can duplicate that cue. I would let him do it for me. Got a hard cut on the 4-ball. I say hard. It's got the 10-ball kind of in the way of the lead for the 5. So is the cue ball going to hit the 10? It's going to go past it. What's going to happen? Because the 5-ball's tucked over there. He's got to be careful with speed again, and he might have to get that jump cue back out. I can't tell.
Yeah, it looks like he just overrolled that one again.
Yeah, he's shocking his hand cue, his regular playing cue, but he's going to give this a hard look. The Masse shot does set up for a good lead on the 6th ball if you wanted to play a little mini Masse there. I think he has room to Masse that. I don't think he'll want to come off rail first, but he could. Or he could do a little jump.
Looked like he was able to make it, so mixed on the 6th ball now.
It's a great shot from Mick there. Again, he just seems to pull out. He gets faced with some of these tough shots, and he makes them look easy. The jump shot earlier, and then that. Sorry about the little interference there.
Did some looking back at the previous results of the matches for the session so far. And back to your MVP conversation. I would guess your vote for MVP for Team Montana, if you had one, would be Jeff Boucher.
It would need to be, yeah.
Jeff Boucher able to get Ty Blowers in both of his matches, and every match that Jeff is in, with the exception of the team matches, Team Wyoming won that one. Every match that Jeff has been in, he's won his point. Whether it's been scotch or singles, he's stepped up. I would say your next option would have to be between Lance and Wade, and both of those guys come away with a couple losses on their belt, but Lance coming away with a clutch win there against Derek last match to get Team Montana on the hill.
Not only has Jeff won every point that he could win, but I think just as importantly in all of that is, he has played Ty twice.
Exactly.
Heads up. And I think at least one of his doubles matches, Ty was in as well. At least one, if not two. And you might have that. And I'm not saying that they're not all great players on Team Wyoming, but I think every player on Team Wyoming would tell you that Ty's their horse, their stud, their number one player. And Jeff's had to play him twice. So to still stay undefeated, beating Ty twice is quite a feat, in my opinion.
Yeah, so to your testament, Jeff has played Ty in a singles match twice and in doubles matches twice.
Yeah.
And
just what I thought.
So he's gone effectively 4-0 against Ty this weekend, which is quite the feat.
Mick here, after those a great jump shot, a great little spin shot, he just keeps pulling it together.
He does. Pulling out tough shots and tough wins, and he should be able to roll this in for a 2-1 lead, I think that would be. And he does just that. Wade will have an all-important break. He needs one like he had last time. Just made a mistake last time, but he broke, made a ball, and left himself great on the one, had an open table, and got a little bit out of shape shooting the 4-ball in the last game.
Troy Gonzalez complimenting Mick's shots and his composure. Mick said, "What pressure?" Gotta agree with you there.
Oh,
Mick
yeah.
is Mick's shooting lights out. Doug Fryer out of the Smokehouse Saloon in Graybull, Wyoming says thanks to Railside and Brothers Billiards for hosting. Can't thank Brothers Billiards enough for letting us come back here and do this production. Absolutely love being here. Brett and I were just talking over breakfast this morning how much we enjoy coming down here, and this is an absolutely awesome venue and an awesome event. So
We love having you. That is for sure. I think you're a great team. I think this all works together very well. That's for sure. I mentioned it earlier. You're ways from home. I know that, and it's not like you came down here to shoot pool. You came down here to watch it and tell people about it. It's been fun, and just I love jumping in the booth with you guys. I really do.
we love having you. Looks like Wade got away with a bit of a lucky break there. Came up dry, but that 2-ball parked itself between the cue and the 1-ball.
Yeah, you'll probably have I'm assuming more of a rollout, unless he's just trying to hit it from behind and maybe make it somewhere. I'm not sure.
Looks like he can just touch it. Yeah.
Oh, he can hit it. Okay.
Oh, was trying to get behind that 6 and the 4.
And he,
Oh, I think he
that
got,
might be hooked right on there. The way
Yeah.
that touched the edge of the pocket there, I think he's hooked him. Very, very similar to Jeff Boucher hooking himself yesterday in his match against Ty, his first match.
I think Mick did the same thing, didn't he?
Or maybe it was. I can't remember now. I just remember Jeff hooking himself just like that. With the, it wasn't on a break. It was on a shot that he rolled forward to shoot the 4-ball, if I remember that it was. And he just about scratched and instead it rolled just far enough to get behind the edge of the pocket. Wade has that now. He's looking at options, but I don't think he likes any of them. I'm not sure if he's going to try and get between those balls to get a hit. Oh, he just about did. Catches about an 1/8 inch of that 10-baller. He would have had a good hit there. Very, very, very fortunate for Mick. Very unfortunate for Wade, but that was quite a try, quite an attempt.
Tori Jacobson. Apparently, they call Mick the grinder.
He is grinding.
I can 100% appreciate that. John Guys, can't wait to see Earl down here again.
Yeah, thanks, John. That's a preemptor I mentioned yesterday that we're considering having Earl Strickland back down here at the end of September, that last weekend. If he's able to make it, those are the current dates that we're talking about. It'll be a 2 or 3 day event that we'll have here. He's been here before along with Shane Van Boning, and we sure had a lot of fun. Shane was here for 4 days, and Earl didn't want to leave. He had to go to Boise to see Russ. Russ, I hope you're listening. And we hung out for, I think, 6 days we spent with Earl here. He just wanted to come down and shoot pool. That's all he wants to do every day. It was a blast. So we're looking at having an event down here again, like I say, end of September. Any comments on that or what you'd like to see, please forward them up to me. You can message either me or at the Brothers page on Facebook if that's easier for you. Todd Crum with a K, 2 M's, or Brothers Billiards. Send me a note.
It's an absolutely great stroke there for Mick. Comes around
Sure
a couple
was.
rails, gets just high enough on that 2-ball to where he can cut that into the side.
Yep.
Maybe would have liked to have a little bit more up the table, but he
Yep.
can make this work for the 3-ball. I think he's just going to float this past.
I do too. I think he's just gonna roll forward a little bit here. I don't think he has to go to the bottom rail and back up or anything like that. But yeah, that's what he does. He's gonna allow himself to shoot off this rail a little bit, fairly close to the rail. And he's got, if he's straight in, he can just stop the cue ball. If he doesn't mind doing that off the rail. I'd rather him shoot that shot than me.
he might have a little bit of the wrong angle for that. It looks like he might have to.
I think he's got to punch it
that
into the
just a
rail
hair.
and back out.
Yeah, I do too, which makes it want to send it down table a little bit unless he gets below. He's putting a little low English on this
Try
though.
and draw out of it.
And
Oh,
yeah, like I said, I think I thought his angle was a little tough there. I have a feeling he's going to get out, as you call it, the shorty in honor of Shorty's Billiards. Great Falls, Montana. You guys up there need work done. Give Shorty a call.
yeah, he's going to that shorty stick. This jump shot brought to you by Shorty's Billiards. Started off as a joke, and now it's just kind of just running away with a nice little plug for one of our sponsors.
That's right. It's a great way to do it.
John's Fair and Mr. Last Time would be stoked to have him here.
He's the greatest storyteller I think I've ever heard. He
And
gets
it's-
so wrapped up in what he's saying. He gets so excited. It's a very difficult jump shot there for Mick, and he just about pulled it out. But what he has pulled out is a pretty tough leave. I think there's a little mini kick here, a little baby kick, but the five ball's in trouble. So,
Yeah,
be
Earl,
interesting to see
Earl-
what happens here.
Earl not only can tell a story, but he'll shoot your liver out while he's doing it.
Yeah, he'd tell you the same. Yeah. Some of the most iconic 9-ball matches ever won in the history of pool, and by the man considered the greatest 9-ball player of all time. And that includes Efren or anybody else. I think most people consider Earl the greatest 9-ball player ever. His record shows it. Wade?
Certainly does.
Yeah, Wade kind of going for that a little bit, I think. Very difficult to get on the 5-ball. He's left maybe an edge of the 4. Hey, maybe an edge of the 4 ball. Let's see if you can see that there. Not exactly a shot he can try to make, but hard to tell. I think he can see it.
Does that scratch come into play with
Yeah.
that edge of the 4-ball?
Yep, no question about it. Unless he can see more of it than I think he can. Yeah,
Seems to be lining up a kick shot
I
here with where
agree,
he's
I think.
standing.
I'm just not sure he can see the edge, and if he can, I just don't think he can take the chance of scratching. It looks pretty natural.
Yeah, ball in hand here for either player would almost certainly lead to a run out.
And the ball in hand is almost needed because of that 5-ball. 5-ball has the side pocket where the 9 is, and maybe the side pocket on the other side, but
I think it's got this bottom right corner by the Montana flag too. I think it might just get past the 6-ball. Oh, and he comes up with just a touchy little
skims
hit.
it.
That's going to leave Wade a shot.
Yeah.
He's in a great spot here. You mentioned ball in hand, but I think he's got a natural angle. He can either
Yeah.
pull on this real hard if he wants to, or he can go short rail and back out for the 5-ball inside.
yeah, I think he's got to go short rail back down.
Yep.
I think if he tries to draw this, he is going to just be above the 7 and back over, unless that pocket is open that you were just mentioning.
Yep, he just misses the shot though.
Weebled wobbled, and he didn't cut it enough, and it shows on his leave. And caught the bottom rail.
Mm-hmm.
Again, the leave here is the difficult part. I don't think there's any problem with making the 4-ball here, if I'm correct. If the 5 does pass the 6 into the corner, that's a whole lot easier to leave than the side pocket.
Looked like Mick was looking at drawing out of this with a little bit of low left to come up above
I know.
between the 7 and the.
I think he's got to
I
go
think
2
he's
rails
pushing
around, but
2,
he's
3
got
rails.
he's got a 7-ball problem,
Yeah.
really, unless again it does what you said.
Oh, and
Oh
he's
boy,
gonna show up. Oh, just
wow.
slides by the 9 into the side, and that's a backbreaker. For
How
Mick.
do you slide? How do you make that?
Wow.
it actually looked like it even nudged the 9 a little bit.
Yeah,
I
it
think
just-
I think it just touched
just
it, but
grazed the
still
9.
slipped by it.
And still got in that
Yeah.
side.
Oh
Yeah.
boy.
Well,
One of those shots as a league player, if you were trying to make a ball in that side pocket
Yeah.
from where that came off the rail, you'd miss it every time.
Yeah.
I will just say that Wade has to get this out. Cannot go down 3-1.
Yeah, he definitely needs this out.
Wade's a great shot, but being down 3-1 against Mick with how well he's shooting,
Oh.
Yeah.
It just doesn't seem like he can get Mick in enough trouble.
no.
You know what I mean? It seems like no matter what, he finds his way out of trouble. Like he did as an example when he banked that 5-ball in earlier. When Wade overrolled the safe and he made that long bank. He's made jump shots. He's
Made Massey
Made little
shots.
Massey spin shots. He's just
Wade's good
really,
there.
really tough to lead, difficult. So
Curious what Wade does here with this angle.
I would think that
He's
he would
just
go
gonna
3
draw.
rails, actually.
Yeah, he is going to go 3
And
rails.
the reason I
yeah.
like 3 rails
Yeah.
is it
3
takes the
rails.
side pocket out of play.
Realizing that as I'm playing more, pushing. I used to play that low right every time, and man, 9 times out of 10, I'd hit that side pocket.
And the
Watching
shot's
these guys
harder.
shoot, and
And the shot's harder drawing a ball down a diamond rail.
True.
You've no question that it makes the shot harder.
Wade overdrawing that just a skosh. Going to leave himself a little angle to deal with here as he pockets the 10 ball in the corner and ties it up against Mick 2-2.
Well, we have a race to 3 to see whether or not we play again at all.
Yeah, that was a big swing game there for Wade. Needed to come out with a win on that
Yeah.
one. Otherwise, Mick goes up 3-1. That's the difference there. Now it's 2-2. So we're at a tie game and a race to 3.
Yeah, that was actually a great shot. Apparently that 5 must have passed the 6. That was a great shot by Mick. Pace and everything else. If
Yeah.
he runs into that 9, perfect. You know, he
Right.
shoots that 5 ball past
Yeah.
the 6, and then I think we have a 3-1
Yeah.
match instead.
Game of
He,
millimeters, man.
And if he
it
catches more of that 9 ball, he's hooked behind it. And I don't think that would have changed. I think the outcome would have been very similar because it would have been an almost impossible kick, and he couldn't have jumped. So the worst thing that happened did, but still,
Yeah, just a very
I think it was a
unfortunate
great
break
effort.
there for
Great
Mick.
effort.
And swung the game way.
Just needed a little bit more English on that ball, I guess. A little bit more right when he shot the 4. Mick does get the break. Let's see how it treats him this time.
Cue ball ran away on him, got kicked around, got
Right
closer back
out
to
in
the
middle
center
of
table. And 2 ball falls in the side pocket. He'll have a line on the 1. Looks like he can cut that up in the corner. And probably with shooting over that 3 ball, will just have to float this to hold it as much as he can for the 3 in this bottom right corner.
Yep.
Yeah, gonna be a little bit tough shooting over this 3. Not gonna be able to draw the ball like he wants to.
Cue ball filter over towards the 9. And
Really wants to hit this as soft as he can.
he really does. He just
Yeah.
wants it to really go in because the
gonna
closer that cue ball gets to the 9,
Yeah.
6, it could even get in between them. So he's going to want to just barely make this shot.
Just
It's a
pocket-
hard shot to make
Pocket
over
speed
the
on
top.
this one.
He's
yeah.
jacking up for the
No.
stun shot.
He sure is.
Yeah, he's
That's a
gonna
great
I
shot.
tell
as low as possible just to kill it
I
against
tell
the
you.
rail.
That's beautiful.
Hits
He'll
it
have
with
to
a little speed.
stick up over the 6 ball just a little bit.
The ability to shoot a shot like that,
Yeah.
you've got to have so much self-control
Yeah.
and discipline in your not moving your head, your feet, your shoulders, anything. You got to keep so still. Ty Blowers is incredible at it. Little Jerry Miller is incredible at it. And it looks like Mick knows that shot well too. You can do those shots. You can make about anything.
Yeah.
That was a beautiful shot. I did not expect him to try to draw that. I think if he didn't, though, his cue ball is right on the 9. Maybe even past behind him.
Right.
He's got to shoot over the top of a ball
he did
again, and he
Did it again.
knocks it in
Makes a
again.
great shot.
Puts that 8 ball in a good spot. Makes that
Yeah,
7
that
ball a
8
lot
ball-
easier.
The
Freed
8
that
ball
8 up.
just catches the edge of the pocket and bounces out. That really helps it a ton because if that 8 ball rolled along the rail, it'd be frozen the rail 2 inches from the side. We saw yesterday with the very first match, I think it was, when Perry Gilbert had that 10 ball almost froze, tried to bump it out twice, ended up missing it down rail. Very difficult shot.
I think he drew that just a little bit much, but he's okay. He drew it a little bit further than he wanted to. A little more angle on this 5. But if he can either kill it or come back across for the 6.
Got a young lady listening in from Livingston. I don't believe she plays pool, but she wants to know whose voice is who. So this is Todd speaking right now. That was Brett.
This is Brett.
Yeah.
And this is Tanner, not Pruis.
Not
So you know
Tanner.
that's a very popular, very good pool player out of
Yes.
South Dakota. That if people think of pool and Tanners, they think of
Yeah,
us.
right. They go right to the Pruitt.
Excellent teacher.
He is. He's a good coach, from what I hear.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I think Ty Blowers is a product of Tanner Pruis.
Is he?
I could be wrong about that, but I believe that.
I'm sure they've shared quite a bit
Yeah,
of time together.
I think they have as well.
Down in Rapid City.
Yeah.
Yeah, Tanner.
Thanks for listening in.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for joining in and inquiring.
You bet. Six ball here, and he's probably going to run into the 10. He might be able to shoot enough draw not to, but I think he's okay to run into the 10. Especially with the 9 where it is, he can get back to it easily. So
Wouldn't hurt.
yeah, he's going to run into it, and it allows him to get up table a little bit more, which is important here because he needs to get down the table back to
Yeah.
where he's standing in that neighborhood. The other half of the table.
Got to
anyway,
get
shoot
across
this.
that 50-yard line here for the 8 ball.
And I think this is still a 3-rail shot.
Yeah. Yeah. I think
So he'll be putting a little bit of inside English towards the pocket on this, and
Comes
he's
up
got
a
to be
little
careful on
shy,
his
but
speed.
he's okay, I think.
I'm sure he wishes he'd hit it a foot harder. Or
He's a little sharp on this, but
yeah, I don't think it creating a big problem because the 9 is far enough off the rail that if he wants to, he can spin that out a
yeah,
couple, 3
just a little
rails,
slow
too.
roll. I think you just nudge the side of the 8, get it in just enough to get it into the pocket, and come back
He
out
might
for
be
the
able
9.
to do that. I was thinking of the shot a little bit differently. I was thinking of going around the table, around the 9, but I like a little soft shot here, real thin.
Yep. Inside English to kill
Inside
it.
English kills the speed and leaves him a perfect angle just to back this up a little for a straight in 10.
Yeah.
Again, just methodical, and I just don't think he can play much better than Mick has all weekend.
Yeah, he's played very solid.
And I
all
still, in
weekend
my
long.
opinion, if they were to happen to make this comeback, I still think Mick is your MVP on that team. I really do.
Absolutely. Stuff he's been
Depending, I mean, they've got to win this game, or it doesn't matter. This match, excuse me, or it doesn't matter. But if they were to make a big comeback, you know, there's no bad players obviously on either team. They both teams, all 5 people have earned their way into this. And as far as Fargo's go, players that are left to play today, if Mick were to win this, you know, you've got Billings. I think, in my opinion, probably they're 2 weaker players out of the 5. Not that they're weak by any means. Play next, and Nate and then Jim. Nate's played great. Jim's, you know, especially that great kick that he made yesterday. He has the experience to be there. But this is exactly how this lined up 2 years ago here. Only it was Frank and then Jim, and Frank hung a couple 10 balls and was a bit unfortunate. And then I can't remember who beat Jim, and it didn't go Montana's way again. I keep bringing that up because it's so similar.
It is.
Wade played this exact same match.
Yeah.
I don't remember who he lost to. Actually, Wade may not have played this match. Yeah, he did, because it started off with Ty and Jeff.
I think he's got enough of that 1 ball there.
Yeah, sure looks like that 1 ball's makeable through there. And I don't think he has to. Well, his issue could really be the 2 ball here in what's going to happen. I don't know how well he'd be able to back this up, or if he can stun it forward, or if he can stop it, or if he can slow roll it to get to the 2 ball. Be interesting to see.
Yeah, 2 will be very tricky to get to here.
It's hard to tell on the stream right now, but I
Yeah.
believe that 2 passes the 5. 2's out in the middle of the table there. And it looks to me like it does get past the 5, but it's close.
Could
I
just
think it does.
possibly stun it forward a little bit off this one, or just stop it.
Yeah, or he might be able to shoot that straight forward. It might bump the 10 ball out of the way, which would be helpful for him to make the 6 later. Looks like he's got a little
Oh,
draw.
he draws it.
Oh,
Yeah, he draws it.
he can sure fire him in. He's confident.
Put a good draw stroke on that one, and gave himself a little angle on the 2, but going to be really tricky here to get back down for the 3.
Yeah, he has a lot of
especially
a
putting
lot of
himself on the
things-
rail there,
yeah,
so
a lot of
doesn't
things that are creating a problem for him.
doesn't give himself much of the ball to draw on this one at
And
all.
he's going to have to draw it. He's going to have to hit this
Yeah,
hard.
he's got to jack up on this one and really put a stroke on it.
I don't know if he's considering it or not, but his other option would be to shoot the 2-8 combo. And it allows that 2-ball to roll down towards the corner pocket that the 3 is waiting by. And the cue ball should hit the 9-ball. So I don't know if he's thinking down that road. He could be banking it as well, which I don't think that helps him. Nope, he's going to try and draw this to the bottom rail and all the way kind of over in line with the 6 and take his medicine, and he's missed the ball. Oh, he's made the ball.
Made the ball, but rough shape here for the 3.
Yeah, I'd like to hear what he was trying there. Maybe he couldn't have banked the 3 ball even if he'd have got enough over. So I'm not sure what the goal was, but this is an extremely hard shot to make. So he's banking it in the side, I believe, is what he called. I think he's probably trying to safe on the 6. But man, that's tough too. Does not get the safe on the 6, doesn't make the bank, but leaves Wade in a difficult spot because
Very
of the side
difficult
pocket
spot,
working
yeah.
here. Wade can shoot the 3 in the corner, but he's got to try to pull the cue ball out from scratching in the side. He could probably back cut the 3, but man, I wouldn't want to try that. He's looking at it. He back cut the 3. The cue ball doesn't scratch unless it comes off the 7, and it's completely uncontrolled.
Yeah.
Although the 4 is kind of out in the middle of the table and goes in, it will go in every pocket on the table, I believe. So let's see what he's trying here. He did try the back cut, and he's unfortunately horned himself a couple times, and the cue ball came right out into Mick territory in a really good spot for him. So Wade shaking his head over there a little bit. It's a big game for him. He does not want Mick up 4-2.
Yeah.
He needs to draw it to 3-3, but he's left a table that Mick can handle here. 5 ball is hiding a little bit behind the 7, but anywhere on that left rail on your screen will certainly make it easy enough to make, and the 6 is out in the open. So really his lead to the 4 here is all he really needs. If he can get a good lead to the 4, he should be able to get to the 5 and be out. Great shot.
Yeah, and he does nicely. Leaves himself straight in on the 4.
Now his lead to the 5 is simple. Can get it on this, get it on the left rail. He'll be able to. Hi, Frankie.
How you doing, brother?
Frank Kitzel's in the house. He's
Frank
joined
Kitzel.
us today. Frank, are you still playing in the 9-ball
No,
out there?
we got beat out of the 9-ball, and I promised my little girlfriend's daughter that we're gonna go get some Legos, so we're on our way.
All right, go to the Lego store. Good for you guys.
Hey, can I come with?
Can we all join you?
I want
Get some
to say
Legos.
goodbye to y'all and tell y'all thank you for a
Yeah.
great tournament.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you for being here as always, my friend.
Yes, sir. Always, man. Thank you for everything. Brett, always a pleasure, my man.
As I
Good to
said,
see you, brother.
Nick's pulled that over the left rail, and he'll go a couple rails out for the 6 ball. Just pull it up next to the 9. And
Take it on, man.
Hey, buddy. Drive safe.
Yep.
it's left the table pretty open for him. Got a little bit of angle here that he can bump this cue ball off the left rail and back out towards the middle of the table, I think. If he doesn't, and he's too straight for that, he could always go forward and wrap it around the table that way, but I think he can go to the side rail and over.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he's got plenty of angle there, looking at the other camera. There's the patience. Very patient, wanted to make sure he was in just the right spot, and he's found that spot. He could stop this cue ball basically here, or float it forward depending on which side he wants to get. We could shoot the 9 on the side. It's I don't know if that he's got so many options, but as long as he's not straight in on the 9, I don't think he's too worried. He could be on either side of straight in. I'd probably just stop the cue ball. He's going to float forward. He's going to go to the corner.
Yeah.
I think. Not sure if that's what he meant to do or not, as he's kind of split the difference there. If he shoots that into the corner, I don't think it brings the side pocket into play, but it's pretty close for the cue ball. I actually think he's
He's
gonna
gonna go to
still
the
play
side.
Yeah, I think he just overshot
He's just
that.
gonna draw off this a little bit.
I think he just overshot that. He'll play a soft draw shot here and yeah. When you play as well as these guys, you always have so many different options of where you can move that cue ball. Because they just know they're going to make them, and he did. It's a big win for Mick. I'll say a bit of a mistake from Wade again, missing that 3 ball, rattling it around on the side, and a bit unfortunate that he left Mick straight in. But Mick made a great out there. His 4 ball lead was perfect. Controlled the speed of his draw just perfect, and Mick's going to have the break to get the match. This particular match, a break and run would give them give him a win and a 10-8 Wyoming match. So
If that is the case, we'd see Tom Thompson against Nate Niergaard for our next singles match.
Tommy is kind of in the past, not so much since you have young Ty Blowers now, but Tommy's kind of like the Jeff Boucher at one time was to Montana in Wyoming. He has an extremely high number of state championships, I believe, in Wyoming.
I think I heard
Just
something
Jeff
crazy
has.
like 13 or something.
Yeah,
around that
something like
number.
that. And I think Jeff there's different types of state championships, of course, now with BNEA and everything else, but I think in the old state format, I think he has 18 or 19 of those, plus I don't know how many of the others. I think he's got 30 some altogether. Sometimes there's too many a year to achieve that, but pretty phenomenal. So I don't know if there's a Hall of Fame in Wyoming for pool players, but Tommy'd certainly be at the very top of that list. If it gets to that.
Dry break there from Mick.
Yep. And I can't say it again, but this match has to go Wade's way, or this is going to be a much closer day. And very much like it was
Yeah.
2 years ago. There's a lot of similarities.
Yeah, as we've seen in the last couple of days, either one of these teams can close a 3-lead gap, no problem.
Yeah.
You know.
Yesterday was a good example with
Yeah.
Wyoming starting off 4-1 and then Montana coming back and winning 4-1. Those were the 2 session scores yesterday. Quite the turn of events. Wade doesn't really have a shot here. At least I don't think that he wants to take a shot at this.
No, 6 kind of in his way to go down the rail.
I don't think he
That
feels
side
good
pocket.
about. He just missed probably. I don't think he can back cut that anyway. I'm not sure you can cut that to the side or not.
No, I don't think so. I think it's just
I know
a
I
little
can't,
bit
but
too
maybe
further.
It's almost the shot he just missed. That rattled the edges of the side and went down the rail for Mick for a straight in 3.
Think you can see this behind the 7 ball?
I don't know. I don't know if it's bankable. It looks like the 4 might be in the way of that. I think he's got to play it safe, but I'm just not sure what he's going to play.
Oh, he wanted that to come behind the 7, it looked like.
Yeah, I think you're right. And then the 1 ball moved it out of the way. I think he was hoping the 1 ball would go between the 7 and the 4. And instead it caught the ball and bounced back out and caught the cue ball as well. So Mick's got a makeable 1 here. Pretty strong cut, but very makeable. And
So he put some low on this to drift it around the 4-7, or does he try and hold it with some high inside?
I think he just wants to play the angle fairly naturally to go in between the 2. But let's see. He could run into the 7 and get shape on that 2. Kind of an interesting shot, what he wants to do. The window is pretty small. I don't think he's got about as long of a shot on a 7-foot table as you can get, so he's either grabbing the extension
Yeah,
or
he's going for the extension.
yeah, he doesn't need a granny. He's grabbing for.
Oh,
Well, he
no,
is-
he is
Camel
going for
bridge.
granny.
You know, I brought these guys a nice bridge over here, and he's going to go grab a crappy one, but it'll serve the purpose. Those little telescoping cheapies. The good bridges are all, I had one for this table. I'm not sure where it went. We have all those 9-footers in play. And so they're probably all over there now. I should have brought it back over probably this morning, but yeah, that bridge is solid. It's going to work for him. Got to catch a good shot here as far as the 2-ball lead.
Splits the 4 and the 7, rubs the 7 just a little bit on its way by.
Yeah.
And get underneath the 2-ball and probably look to play safe here.
I would think so. I'm not sure what he's going to do here, but the bank doesn't look like it's a shot. There's not really a shot to be made necessarily, even with Mick's prowess. He's been making everything, so he wants to get behind the 14 and
10 ball.
I mean the 10 ball.
Yep.
The 14. These guys are looking at me like, there's been a 14 ball table on the table. Hey, this is lack of sleep, boys. You know, this 3 hours a night thing
Right.
catches up to me. Wade trying to play safe behind the 5, and I'm not so sure that he didn't leave him a shot here.
Yeah, I think Mick can cut
I
this
think
in the
Mick can
side.
cut this in the side. Wade is not really sharp right now. I'm going to put it that way. He's almost every game except for that run that he had. It looked like he was on fire after that, but he's made a mistake in almost all the rest of the games that he's had a chance. That shouldn't have been that hard of a save for him. He was fortunate that Mick left him the shot past the 10 ball. Sure looked green from here. No, I'm not colorblind. And Mick's gonna,
Takes it into the 8.
yeah,
Off
pull
the
it in
8.
and off the 8, and leaves himself a good 3 ball.
Should be able to draw this for the 4.
Yeah, I think that he probably wants to just play it between the 5 and the side pocket. Get to that rail and bounce off it a little bit.
Yep.
And he's done just that. Probably just the right amount of draw to where I don't think he could scratch on that. That allows him some angle. The 4 passes by the 7 easily here. A little hard to see that on your TV, but or on your screen. And he should be able to use just a little bit of left English and spin out into the middle of the table for the 5. And that's what he's done. See that ball correcting itself just a little bit. Great pace. And I don't see any issues, again, on the table from here out. With that shape that he just got on the 4 ball, it's opened up the table for him now. Ooh,
Got a little long on that one.
he's overdrawn.
Overdrew it a little bit. He's all right. I think
He is. He's all right.
should still be able to bring this back across for the 7.
Yeah, I would think he would use a little bit of reverse English, left-hand English to kill this ball. He's fortunate. I mean, the 7's in front of the pocket, the 8's in front of the pocket. So he's got most of the entire table to leave himself here a shot.
I mean, realistically, even if he comes down to the rail, he's been jumping so proficiently. It's probably not the worst
true.
thing in the
You
world.
wouldn't want to have to back cut it with the 8 hanging there, but you know, he could go, if he had to, he could go 2 rails and out. I don't think he has to, though. No, he can just filter it out, and it's really, you know, perfect from there.
Mick 4 balls away from keeping Team Wyoming alive for another set.
Probably play this off the bottom rail with a little high. I don't know if he's going to stick it right there, maybe.
Yeah.
Off the
Want
bottom.
to get down.
Just wants a little bit of angle, that way he can.
Yep. Come back.
I'll bet he
across
probably
the
wanted a little more angle than what he has here.
Yeah, maybe kept it a little bit closer to the rail there.
Yeah, yeah. He's going to have to spin this or come backwards with it, or let's see what he does. He just spins it, makes it look easy.
Now he's got a long draw shot. He could just stop it here and take his chance a little bit more on the 10 ball. He might even be able to shoot high here. I think the 9's off the rail, but cue ball's not.
Yeah,
Can't
got a
really
little
tell.
bit of angle.
I'm assuming he'll just play a little power draw, but these are the shots that if you're trying to draw the cue ball, you better be perfect if you're drawing it. That's what he wants to do, is drop back a foot and a half. This is not easy. It looks easy because it's so straight, but on these tables with draw, whew,
Especially down the rail. You don't have a whole lot of pocket to work with there. He's got to hit the heart of it here, and he does. Does a great job of that.
yep,
Gets the cue ball away from the rail.
yep, that 9 ball was just off the rail enough.
Mm-hmm.
Very, very good shot. And Mick just keeps up his strong play. He's been very, very impressive.
Very consistent. Great play all weekend by Mick. And he's going to narrow the Montana lead there. 8-10.
He was pretty flawless.
Yeah, he played great
That's
that
for sure.
match.
I would say very flawless in that match. Can't really remember him making a mistake that cost him a game, that's for sure. So you have a 5-2 win there for Mick over Wade Thompson. He's gotten him 2 days in a row, I believe.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, he has.
Washed right through Wade yesterday and has done it again today. And that's going to set up, as you see on your screen there, it's going to set up
Nate
Tommy Thompson and Nate Niergaard.
Yeah.
Again, Tommy, several times over state champion in Wyoming. Nate's sophomore year here playing for Team Montana. He played down in Gillette last year for Team Montana. Played consistent. He really did. I think that first year I think that's a tough one.
Yeah.
You know, your very first year.
Well, Tommy coming in with the
Smiley. He's here in the room, and it's his first year. He's played great.
had a great
Lance
match.
Stansfield is in the room. Thanks for joining us, Lance. Want to say a few words?
I'll be right back. I gotta give Nate my jump.
All right,
There you go.
you do it. Nice to see Lance Stansfield. I had specially made him a camo hat because, as you all
Oh,
know,
nice.
as a hunting and fishing
Yeah.
guide,
Yeah.
loves his camo.
I had to do the same for my dad. It's
Yeah.
he's
So
like,
I got him.
I
a
just want a
Brothers-
camo hat. It was always
I got him a Brothers Billiards camo hat,
Nice.
and then his wildcat that lives in his house hid it from him, and I got him another camo hat. Do you now have two, or did the cat eat the other one?
Oh no, I've still got the other one. It's
You
a
still
little
got the
wrinkled
other
up.
one after the
Yeah.
the cat kind of.
I had to switch back to it yesterday. That other hat
Yeah.
wasn't good. So
Gotcha. Well, welcome into the booth, Lance. It's good to have you here. You had a wonderful match today to put us onto the hill. Yeah. Does this look eerily similar to? Well, you weren't here 2
I
years
wasn't
ago.
here. I watched
Um,
it, but I wasn't here.
Yeah, it was a 10-7, and then Wade lost a match, and Wyoming kept going. And this is pretty interesting.
Yeah, the last one's the hardest one to get.
Yeah,
For
yeah,
sure.
that was sure some strong play by Mick Tiefenthaler
Yeah, he
out of
played great.
Wyoming. He just again today is playing as well as anybody has.
has played solid all weekend, and the guy hasn't made many mistakes at all to speak of.
Yeah,
And
I really don't remember
he has
him
just
making
played great for Wyoming.
Yep, that's for sure. So
Come up with some big matches there.
that
Yesterday,
bank shot on the 5 ball in that last match, I think,
Yeah.
was really the turn. Wade overshot the safe just a little bit. And Mick, long table bank.
Absolutely.
we got a pretty even match here with Tommy and Nate. So
Yeah,
we
should
get
be.
started here with the leg.
Very, very similar Fargos. They're about, 15, 20 points apart.
Yeah, Tommy coming in with that 6-6-6. So got to watch
Yeah.
out for this guy.
And the leg's close, but looks like Tommy's going to get the break here. They both push it a little hard there. Sure glad that you got the chance to play this year, Lance. And I know you've had schedule issues in the past, and I think you'd have been invited in years past had you not. But you made it this year. So
I made it
and
this
you,
year.
You earned your spot on the team, and you've shown why this weekend. Lance makes the long trip from Wise River, is that correct? Outside of
Correct.
Butte to make it
Correct.
here to Billings. Plays in quite a few of our tournaments when he can here, and has had some great showings. the Brothers Invitational a year ago. I think you tried to double dip Jeff Boucher, and you got him the first round, I think 6-1. Then I think he got you 6-1 the second round, if I remember
Correct.
right. Yeah.
Yeah.
That was a great finals to the first ever Brothers Invitational. This year, kind of a crazy year, that Invitational this year. But let's see what Tommy's got for a break, and we can get this match started. Again, Billings on the hill. Tommy's made the 4-ball. The one's not in a great position to make unless he can play it off of those into the side.
Play it off in the side, play it pocket speed, and a hook. If you don't make it,
Yeah.
possibly.
Yeah, I agree. Looks like he could roll it forward, and especially if he catches the 7-ball. But either way, I think you're right. I think he's probably got a chance that if he doesn't make it, it sits there. It might be blocked. The other side of that, though, is he's got to shoot that hard enough to get to the 2-ball.
Right.
He's got quite a bit of angle to come over to the rail.
He's going to move it.
It's not easy.
Yeah, he's got to move it about 3.5 feet across the table to get onto that 2-ball. Well, 3 feet anyway. We'll see if he decides to play the shot.
That 8-ball is quite a ways above the point,
It is.
so it makes it a little harder.
He's going to tried to play the safe with the cue ball into the 8.
Yeah, try to put it behind
And
the 8.
he's left the table open.
Floated it out for
Left the
Nate,
table
so-
open for Nate, so let's see if Nate can get things going here. So you're going to have a direct opposite style. Tommy and Pacheco play a lot alike. They swing quickly. There's not a lot of practice swings involved. Like you saw a little bit more methodical play out of Mick in the last match, and certainly Ty in the match before that. But Tommy's a pretty quick shooter, as was Derek.
Nate just drawing off that one,
Yep,
sneaking
yep.
it by the 3 there.
Just making sure he has a shot. The 3-ball's
Is a
trouble.
real problem.
Yeah.
Yeah. He can get to it with a pretty hard swing here. He might even be below it to shoot it in the same pocket with a pretty hard swing, or he might be able to miss the 1-ball and get past the 6 that's out in front of it. We'll see what he tries here. He could contemplate safe as well. I don't know if I like that as much now, but could try and make this and see what happens here. I think it's going to be moving. He does miss the 9.
Moves it well and gets a rub off that 6, and great shape there for the 3.
Oh,
I
that
think.
looks like it
Yeah.
turned out
Yeah.
very nicely for him.
Great
I couldn't
shot.
tell if he was going to have to spin that to get on one side or the other, and he just played it straight, went right through the middle.
Yeah.
Good 3 cushion shot, Nate. He sure likes playing that game. Maybe that's helping a little bit. Kind of stun that onto the bottom rail.
You'd like that to come back another
Like
18
to-
inches.
Yeah, he certainly would have liked that cue ball out in the middle of the table. Instead, he's left himself a little bit of work here. He can shoot that going either direction, and just a little bit of, and he's got pretty natural shape on the 6. He probably need a little bit of draw is all, and going either way, but I don't think he's going to have trouble with the shape of the 6. He just really needs to concentrate on making the ball and keeping the cue ball on the table.
Great shot.
Yeah, that's with authority.
Off the
That
rail.
one.
That's with authority. That was well done. He has left himself just an inch and a half off that side rail, and now he's probably just going to float this down. He can just needs to really make the ball. And just keep a good stroke on it like he just did that last ball. That was a tough 5-ball. He played that very, very well. If anything, hit it a little too hard to keep himself pretty close to this rail, but all he's got to do is make this. The 7-ball's pretty simple, and he should, if the cue ball's not stuck on the rail, he'll be able to draw off the 7 for the 8, and the table looks pretty good. He's electing to get a little low on this rather than just float it soft. He can use a full stroke that way.
Yeah, makes a great
Yep.
shot
Oof.
there. Big shot there by
Perfect.
Nate. Little angle off this 7, just going to draw off of it. Should take the 8 right in the same pocket.
Yeah, yeah. Nate has earned his way onto this team now 2 years in a row, and it's I'll tell you, his abilities have grown so much. And it's great to see big swings like that out of Nate Niergaard. There's a lot of confidence in shooting a ball that hard into these pockets with draw.
No doubt.
Let me tell you. He's just left himself perfectly here. So really the work that he has left is the 9 to the 10. It'd be interesting to see if he pulls this back to where it is and goes 3 rails, or if he leaves it where it's at, draws it back. I like the 3 rail leave, but we'll see what he does.
Yeah, I think you pull it back just a little bit, a few inches.
I like it
Give
right
yourself-
where it's at.
Give yourself enough.
What do you think he's
angle.
going to do, Lance? He's going to pull that back?
Yeah, if it was me, I would shoot stop with straight in on the 9 and draw straight back to eliminate a scratch,
Okay.
especially on the smaller tables, because you're got 3 pockets you're going to be playing with.
There's your pro. Let's see what happens.
I'm gonna guess he's gonna draw it back.
I agree. I think he's going to draw it back. It'll come back to a similar path that the cue ball's at now, and hopefully he can get it right about to where his elbow is. Or
would be
maybe he can
ideal.
go 1 rail the other way. But
It's a good
Great
stroke.
stroke on that
and it
one.
is right where his elbow is. How about that? That's a beautiful stroke, Nate. He's made some big shots. He made that out look fairly easy, really. So let's see if he can move through with the 10 and start this off right. And he does.
Part of the pocket.
That is a wonderful out
Yeah, right out there by Nate.
for Nate. He had a couple of big strokes that he had to take. The 2 ball to get to the 3 was the most important one, and then ensured that he had the easy leaves for the 7-8 by that big stroke on the 6 ball, drawing it back out to the middle of the table. What a big shot!
It's a good confidence booster to get the first game too.
I tell you. Well, and with authority.
Mm-hmm.
With authority.
Yeah,
and
Nate looking
and
very
he'll have the
comfortable
break. So
that game.
let's see if he can keep at the table. That's one way you can guarantee a win, is if you don't let the other team play. That 10 ball gonna drop, 3 ball. Did anything drop?
Nothing
No, he's
dropped.
dry.
Came up dry on that one.
Let's try there. We're probably looking at some sort of push out or safe. Probably easier to safe here. Tommy can. No, maybe he can't. I thought maybe he could push that cue ball over on the other side of the 4 real soft like, but maybe he doesn't see enough of it to do that.
I don't
And
think-
the angle's probably wrong. This will be interesting to see what he does here.
It's possible that the 5 goes.
He's looking at it.
He might be able to put enough left on it to get the 1 into the 5.
Well, could he just make the 1 if he did that?
He might be able to make the 1.
It's still going to surprise me if he doesn't play safe here. Yeah, I'm thinking
He
that.
might be looking at
1
taking
ball
the
into
1
the-
off the 4
Yeah,
into the pocket.
I like the 1 ball hitting the 4 straight on, and the cue ball going back up table towards the 3
Mm-hmm.
for the save.
got a
but,
wall-
got a
wall
wall
of
of
blockers.
balls. You'll have the 7, 6, and 9 all blocking that shot. So he's got a.
No, he called
he's
it.
calling a ball. I'm surprised at this. Actually, it's a shot he must make, in my opinion.
Well, he's still going to get the cue ball probably up behind those others as blockers if it doesn't drop.
So a bit of a 2-way, Lance says. He,
Yeah.
as I said, shoots quickly, very, very quickly, and he may have opened up a shot there. He certainly can rail first it. He might be able to just shoot it. Is that 5 ball creating a larger pocket probably too, or not?
No, it's actually making a smaller
Does
pocket.
it block a
'cause
little
it's-
bit of
I think
it?
so.
It's
5's kind of in
sitting
the
on the
jaw
tip,
just a little
so-
bit.
It was a very difficult rail first shot.
I certainly agree with that. And boy, the table's probably pretty opened up if you don't get it.
Yeah, he did, and then left that 1 out there
Almost
now.
made me wonder
so-
if he was playing the 5 ball there.
He did make the 4 more difficult.
By far. Yeah, the 4 ball will.
He could go after the breakout on this because the 2 is up in the pocket.
Yeah.
If you just clip the 4,
The 4-5 combo possible there. Well, he's got
Small
a
window, but I
small
think it's
window.
possible.
Or he could get down. Well, yeah, he's going to have to move it. He doesn't elects not to move it there. He could get down here, down table here, shooting the 3 ball, and then play safe that 4 ball and leave the cue ball against the 7 or something like that too. There's some options there. Cue ball could be against the 7 going either direction. Let's see what he does with the 2 first.
Yeah, he's got to be.
When he sets on the hand on the table, he's ready to shoot.
Yes,
he
he is.
fires it immediately. Will be the time he takes his time a little bit.
Yeah, draws that back
That's how that
nicely for the
works.
3. Had to
Yep.
clear that 10 ball.
We'll see what he does here.
He's looking and drawing up into a very tight window.
Yeah, that's a small area to land.
I'd if he can find that tight little window, boy, that's a hell of a shot. I think he's rethinking there a little bit.
I don't think I would play for that window myself.
No,
but
no, I'd want to get this cue ball down below the 4 ball somewhere where you can try to play to safe, or even almost where it is, somewhere in front of the side
Look at
pocket.
that. He hit it perfect.
Yeah, and he goes and he lands right in there. Boy, he put that right on the spot.
Beautiful shot.
Yeah, great shot there by Tom.
Assuming he has plenty of the 4 ball there where he can play this. Is he playing the combo here?
Yes.
That will open the table up if this goes in. That's for sure. You'll have the natural leave on the 4, and the rest of the balls are out in the open.
Able to hold that 4 ball nicely in the pocket.
Yeah, I can't remember if it was Mick actually that had a ball follow a ball in, very similar shot to that yesterday that cost him a game. Looks like he might just come out to the left side of the table for the 6 on the side, maybe, Lance?
Yeah, he's going to play the 6 in the same pocket where the cue ball's at.
Yeah, that's what I would think too. Probably wanted to be a little bit further up the table.
Yeah, came up a
towards
little
the
bit
middle of the
short
table.
on that, so this is going to float.
More
Up
than
table.
likely going to take it up to the top rail and back down.
Yeah.
That 9 ball is not creating any issue for that, I don't believe. Looks like it should skip right in front of it, or he could draw this out, shoot 7 in the opposite
draw it.
pocket. That's what he's
Just
going to
draws
draw.
off of it.
Got himself a little close to a rail here. It's not so much that these guys can't make these shots off of a rail like that. They all do a great job doing it. It does make the shot definitely more difficult. The difference really is it's the cue ball control options are fewer because you're either getting the back of your stick up high to stop a ball or bring it backwards, or you've got to shoot high English. Those are your options. Looks like he's got enough room to draw this.
Yep, just draws off that.
Yep. Wasn't as close to the rail as I thought. Leaving himself just about straight in there. Got a lot of options he could do there. I'm not sure if he's straight in and wants to go 2 rails out if he's not, or if he wants to drop back where he is. He could stop it or barely roll it forward, shoot the 9 down in the corner next to the 10. I just don't know if he's straight in or not. Looks pretty straight, doesn't it?
It
Looks pretty straight. Yeah, it looks pretty straight.
I think he'd love to be right back where he is.
Yeah, I think
that'd be
he's
ultimate.
probably gonna
and the
draw
way he
this
drew
one.
that, shot that 3 ball and not left the 4 ball.
He's got the rail to work with, so.
Yeah, he's kind of 50-yard line in that a little bit. He shoots it in the upper right corner and go 3 rails. He could cut it and go the
I think he
bottom
shoots
rail.
Shoots it in the side.
It goes to the side
Yeah,
here.
should
Yeah.
cut it in the side, and he
Pocket speed, roll down to the bottom, bounce off the rail.
can. Yeah, it might leave himself a little bit of a cut, but I don't think it'll be too much. That looks like what he's going to do. I was hoping he'd take 3 rails. He's going to draw that a little bit. Must have been worried
right
about
hand
that.
on that one, and
worried about
Good
scratch
shape here
or
for the
something.
10.
It's a good shot. Kind of took his medicine there. Made sure he at least had a shot at this that he could handle. And both players having nice runs to start this match. That was set up by that beautiful leave on the 4-ball, drawing off of the 3 and finding that little 6-inch window that he found.
Yeah,
Pretty
that
incredible
window
shot.
was key. That shot was
Boy.
key there. Just landing in there and
Yeah.
putting it right on that spot for that combo. So
That was a huge shot.
Tommy coming up.
He
with,
comes up short or long on that, and I
Yeah.
think it's probably the other way around this match, 2-0. So Tommy's thinking what Nate was thinking before. I just don't want to let him at the table because he's got the break now. They're both shooting great. In the background, we've got Perry Gilbert playing in the next table over. Perry's sophomore year as well, playing in this format.
Boy, and he's had a great showing
And
this, this match.
he's like a 695 Fargo, and he's certainly playing to that ability at least
Yeah.
so far this weekend.
We talked about that. He had a really tough showing last year, his first year
Yeah.
coming in, and didn't play very well. Wasn't happy with himself, and boy, he's turned that around this year.
That's right.
Played really well all weekend. Just been a solid player all weekend for Wyoming.
Yeah, he's warming up, and on the far table back behind him, on the Montana practice table, Jimmy Winter is warming up. The horse, he is hoping he doesn't have to play, but I'm sure he'll be ready if he has to.
Yeah.
All that
Make sure he's
determined
ready
on
if
this
he's gotta
match right
play.
here. Nate getting very fortunate there. He's missed the 1 ball, had great shape on the 2, and in that miss, he's hooked Tommy. 1 ball happened to come back. I don't think Tommy can see any of this ball. We'll see if he's grabbing a short cue, if he's...
Yeah, he's gonna go with the jump.
Who sponsors that jump shot?
I don't know.
I think
Brothers
that
Billiards?
no. The jump shots are sponsored by Shorty's Billiards out
Oh,
of Great
okay.
Falls. The short stick sponsored
right.
by
Right.
Shorty's Billiards. I learned that today on one of the sponsors of this event. Is that correct?
We'll take it. Yes, sir.
Who runs that outfit?
Well, I do.
Oh,
I basically run it. I mean, I got another guy over there that he's kind of my wingman, but no, he does a good job. Jared, me and Brett and Jared coursed. Had a great fall. So you're looking for any table work or cues or any accessories at all, hit us up. Shorty's Billiards.
that's Brett. That's right here in the booth with us, and heading up this Railside Productions along with Tanner, who's stepped out.
Tanner taking a little break. He's
Taking
been
a
working
break.
hard all weekend.
Yeah, sure has.
He's done a great job. I'll tell you what, I couldn't do half of this without that guy.
His technical abilities are amazing.
He's a very smart gentleman.
Yeah, he sure is. The things he can flip around and do so quickly with
Yeah.
these camera systems and such.
Yeah, very savvy with it all.
I was savvy enough to buy them, but I have no idea how to run them. It amazes me actually how complicated it is to set this stuff up. You'd think you'd just plug it in and go. It doesn't work
Right.
that way. Nice kick shot there to get a good hit and leave a difficult shot. No problem with getting a hit for Nate here. He's just wondering, I don't know that he's going to try and bank this. I think he would play to safe here as well. He's got a decent sized blockers with the 3-10-7.
I don't think that ball banks.
I don't either. I think
Yeah.
it's double kiss on the bank side, so very doubtful.
He called it.
He certainly thinks it banks unless he's just calling it to be playing I think, he stands down there. Well, he seems to like it. We'll see what he does with it. He's going to have to hit that hard. Shorten that angle.
He does. He nailed it.
He nailed it.
But the leave. Not sure if he
And,
cleared that 7. Yeah, he's gonna have
We don't
to
want to
go
have
with
to
jump
say
cue.
this too often, but this is another short stick moment
Yeah, here we
sponsored
go.
by Shorty's Billiards as he pulls out the jump cue. We only want to say that when the other team's playing.
We gave you the hype on the last
Yeah.
one, and he didn't have to use it. He kicked at it.
Hey, I'll take the advertising all
Oh.
day long, and he makes a hell of
How
a
about
jump
this?
shot. What a great jump
How
shot
about
there.
this? Yeah, that was a beauty. He
Yeah.
even got a little bit of draw on that. He
Yeah.
kind of needed that.
Held it there for
Otherwise,
the three.
that cue ball floats forward towards the pocket, as we saw yesterday. Somebody scratched. Mick, I think, scratched doing that. Somebody did.
Little back cut on
He
the
used my jump stick on that shot.
Yeah, he did. Good
Nate
thing you
did
brought
on this
that
one?
over.
Yeah, good thing you brought that over. Is right. That's what Lance stepped in the booth for a minute ago. Well, as I said, it was sure wonderful having you on the team this year, playing with Team Montana. They've been looking forward to having you on this team for a long time, and I think the camaraderie is just plain wonderful. I think that there's an utmost respect for each and every one of you from all of you. You know, I think you believe I think everybody here believes you're the 5 players that should be on this
Yeah.
team this year. I know that there's another player or 2 out there that could certainly be on it as well, but you've earned your way here, and
Great shot there.
that's very, very nice. Just a small little window there for him to pull that cue ball through,
Yeah.
and smart enough to get through 3 rails and played at the perfect pace as well. He's got some work here to get on the 5,
He's gonna go over and back.
over and back, and try and get to
Just gonna drop.
almost where the 4 is, maybe closer to the middle of the table, but certainly past the 6 ball here, right?
Yeah, just don't want to land on the rail.
Right. Make the ball with a little bit of outside English here and get the pace right. I like the pace, and it needs
Pace
to
is
bounce
great.
off of that
Get
rail.
off the rail. He's in good
Well,
shape.
I'll say it bounced.
Yeah.
But he's shown that this shot that he's very capable of this shot. And I think he's got a little angle there if he wants to go forward with this, doesn't he,
and I think
Lance?
he does
Yeah,
have
he's gonna go forward.
done enough of the cue ball. If he wants to draw, he can. But I
I don't think
he's
he'd get himself anywhere drawing.
No.
No, I think he's gonna go
He's gotta
forward with
come
it.
off the bottom rail.
Yeah, and then he can either play for the 6 in the upper where
Yep.
he's standing that corner. It's probably where he'll head, but he could hit it harder and play for the side too, because it should get pretty close to that rail. He's got a little bit of English to make it do so,
Yeah.
and a little bit in between, but I think he's fine. Just roll that forward, right?
Yeah, roll it forward. He'll be able to carry beyond the side pocket.
Yeah, he can clear that
Carry
side.
beyond the side,
Should
decide
be
how
Good here for the
much
second.
pace.
Just natural.
Again, doesn't want to leave the cue ball froze on that rail. Just wants it to bounce off it a bit. Or, yeah, doesn't even need to get to it. So he's
Great
straighter
shot
in than
there.
it looked
Yeah.
from our camera angle.
Good shot.
That's perfect. He's got a couple of near stop shots here. Just wants to pull that up to where he has a little bit of angle on the 8.
Yeah. Wants to be basically
He
straight
could
in.
almost be straight in.
Yeah.
If he did get straight in, then again he has almost 2 stop shots. So see if he just pulls us back a little bit. It looks like he's looking to play the 8 with a little bit more angle. Let's see if that's
he's
what he
got
does.
a little angle
He
on
might-
the 7, so
Yeah, it looked like he could just pull it straight back, but he's looking at more so just getting it up above the 10, and then he'll come across maybe for the 9 ball 1 rail. We'll see what he does here.
playing it forward.
He's going to run into the
10.
10.
Okay.
He had more angle than.
Yeah, a little
We
more
can
angle
tell.
than we
A
could
little bit more
tell.
angle than we can tell again. So what's he doing here, Lance?
He's gonna shoot the 8 and shoot the 9 in the same pocket.
Yeah. Come out of there 1 rail and be very careful with this ball. He can't touch that left rail. Shot it very nicely. Sit ball. So it's just a matter of making the ball here.
Yep.
Yep. Shape is natural.
Sure is. Just watch his pace. And rolled it in the center of the pocket again and left himself pretty close to straight in. So
Yeah.
Nate's, you can't shoot 2 games better than he just did,
Yeah.
the first and the third here. And he's going to give himself a game lead. Nate showing why he deserves to be on Team Montana. No question about it. No question about it.
That was a really solid.
Solid rack there by Nate. Yeah.
Again,
yeah, that was
there's
textbook.
no shortcomings from any of these guys, but Nate was, I believe, the last guy to make the team, kind of. He was one of the players or captain's picks.
Yep.
And, there's kind of an automatic a little bit with Jeff and Wade. They've been on the team every year. And then Jimmy's made the team every year, mainly through points and through experience. And he was a captain's players pick the first year,
Sure.
I remember.
Yeah.
And he's still on the team and playing well. And Lance, again, played great pool all year long to earn his spot onto this team. And Nate, I wouldn't say that he was perfectly consistent in all of the tournaments all year long. He had some good tournaments and some less than good ones, but I think they certainly picked the right guy. You can see that by how he's playing today.
Yeah, definitely. Nobody I could think of better than having in this position right here than Nate.
Yeah. I mean, there's some, I think back
Some
in the
solid
teams in the
players.
past, you've got Brian LaFawn, Frank Kinsel's been on 2 teams, you've got some other people that have made teams, and
Yeah.
there's a guy lingering out there that may make a team in the future, and Ryan Grimm, he's one of the best players in the state.
Definitely. Lance Sapp has really turned it on this year.
Lance
and
Sapp
the
has
stuff
played
that
great.
He played in.
It's nice to see him, and he
Really good showing up in Havre.
Yeah, he won the
Tell you
first
what,
stop up
he
in
played
Havre.
strong.
And
I think another guy too that you should probably mention is really playing well is Mike Schaff.
Mike Schaff, without
exactly.
question.
Yep.
Mike,
Yep, he was right there as
Mike
well.
is right there as well. I know that those first couple of years, he didn't fare as well in the tournaments. But man, he's somebody you don't want to have to play, and he sure played great all year long this year.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
He played great.
There's several others. There really are. There's several others out there that.
I'll tell you what, the caliber of pool that we saw this year in the Top Gun Tour in all the stops is just, I mean, man, I wouldn't want to be in Gene's shoes trying to make that pick.
Oh, look at this safe for Nate. What a beautifully played shot there. Looks like he's giving him a full hook, huh? Has he?
I believe so.
Yeah, I think so too. And he really doesn't have the chance to masse around that ball because of the
Because
four
of the
ball.
four.
So
It's jumpable, but
it's jumpable. I wouldn't want
gotta
to be the
get it
guy
up.
doing it
He's got to get up and down real quick.
real quick, and then
Yeah.
he still might have to
that-
get past the four a little
that
bit.
four could be.
Could still be in the way of the jump because
Yep.
if he jumps it to the viewer's left side, he's got a chance of scratching off the 2 on the left side. So he's got to jump it pretty full, and I think the 4 creates a problem for that too. So
I think he has to kick at this.
I agree. I think he has to kick at it too. I mean, it will
And
not be an easy kick.
No, it's not an easy kick.
Just a-
and there's a possibility of a scratch on that too.
Yeah, I think the kick that I like the best there, Lance, is probably off the right-hand rail between the 7 and the 5 and below the 4.
Yes.
That way he has the whole bottom rail to use as well. He could kick underneath of it.
Speaking of that, how about that 3-rail kick by Ty last
Yeah.
night?
I think they're going to load that
What a
up.
shot.
They're clipping that out.
Yeah, we're
You
gonna
guys
clip
will be
that
able
out,
to,
and we're gonna
you'll be able to see that.
post that up. That
yeah,
was just
posted.
an amazing shot.
I don't know that he really knew he was going to make that like he did because he wasn't very methodical in hitting it. He kind of walked up. He didn't measure
stopped.
anything out.
He saw it. He
Saw
walked
it,
up
hit
and he
it.
just hit it. And man, he drilled it.
There was no measuring out rails
Yeah.
and all that stuff. He just walked up and hit it and knocked it dead center in the pocket. So it's quite a shot. A lot of fun. It seems like each of these tournaments get that. He's going
Yeah.
for the shot that I mentioned.
Oh, he did too. He won rail.
And he knocked it right in the hole.
No.
Not gonna get there though, but great shot.
Yeah, he's got a shot
He's
here
got a
too.
shot.
Does he got a shot?
Yes,
Did he get it?
he's got
Oh,
the 4.
yeah, he rolled
Yeah, he's
up.
got
Okay.
the 4. It's
Yeah.
and the good news for him, it's because it's not an easy shot whatsoever. But the lead is fairly simple.
Yeah, he did get it.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
5 plays in the side.
That's a beautiful shot.
Great shot there by Tom.
We've seen some great kick shots. Jimmy yesterday, had that beautiful kick shot. Of course, the one we were just speaking of with Tyler, or Ty, excuse me.
Tyrell. Yeah,
Tyrell.
Ty.
And boy, he knocked that right in like it was easy.
Great shot there.
He sets his cue down and shoots. So that is a big game changer there that he made that 2-ball kick shot after what I thought was one of the very, very almost perfect save for Nate.
Very good save.
No safe is safe enough, I guess.
Yeah, Tommy got out of it.
Yeah.
Played the 1-rail kick, and man, he drilled it.
It took him a long time to decide to do it, but again, he set his stick down and shot it the same motion.
Yeah, when he bends over the table, he knows what he wants to do. That's for sure. Huh?
Mr. Pacheco was the same way in his match earlier, and maybe a little bit to a fault. Seemed to be rushed a little bit in some of his shots.
Yeah, he missed a 10 against me that he shouldn't have.
Yeah, I agree. It was smart there for Tommy to get that off the rail so much. We didn't have to back cut it at all. And it gives him a lot of chances for what he needs to do here for the 8. He'd like to just draw this back 4 or 5 inches or so and shoot the 8 in the other corner. And you can see him setting his cue down where he wants this to be. If he does that, it's a stop shot. Like that. And he's got a stop shot or so. You'll probably just pull this back a
Yep.
little bit.
Yeah, just a little draw on this, maybe off the rail. And
Yeah,
go
you
for
could
the
draw it
10
off
ball.
the rail just
Yeah.
as easily, but either way, it's straight in for the 10.
2-2.
And yeah, just a phenomenal out with the beginning of that great kick shot for Tommy
A
there.
little back and forth here
Yeah.
between these two.
I
Playing
was
really well, both
Extremely
guys.
impressed with the save. And overly impressed with the kick shot
Yeah.
out of the save.
Yeah.
If this match were to go to Tommy, that will be the shot that probably defined the match.
Absolutely.
Because I think difference of 3-1 versus 2-2.
Was that the wicked shot of the match?
Yeah, wicked shot of the match. Wicked.
It's the wicked
diesel.
shot of the day, I'd put it that way. Yeah, the wicked diesel wicked shot of the day. Is that what we have?
That's what we're going for.
It's all
That's
right.
what we're going with. Wicked Diesel, appreciate you guys sponsoring the stream this weekend, helping us out. Irvin Metler.
Irvin Metler, yeah.
He's had a lot of drama going on down here, but he's fighting back, so that's cool.
Irvin's a great player.
Yeah,
Great player.
great player,
Good to
great
see him
guy,
playing again.
great supporter of pool. So appreciate him.
For sure. Been shooting pool with Irvin since, I don't know, the 90s. I think I first met him in the early 90s. And I didn't see him around a pool table for a long time. It's good to see him back. Looking back in the background as far as players that could be future Team Montana players, you see little Jerry Miller down there. He's
yeah.
playing in a tournament this weekend here. He was the second annual Brothers Invitational winner.
Yeah, and
Played
he put
phenomenal.
on a
Beat
show
Nick-
for us
yeah,
for
beat
that
Nick
invitational.
Tiefenthaler.
Boy. Yeah,
And he,
that championship match was something to watch. Double dipping Mick.
yeah, and
really
he
cool.
to double dick Mick alone is
Yeah.
quite a feat.
Yeah.
The last match he hooked himself. I think it was on the 6th ball, and
Yeah.
he made an incredible jump shot.
We had to leave early
ran it out.
and didn't get to see that final match, but we were watching it on the road. And
Yeah.
Tanner will attest to this. I'm jumping around in the van, going, "Go Jerry!" You know, the whole time.
He's very
It was
much
very
a-
fun to watch.
Did
Very
Jerry
much.
double dip Mick, or did Mick attempt to double dip Jerry?
That might be.
I
Mick
think,
might
I
have.
think Mick attempted to double dip.
Was
Jerry.
Yeah,
it?
that
Wasn't
is
there-
correct.
Oh, okay, you're right.
is
Yeah, because
correct,
Jerry went
because,
topside, didn't he?
Yep.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that is correct. Mick got him the first one, and then
Yeah, that's true.
Jerry, who can be very emotional, he kept his composure and pulled
Yeah.
out the second one. Yeah, I think it was even on the hill.
Yeah,
I think
it was.
the last match when Hill held it.
Yeah. All I know is I was very excited watching.
Is
on
this a
the drive
wired
home.
shot over here? I can't see it. Gene's in my way.
He does
It looks
that.
wired.
Looks wired from here. Yeah, it looks like it is. Yeah. Anyway, it was great to see Jerry do that. But he's a kid that if he can settle down a little bit, I guess,
He's got a little bit of maturing to do, but he's
Yeah.
got a great.
because he really lets
He's a
it
great
loose.
shot.
You want to see somebody pull off some crazy shots. Well, Nate got a nice shot there on that. He wanted to make sure this cue ball cleared where the 10's going now. And he also wanted to make sure that one ball moved all the way down table for a shot. Obviously, our issues on this table, which are solvable,
3-ball.
but it's the 3-ball. Yeah. The other side of that is that's a very large wall if you wanted to play safe at some
Right.
point.
Yeah, and they're side by side.
You can almost continue to play safe with a wall that big if he can get himself in position for the first one. If he can get to a place on that 2-ball where he can get, where he's shooting it down in the corner and get underneath the 3, he can
Correct.
bump the 3 up and play into that wall. he could keep playing into the wall, like I said, if he wanted to. It'd be very hard to get a good hit. He wanted more angle than that. It's just about, looks like he's pretty straight in. It's not where he was pointing.
No.
He wanted the cue ball centered of the table.
I think he can force follow and at least get to the middle diamond on the bottom rail. And that would be okay for a safe.
Yeah. He could also actually pull this back a couple inches and catch the three.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. He may just
I mean,
go
it's
for
even
the
makeable.
three.
I don't know that he'd try that, but let's see what he does. Oh, look at that! He had,
Yeah, he force followed.
that was a beautiful shot.
Yeah.
I didn't think he could get that far over there. Nate has a very, very long stroke, much like yours, Lance. Very, very long stroke. You can just see that in his bridge. You know, this will be interesting. I'm assuming he can't get to this short rail to get to the three around the six, but maybe he can. If he can't get to the short rail, he's going to have a tough go.
It's a very difficult hit if he
Yeah.
can.
Just to get
Almost
a hit,
impossible.
Yeah, almost
he
impossible.
may,
I agree.
yeah, you may just see him tie something up here and let Nate take the ball in hand. Or the three ball.
Yeah, he just has to be very careful because these balls are all so close together.
Yeah.
Not that we just didn't see his ability to kick at a ball, and we all know he can jump as well. We just have to be, he has to be very cognizant of the 3 foul rule here because those
Right.
balls are, when they're
So
close
he's-
together like that,
He's
you
gonna
can
kick to the bottom rail and try to come in behind it.
Yeah, boy, good luck. If he does that, he needs a rule.
Yeah,
I don't have-
they're
I don't have the
they're
phone to-
calling somebody in to take a
Where's
look at it.
Gene? Somebody needs to video that. Ty can video that. It's got a great system for it.
Anybody
Chuck's
can.
looking.
I think Brian's gonna go out and
Chuck's looking.
video it.
It's the right thing to do is to pull somebody in here
Gene's
to
there.
make sure of a simultaneous or near simultaneous hit. You know, the very first day we had an issue with a shot like that of Jeff Boucher's, where he played a carom off the 3 to make the 5. And I can tell you, I watched that over several times and thought that he got a good hit. Ty slowed that down to where the ball was barely moving, and that was actually a foul. But no referee there. They let him play on. But that shot did turn out to be a foul. So it was not called correctly in the end. Tommy's talking with Gene Nagaki here. You can see it from the back of his jersey, and they're deciding what he needs to video, where he needs to stand to video it. And this is just a precaution because the chances of him actually even getting all that close to making a good hit here are not very good. But just in case he does, you want to have it.
Yeah, you want to make sure, especially in a
I'm trying to
match
figure
like
out even
this.
what he's shooting here, Lance.
He's gonna kick to the bottom rail
Yeah.
and try to come up behind the 6 and
Oh,
off the
okay,
3.
okay. Try and get it in between the. Yeah. Oof.
And
Oh,
he grades
tough
the
ball.
6.
Yeah, he just. And boy, I do mean just.
Yeah.
Just.
Good 6.
See, now you kind of got the same thing. If he has room there with the 9 ball, Nate can throw that 3 ball back on the other side of the 6 and roll the cue ball up against the 6. And again, very, very difficult for Tommy to get a good hit. He'd
I'm
have
not
to.
sure he's not playing this. You make pass.
Boy, I tell you.
Yeah, it's hard to see if he's gonna. I think he's.
I
Gonna
don't know
play
how
the
he'd
save.
ever get on the 4 anyway.
Yeah,
I think he's
just
got to
gonna
play the
He's
save.
gonna roll up on the 6.
So he's going to leave a. If he gets to the 6 to where he can't go, and he didn't, it's going to say if he gets to the 6 where he can't go side rail, it'd make a very difficult kick. But he does have the 10 blocking the kick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mick would either have to spin Tommy would have to spin this
2 rails.
backwards, or he has to go 2 rails. And I like the 2 rail here. Enjoying that 3 cushion game at times. I think his best chances are the 2 rail. He also gets to use the side rail before the 3. That's what he's looking at now. The issue that he has again is that if he doesn't get a good hit here and
I
doesn't
actually
move
like
these
the
balls,
2 rail here, right spin,
Yeah,
bottom,
yeah.
into it.
right?
You've
Yeah,
got 2
that's
ways
just the
to
one I'm
kick it.
talking about. Yep, I do too. I think If he doesn't get a good hit here, Nate can be looking at definitely the chances of a 3 foul by again shooting the 3 past the 6 and loading up the cue ball on the 5.
Yeah, chance of that. I think Tommy's got a good chance of getting a hit here.
He's going to have to. If he doesn't move something out of the way, if he doesn't move the 5-6 at least, it's going to be a pretty simple. He's going to have a lot harder shot next.
Oh,
And he did
just
move the
missed it.
5-6, but he did move the
He did
5-6.
move it, yep.
I think that's
Yep. That was
and
key.
the 6 ball is still tough. Not that Nate can't draw into the 6 here and then shoot the 5 and open up the 6 a little bit. Well, and he's
Yeah.
got to shoot the 4. Never mind, I didn't see 4 down there.
but
So
he does have an opportunity here to just run the table.
he does. That 6
I
ball is
think-
very
I think
difficult,
the
though. I'm not
table-
sure.
Yeah, I think running the table may be a little bit better option than going for the safety. Honestly,
Yeah, I don't know that I see a good.
a little bit higher
know
percentage.
that I
there.
see a good
There's not
safety.
There's not a whole lot of options for a safety here.
No.
No, I don't see a good option for the safety either, or even on the next shot. So I think again he is thinking of leaving the cue
Yeah.
ball on the 6 ball.
Mm-hmm.
That's what he's going to attempt here. Again, I don't believe we've ever had one of these matches end in a 3 foul rule
I haven't
in the
seen-
4 years that we've been doing
I've
this.
seen a game end in 3 fouls.
Yeah, and this is going to be about as we almost had one in
Close.
Yeah, just here a little while ago.
Yep.
Was that your match?
Yes.
Yep. Yeah, and the ball got a little bit out away from you, and Derek was able to get a good hit. But if he leaves this up against the 6, that will be very difficult, especially if it's on the inside of the 6, where he can't go any other route at the bottom. Well, this will be interesting. Very, very interesting.
Yeah, pretty good shot there by Nate.
He's left him a kick
He has left him a kick.
below the 8.
I actually think that this kick is harder than the 2-rail kick he just missed.
Yeah.
There's some traffic. The 7 ball is in play if he wants to go 1 rail. I think this is a pretty tough kick. What do you like here, Lance?
Right where he's pointing, kicking to that rail and coming into it. It's one you don't want to hit too hard and bring in the possibility.
So you're talking
of
about a
scratch.
Z kick? Is that what you're talking?
No, he'll kick below the 8. 1 rail right into
Yep,
it.
one
Oh,
rail
he can
right
get
into-
he can
He
get
can
below
get
the
there,
8.
yes.
Okay, I didn't think he could get below the 8. I thought he was looking at a
No, he can
3-rail
definitely-
reverse or a. He's got a lot of
Yeah,
different
he
options
didn't
there
quite drive it up enough into the 6.
to keep that
take
from
that
happening.
away.
Right, right.
So he does have the 1 rail kick.
Yeah, if he'd have been 2 inches further up with the cue ball.
Boy, if he hits that 1-rail kick, does he not have to spin the crap out of that?
No, I don't think so.
No, he's going to call it. Well, let's see if we have our first ever 3 foul rule win. I don't believe we ever have had. And he does not take his time and fires at it and hits it.
Took a
And he's going
shot,
to.
But it,
Yeah, he left the shot and he opened the 6 up. That nasty 6 ball is
Yeah.
now open on the table. So,
And Nate's got the 4 on the side after the 3, so.
and we live on with no 3 foul rule wins.
right?
We live on.
I was kind of hoping to see one, but
I
it's
was
all right.
I was too.
Nate's got a great table here to work with, so see if he can connect the dots.
They're all there for the taking, just got to be taken.
Yeah. Is there anything here that looks like he could have any trouble with?
The hardest probably is from the 8 to the 9, just because of where the 10 ball is positioned.
Okay, okay. I was thinking maybe the 7 to the 8, depending where he gets here on the 6. But I think if he can float that forward and go side rail towards the bottom, he should be able to draw that back out.
Kill it off that 5. Good shape there for the 6, little angle. Should be able to take this 1 rail across, back down for the 7. Up for the 7, I guess. Oh, kind of runs into it. That makes it a little
He
tricky.
actually looked like he wanted to run into that.
Yeah.
I think he meant to have the angle I was talking about, a little bit more angle on the 6 to where he did play that. Thank you, Tanner.
Tanner walked back in the booth and he knows what button to push to change the screens because that's what he does.
Control shift.
Control shift, of course.
Flipping back and forth.
What do you think here? Can he forward that past the 10, or is he going to need to
I'm
draw it
thinking
out,
Little top left.
or
Yeah,
one rail it out
he's
above the
he's
10?
left.
Yeah. I like that. I'm going to take a smooth
Yeah,
stroke.
yeah, worked out for him.
And
I'd overstroke that by a mile trying to force it forward.
And the problem is he's dead straight on the 8. Might have slight bit of angle, but not much.
well, the 9 does go on the side if he
yeah.
decides to come that way.
Yeah, he's
Got
gonna
to
come
make sure he
back.
doesn't get the
And
10 in the way.
He overran it.
He's
Ah, just
unhappy, but he's got
overran,
he's
yeah.
got Lance
He's got the
Stansfield jump
cue.
cue,
Yeah.
so these guys
See
are
if
so
he
good at
can,
their shots. So.
Work out of this small problem here, and I think Nate's a good, pretty proficient jumper.
Well, hopefully he catches the center of the pocket here. There's not.
Just missed it and ran it into the wrong pocket. So it leaves Tommy with a 10 ball
That's
here.
a game that got away right there.
Yeah, that was the one.
Yeah.
That hurts.
Nate worked very hard to get to where he needed to and just shot that about 2 inches too hard. And Tommy will one stroke this right in the hole. Ooh!
Banked it in.
He he definitely banked that in. He can one stroke like nobody. He just walks up and hits those shots. I don't know if I could ever do that.
Nate draws that 1 inch shorter, and he's good, but
And we have a 3-2 lead.
3-2 lead. Tommy
That
in favor of
looked like it
Wyoming.
was going to be 3-2 the other team, but this match is a close one. Very good match. Both players playing very well.
Yeah.
I know Nate's probably a bit upset. I hope he keeps his composure. He shot that ball just an inch or two.
Yeah,
I think
he'd
even
like
if
that
it
8
was
ball back. Just,
even if it was 1 inch softer, I think
yep.
he's got a shot
No,
there.
that's it. That was just
Certainly a lot easier jump.
Just about an inch more, or
Yeah.
an inch less, and he
Right.
would have been great for that
I
9
think he's
ball.
probably just as upset that he missed the jump shot
Yeah.
as he was that he had to hit the jump shot. That's a jump shot he's going to make more often than he's
More
going to
often,
miss.
yeah. Nate's a pretty good jumper, but
He broke dry here, and then I would think Tommy's probably looking at a play to safe here. He can catch the right edge of this 1 ball, but he really can't. I'm not saying he can't bank it, but I'm assuming he's just playing it safe here. Can't imagine you try to bank this. And he's going to get it down. Ooh! Comes off of the 6 and plays a perfect save. I think the edge of the pocket could be in the way for him, for Nate.
Just the 2 ball.
Just the 2 ball.
Yeah.
I'd be interested to see how Nate plays this because he doesn't have much of a kick at it really. There's a lot of balls. He could almost play a little baby masse around that 2 and 3. The good part about that shot, if he were to catch the 1 ball thin enough, he'd safe him right back probably. Maybe even if he hit it thick. Very interesting shot here. The 1 rail is blocked by a lot of balls. There is a 2 rail underneath of it if you can get through that window.
Ooh. Just
And he
about
goes
did.
for that 2 rail underneath of it and got through 1 window and just missed the 1. So Tommy's going to have a ball in hand here to get started with the 1 ball. The biggest problem on the table is probably the 5. I don't really see anything that is going to help him to get on that 5. If the 4 is where it is, he will have a long ways for that ball to travel to find that little window.
I think if he can get straight on the 3 ball, he can follow that forward, get that cue ball sitting just south of where the 1 currently is, and then play that 2 rails up. And like you said, it's a narrow window, not only to make the 5, but to make the 5 and be able to hold it for the 6.
Right. I almost think that if he gives himself a shot, I don't know what that shot is right now, to where his cue ball runs into the 6 ball, might be easier than trying to find that itty bitty space
But we'll see. Got to get there first, right? Wants to be almost straight on this too. Came out a little far there, but I don't expect that's a problem. He'll play a little kill English probably on this. But he needs to be pretty close to that rail. The 3-ball is past the side pocket a fair amount, but you wouldn't want to shoot it from too far off the cushion there.
Stood it over, would have liked to hit that a little softer.
Yeah, just got himself in a little bit of a tight space there.
Great shot to get the short side of the 4.
Well, this will be interesting here.
Yeah, I got pretty straight on this 4,
Pretty
right
straight
on the
on
rail.
the 4. He's on the rail. He is probably thinking of maybe shooting the 5 to safe there. He might be able to, if he gets the right angle on that 5, he can probably soft roll and get the cue ball under the 10. Long ways away to do that for, but he might be able to shoot the 5-ball under the 10 and get the cue ball out. I don't mind that play either. Sure, he's considering all of those. That's kind of a tough one.
Yeah, for sure. If he's
Assuming-
if he's off the rail a little bit, or if he's just another half ball towards that corner pocket, it gets a lot easier. Just floats it forward.
That's interesting. So he can catch the top side of that, but it kind of sets him up to scratch.
Yeah.
Or is he going to kick underneath of it and try and
Oh, I
freeze
think-
him up on the 10?
I think he overrolled it. If he would have been just on the opposite side of the 7, right? So rolled it about 2 balls
Sure.
shorter. I think he could have just played that with some low English, stuck it behind the 10, and you'd have a two rail bank shot on the 5 to play safe. He's gonna call the Wyoming corner, if you will, the bank. He's gonna call that bank back there and into the lower left corner. And played that with a beautiful shot, absolutely gorgeous shot. Must have watched Mick shot his.
Wow. These guys are just plain kicking fools. Between Nick's 5-ball and that 5-ball, we've had some shots that are pretty amazing. And the kick shot he had. And now this sets up pretty nicely. He wants to roll this up there towards the 9-ball, I suppose, and right out in the middle of the table, he should be fine. Sets the stick down, shoots all in one motion. Amazes me he can do that.
You know, I miss when I do that.
So do I.
It could be a duck. Be a duck in a corner, and I would miss that 9 times out of 10.
The number of listeners continues to grow today. Thank you all. He played that a little bit flat, probably a little bit straighter across than he wanted. He'd like to have been up there a couple, 3 more inches to where he's not cutting that so much. I don't think the side pocket's in play here, though. He can either, probably draw off of it, but if he can just cut it and not draw off of it, he's got a pretty easy 9-ball on the side he's standing next to.
Yeah, he's at a spot where I think if he just floats this across with top, he's south of where the spot would be on that side of the table. So I think you're dead on. Yep, side pocket was not in question.
Nope.
Maybe even overrolled that a little bit. He's going to be playing.
Well, he's got a couple choices. He can either get underneath this, shooting off the rail. I don't know that I like that choice. and draw it over to this close rail to us, or he can cut that on the side.
I think the side's the better choice
Yeah,
here.
I
Like
do
you
too.
said,
You see
it's
him
more
pointing at
natural.
it.
You just float it up to the short rail and back down.
Yeah.
A lot more room for error for speed there.
And I'm assuming that he won't really need any English off of that. He just sets the cue down and shoots it like he's been doing. He probably wants that to slow down a little bit. It's going to create a shot that's not really a problem. It was very reminiscent of the last shot 2 years ago that Ty shot, the 9-ball in, and almost scratched. On a 10-ball was almost on the rail at that point, though, and he just about scratched in that corner. Hard for me to forget that. Tommy banks one off the rail again and comes up just shy of scratching.
Just gonna put him on the hill to the elation of Team Wyoming.
Him on the hill to, again, this is so eerily similar to 2 years ago. You'll have, if he can get this next game or one of these next games, he'll have Jimmy playing up against Perry Gilbert. I've seen them play against each other in a tournament down in Wyoming, and the Wiley tournament a couple of years ago, and they played in the championship. I think Jimmy was on the A side, and I think Perry was coming out of the B, and Jimmy did win that. A lot different format, valley tables, etc.
I think Perry's shooting a little better this go around too.
No question about it.
Jim seemed a little uncomfortable.
Yeah, Jimmy is. Perry's just walked away from his practice table. Of course, this could be all for naught because we still have Nate, who's played great. Had a little bit of issues here these last couple games. Looked like he was going to get through them and didn't. And of course, Tommy there just made a great kick shot. Hard for me to believe that that's what he played to, but he may have because it worked. So that Jimmy Winter Perry Gilbert match, for me being from here, hope we don't see it. We've got the 8-ball down on the break there, I believe.
8 balls down. Tommy's got a lane on the 1 ball. Looks like he can back cut it here. Scratch is not in question. Plays this soft enough for pocket speed. Should come out 2 rails for the 2-ball in the side pocket.
Yeah, got to be a little careful with speed, but I think he can do that. I agree with all of that. It's a pretty hard cut. Not the easiest shot to make, but I'm telling you, these guys, they're not missing much.
Oh, just elects to play safe. Didn't like the way he was going to have to let that one
I think he
cut
got
around.
I think he got a break there in that safe. If he hits that 9-ball any fuller, it's a duck in front of the side pocket. But instead, Nate has to figure out how to get a good hit on this.
Looks like he can see it, and that 1 ball's rolled just far enough forward where scratch is not in question there. So, don't know how he'd get to the 2 ball, so I highly anticipate a safety here.
Yeah, I would agree. It won't be an easy one.
No, I think if he can see enough of that 1, he'll just cut it or bank it away from the side rail, get that 1 ball to travel towards that 4 and the 3, use them as blockers. No, he fired at it.
He elects to try to make it. Kind of gets a little bit of a 2-way there.
Yep.
He can leave Tommy the short stick, probably. Maybe not. It's not what he has in his hand now.
And it's a high jump, or a long jump, excuse me. He's got to get over a lot of traffic to get there. And like you've talked about before, if he catches that 1 ball on the way up, it's just going to climb over it right off the table. So I think Tom's going to try and kick at it here. Probably split the gap between the 9 and the 3.
That's what it looks like. That's what he's currently thinking. As you mentioned, he'd have to have that ball in the air for at least 4, if not 5 feet. Otherwise, because looks like he has to jump over the 2 and the 4, maybe part of the 5.
Part of the 7, depending.
Maybe the 7.
Yep.
Yeah, 5 or the 7, one of the 2 probably.
Almost at that rate, you'd almost rather jump onto the 1 ball to make sure it doesn't go up.
He just walked up, kicked that home, set the stick down, and knocked it in.
Yeah, upset with himself because he
doesn't didn't get good enough shape.
Nope.
At the same time, the way he's kicking it stuff.
Makes you wonder if this 2 ball is going in the bottom right corner.
Was he looking to come off that side rail first to
I think
keep
so.
some pace on the cue ball?
I think so. You know, if he shoots that with, if he were to shoot that with high English and make it, he'll have shape on the 3. High English will actually stop the cue ball on the 2 if he hits it center, and he'd have to hit it pretty close to center.
A lot of people tuned in, to watch the finals of the finals. Montana with a 10-8 lead. Wyoming trying to chip away at it, keep themselves alive, force a captain's pick. That is the only mathematical way that they could win.
And I think that if we were to get to a captain's pick, I think you and I both know who'd play who.
You'd have to see. Well, maybe.
I understand what you're going to say, but I'm going to
so
tell you.
my initial instinct was Ty and Jeff.
Right.
But with the way Mick's shooting,
Yeah, that's why I said I know what you're going to say, but I just I think it'd be awfully hard for them to go down that road. But
yeah.
I agree. The way Mick's shooting.
If I'm Chuck Wise, it's really hard for me not to put the results in Ty's hands.
That just did this 2 years ago. He did kick at that 2 ball, and he got a good hit and has got a good save.
Yeah, I think Nate's got a pretty good counter save here. I think he's got about a quarter of that 2 ball on the left side that he can play around with.
Well, if that's the case, he does have a pretty good chance. If not, he needs to spin and kick underneath of it. He can save pretty easily that way as well.
Oh, got that 6 ball to come into
Kind of
play.
like that.
And that's definitely gonna that's got to break out the shorty stick from Tom.
I don't know. He kicks everything in. Why wouldn't he just kick this in?
I mean, that's fair.
So far, he's chalking his big cue.
Yeah, he's walking over. Used to this shorty stick, brought to you by Shorty's Billiards. It's a bit of a longer shorty stick there. Can't tell which stick that is. Looks kind of like your jump stick.
Yeah, I think it's.
Is that the Air Rush?
I don't use an Air Rush anymore, but I think it's Predator anyway. Yeah, I can't really tell. He leaves the extension on it, which I don't blame him with that shot. He gets a good hit and doesn't make the ball.
Doesn't leave
No.
Nate with the whole lot. I think Nate will
Except
just
for a
try
play
and
to safe.
Yep, he'll push this cue ball onto the 7. I think.
He can push it onto the 7 or the 9-3, but I think the 7 is the right ball. I can't quite see the angle there, but it looks to me like he could do that.
I think as long as he doesn't overhit it, he's great here. Want that 7 to travel up a little bit and just get that cue ball married to anything right there. You got the 7, the 5, and the 3, depending
Yeah.
upon how much angle he's got.
Yeah. Running the cue ball into the 3 isn't a bad idea either, but
And that'll work. Not
It'll
the
work.
easiest to jump over, not the easiest to kick at.
well, not the easiest to kick and make.
Fair point.
Yeah, I think that his kick bottom rail is decent for hitting it. And he may even choose to go 2 rails off that bottom, and then off the side that's already nearest the 2.
Yeah, 2 rails. You'll end up calling that corner where he's standing at in case it drops. 1 rail, you'd go side pocket there.
Yep.
I think I like your assessment of like the 2 rail kick shot, best 2-way shot there.
Well, one of the reasons I like it is, as you say, is if you catch the outside of the ball, you have a very good chance of a safe there too.
Goes 2 rails, catches the 2 ball thin. It looks like he got married up on that 5 ball.
I think he's got a shot here. I could be wrong. The way Nate set the chalk down there makes me worry that he doesn't have a shot. I thought maybe he did. He's giving it a long look, and it looks like he is hooked a little bit there to where he'd have to go to the rail first.
Yeah, neither angle on the cameras give a great view, but judging by his demeanor.
Yep.
if he does have to play the short kick, left rail first, it does set him up for the next ball. All he needs is proper pace. He's going to elect to go long, so it must really be hooked into the 5 ball for him not to take the short rail kick. He doesn't like the long rail kick shooting over the 5. Pretty fortunate leave there for Mick. I mean, not that he didn't make a great shot and get a good hit, and as we said, it's a little bit of a two-way. He had a chance to catch the outside of the 2 and get safe, and he did just that.
Was it Efren Reyes who said it? Got to be lucky enough to be good enough? Or got to be good enough to be lucky enough?
Yeah, that's one way to look at it. Efren Reyes made a lot of shots in his day that probably looked lucky but weren't when you watch his highlights. Because then you see him, the same highlight a year later, he makes the same shot.
Oh, yeah.
You know?
I love when he pulls out those exhibition shots, you know.
Oh.
4 rails into the side. Little stop shot bank carom.
Well, he was a champion caliber 3-cushion player before he started playing other pool games, pocket pool games. He loved his 3-cushion, and it got him out of a lot of trouble. So Nate's going to try and say this, it looks like. I don't know if I love that, but I don't know if he has a lot of choices.
Oh, he got a hit.
How about that?
And about as best you could hope for there. Cue ball
Yeah.
not marries, but gets tight on the 2. Man, that was tough.
I don't know what else you do there. I don't.
You
That
don't leave
shooting
Tom
over-
Thompson a kick, is what it sounds like.
Yeah. Yeah, Tommy's either making him or he's playing it safe on him. I don't think there's a bank here. I think the 6 ball's stopping the 2 ball from going on the natural bank. So it's a matter of probably, again, playing safe. And where he wants to play safe, too.
And I think that angle isn't quite conducive for the carom on the 4 in the corner.
Right. No, I completely agree. I don't think you're making that 4 in the corner. Unless you want to hit a push shot and shove it through. That's not legal.
He looked at it for a second. Didn't like it either. If you had a little more separation, you could almost just play the stop shot. Just checking to see if he can cut that into the side. And like I was saying, if you had a little more separation, you could play a stop shot there and get that 2 ball to travel 1 rail up table and use the 10 ball as a blocker. But that shot gets really hard when you've got maybe a half a piece of chalk width between them.
Yeah, this is. Looks like. Well, guess we'll wait and see. I think he was working on shooting it in the side, or trying to shoot it in the side. Might just be playing it safe.
Oh, wow, that's a great shot.
That it is. Plays it under the 10 ball. He'll leave Nate a decent chance to kick. He might call the 9 ball here in the side, I believe, trying to kick combo. Yeah, that's what he's looking at. Maybe Montana can pull off a great kick shot here. He's using a different method than Tommy.
Oh, boy.
I tell you what, he sees those kicks. He doesn't have to measure them out. He just sees them. Gets a good hit, and he's going to get safe
get a
here
jelly
too.
roll.
He is going to get a jelly roll, as you call it. He did get safe here. Of course.
Little jelly roll there from Nate after he gets a good kick onto the 2. Doug Fryer, blame this great play and stream for not getting my chores done. We appreciate you stopping by, and I can understand where you're coming from. I've definitely been on your side of the house before. Renee Price stream is awesome. Great setup, Brothers Billiards. Absolutely cannot give my thanks enough to Todd Crum here at Brothers. Absolutely love the setup here that he's got for us. We come in, makes it real easy. No real adjustments to be made on our side of the house. Just kind of a plug-and-play setup for us, so we greatly appreciate that. Also have a cordoned off area, if you will, for the studio. Makes things real nice for us. And Tommy's going to spin this off the short rail, come up for the 2, and another drained kick shot for Tommy Thompson. Man. He is just kicking like a mule today. Doesn't have an easy shot here on the 3. Looks like he's going to dial up this 3-9 combo. Those of you watching at home, appreciate you tuning in. We'd appreciate you a little bit more if you could subscribe to our channel on YouTube. Just hit that subscribe button. We'd greatly appreciate it. Doesn't cost y'all a penny, but it could make us a dime. Tommy looking at comboing that 3-9. Doesn't get it, but comes away with a pretty good jelly roll of his own. The Norwegian is going to have to kick at this one. Not easy. I don't know if you saw, but Tom Thompson drained that 2-ball.
Did he really?
Yeah, absolutely. Kicked off the short rail, spun it over, and drained it in. Attempted a 3-9 combo and came up with this this jelly roll here.
So he's just a kicking machine, Tommy is, with that that unique system that he uses for kicking balls. I wish I could learn that one. That's going to be a problem there.
Yep, that's a pretty wide open table and ball in hand for Tom Thompson. What's Tommy's system? Is it just fire?
Apparently. It is see it. It is vision.
Not even ready, set, fire, just fire.
I tell you, it's wonderful to see. I love it.
Walks around
Really
with
do.
walks around with the safety off.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. That is this match. I don't know that I've seen a better display of kicking than what I've seen from Tommy. That's something else. I got sidetracked there and didn't see that shot, but that's pretty wonderful that he would kick that in. Easiest one he's had.
Yeah.
Which is extremely hard.
Punches that one forward for the 4-ball. Does he come back above the 5, or does he just make this simple?
I think he could spin this up, just another diamond up the table and shoot the 5 and the 6, or in the side. I just don't know if that's the lead that he wants for the 6. We'll see here. Yeah, better to get up above it. Although that 6.
6-ball got in a weird spot. Show you
Got in
guys
a
the other
weird
angle
spot.
real fast.
I can't tell if this. It looks like the 7 is blocking the pocket to go that rail.
Looks like he can go all the way up. Cause
Can he get past the 7?
6-ball's almost on the rail, and it looks like he can squeeze it up there.
Yeah, that 6 probably does pass the 7. Let's see if that's what he plays too. Still not an easy shot by any means.
No, I think he's almost straight on this 5-ball too, which makes this even more difficult.
I actually think that he has enough angle on this 5-ball. This is probably what he's looking as he's looking backwards. Is can he shoot this with power draw back to where he's standing 2 rails out and over between the 6 and the 7?
Oh, just
He's
punches
gonna,
it over.
He's going to play it.
either created some angle or had some angle.
This is a huge shot here. The 9-ball is not tough, by the way. This is a huge, or not easy, by the way. This is a huge shot here because I don't think he has a very big pocket.
No, I think he's
Surprised he didn't leave himself a kick shot.
he's got about as close of a snooker shot as he has here.
This is tough. This is tough. You'll learn this one.
Oh, and just came up.
It's such a small pocket that I'm not going to tell you that it won't go by there, but man.
And he missed it pretty good too.
And it had to be nothing but air.
Yeah, that 6-ball started
Can't
trailing to
touch.
the 7-ball almost immediately.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
just miscut it, misjudged it.
That's a hard shot to make if there isn't a ball there.
Absolutely.
And when you only have half a pocket of half a pocket. So Nate's biggest issue here again is the 9-ball. The 9-ball's not easy. It'll go on the side, go on either side, but he's got to work that out.
It almost looks like it could pass for the 10. I can't tell from this angle, but
It might. Boy.
he didn't look at getting.
I think he's playing this to play it in the side, but we'll see. Nope, it must pass.
Yeah. Not by much.
For Montana's sake, I hope he has the whole pocket. That'd be a huge change of events here. I like that he stands up and re-chalks here. I really don't think he's got a whole pocket here. Be a great shot if he can pass through there.
Great shot.
Yeah, and he did have most of that pocket.
Yeah.
May have overdrawn that a touch, but you kind of needed to power draw that a little bit.
Yeah, definitely wanted to make sure he made that and just wanted to be confident in his stroke.
Yeah, you can just roll this in without worry of scratch anywhere on the table.
There you go. Nate's going to keep himself alive here.
He sure is. He sure is. He's got to get a couple more, but Tommy getting unfortunate on that one to roll that 6-ball up against that rail and then leave the 5 straight in.
Yeah,
I really did think he was going to power draw that back 2 rails and shoot it in the other corner.
I did too.
Maybe he was worried about scratching in the corner. It could have been the wrong angle to draw straight back into the corner. But
I definitely thought even before that when he shot that 4-ball and kind of stunned it up, I thought he was going to do what you said, take that a little bit harder shot, but you didn't want to move anything, right? The 6-ball wasn't in trouble, and play that 5-ball across into the side pocket.
Yeah, and then he could have just bounced off the rail, shot the 6 down on the pocket. He shot the 4, but that was then. This is now. He makes the ball in, gets some shape.
Yeah, 3 balls down.
Probably wish that 2-ball would have slowed up a little bit.
1, 3, and 8-ball down.
Yeah, he's got fewer balls to shoot at. This is the big shot of this rack right here.
Yeah,
Just needs to find the pocket, the 2-ball into the pocket here, and the 4-ball sitting right in front of a pocket. If he can get shape on the 4-ball decent here, if he can just make the 2, really. I think he's just deciding where he wants the cue ball to go.
Is he going to play this 2 in the side, or is he going to put this all the way up at the corner?
I think he almost has to shoot it in the corner. I think it's a harder shot, but I'm not sure if he plays it in the side unless he can just slow roll it and he's got room between the 5 and the 6 to shoot the 4.
He does have a small gap between the 5 and the 6.
Mm-hmm. It might be the right pace of shot. The 2-ball is not an easy shot in either pocket.
No.
Not easy on the side either.
Looks like he's playing a little low.
Yeah, I think he's playing in the corner.
Yeah, with dial up low on that
Not
shot.
a very
he's got
difficult
it.
shot actually because of that little bit of low, but
And he might have came away with one. Maybe not.
that's interesting. He actually, I don't know that that's where he wanted to leave himself, but if he would have made that 2, that would have been a good place to leave himself. He would have been able to thin cut that, go 2 rails out for the 5 on the side. But now Tommy might have a rail first, or might just be able to make this.
Show you the other angle so you can see how far that 2-ball is off the rail.
Yeah, it looks to me like he can shoot it right in. I don't think the 6 is in the way. From that angle, I think even less that it's in the way. But
Yeah, I would agree with that.
it also seems to me like by now he would have already shot it. He's not.
Is he trying to figure out pace,
I don't know.
or does he?
I just don't know if he can make the ball or if he's got to kick off the bottom rail to make the ball. I really don't know. I think if he could, I think if this was makeable, simply makeable, I think he shoots it in with some left and goes off the left rail and comes down below the 5-ball. Or just shoots it. He might not even need the left. So let's see if that's what he's doing or if he's got to kick off bottom rail. He had to kick off bottom rail.
Oh, he's going to scratch. Maybe.
And he is.
Oh, he's not.
That is the second time that they've left the ball in the jaws like that, almost scratching. And this ball's makeable for Nate. It's just compounded by by a couple things. Shooting it out of the jaws of the pocket is never fun. The other thing is the 10-ball could come into play for his leave on the 4.
It's a bit of a steep back cut here, too. One ball almost at the first diamond.
I think you just got to shoot this and, oh, he banks it. And makes a great bank and completely hooks himself.
Yeah, he was not trying to make that, I don't think. I think he was trying to play safe all the way because he looked at
Completely agree.
Looked at Tom Thompson, and Tom said, yeah, go ahead and keep shooting.
Yeah.
That's unfortunate there for
He didn't
Nate.
call the 2. He played a great safe. And
Two
I thought
great
he could have
saves.
just cut that 2-ball in, and with the 4-ball sitting there, I think I'd have taken my chances and tried to cut that in. Not that he didn't play a great save. I mean, that pace of the cue ball to the 10-ball is perfect. It's just, what do you do now? I think he.
You know, it's a tight little booger, but can he wrap that pocket and come back for the 4?
I don't know. I think what he's got to do is just what he's looking at.
Yep.
He's got a little 2-rail.
It's real tough because he's super tight on that. He's got to place that pocket super tight, and if he comes off that corner at all, it completely messes everything up.
I don't think that's gonna work. It might. He's got to put a little spin on this, I think, to do this.
Yep,
I think he gets wide towards the 9.
Little top
we'll
left.
see.
Oh, yep, still got
Wide towards the 9.
That was a tough shot.
Yeah. Yeah, to me that looked like he almost needed right-hand English on that ball in order to get it below the 9 and to the 4. And I think if anything, he might have had a little left on that.
Right-hand English on that 2-rail will send it long. Running English will tighten it up. So probably, I think he had a little bit too much top there, and that's what sent it a little long as well.
I thought he had a little left.
Yeah.
I didn't like the left. But we have a better angle looking at it from above. Trust me. It's a lot easier to see that, I think, from the overview than it is standing at the table. But tough shot either way. Bad break that he made that bank on the 2 that he wasn't trying to make. So Tommy will have ball in hand to try to close this out. The looks like the 9-ball might have interfered a little bit with the 5-ball as far as going in the side. So I'm not sure if he can. Well, he must be able to make it. He looked at it for a long time, but must not be a problem. So he's got a stop shot here, and probably another stop shot after that. So this doesn't look good for Team Montana here. He might have drawn it. Well, he's pretty straight. He must be. Gonna run into the 9 and shoot the 6 on the side.
Yep. That'll float him down for the 7.
Yeah.
And he'll play the 9 in the side and the 10 up in the corner.
More than likely. Might not want to float this very far. He doesn't want to get too straight on the 7. Not that he can't just drop back out, but it'd be nice to use the bottom rail and move up towards the middle of the table. He's going to use the side rail and move up to the middle of the table. Take your pick. Much easier to control the angle here because I don't have to worry about the speed so much. It's just going to get straighter as the ball goes. And straight's good because he can play this with high or low. I think he's probably going to shoot this with high, but we'll see. He's not quite straight in there, so I think he could force it right through to the rail and back over. And he'll have a 10-ball to make it a 10-9. Close match. And we'd have Jimmy Winter and Perry Gilbert playing. Again, eerily similar to 2 years ago here. I've only said that 50 times, but the matchups are so much the same as well. Of course, this next one won't be the same because Perry wasn't here then, but Yeah, Nate, I'm sure feels pretty rough about making that bank shot when he didn't want to. And things happen, Nate. No worries. I thought he played great. I really did. I think as he continues his trek and hopefully being able to play on this team, I think he is just getting stronger and stronger and stronger. I really do.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you on that one. Started off real strong, made a couple of late mistakes, and Tom was just kicking like a mule. Can't really.
Oh, those kicks are just crazy.
Yep. So
They're
got our next match, Perry versus Jim Winter, here coming up in just a second. And we're right back at it with the lag coming up here. And Jim with a fantastic lag. So Jim will break here. Team Wyoming trying to force a captain's pick. Montana trying to close that door. 10-9 is the current score. In favor of Team Montana. Big match here. You could only imagine that if Wyoming's able to pull this one out, we would see a third iteration of Ty versus Jeff. That would be up to the captains to decide, though. But don't want to get ahead of ourselves here. Don't want to put the wagon before the horse, if you will. And Jim the Horse Winter up to break against Perry Gilbert. Jim coming in at a 646 Fargo, hails from Billings, Montana. Perry Gilbert, 695 Fargo, coming to us from Casper. Jim with the break there, comes up dry. And looks like we'll see a little action here from Perry Gilbert. One ball closer to the rail than the 10 ball, so that makes this combo, if he chooses to take it, a little tough. And Perry with a real good combo. One ball stays up. He remembers to spot the 10. Really strong shot there from Perry Gilbert. Wyoming was sporting the black and yellows yesterday. Perry had the shoes to match. Shoes to match, excuse me. Perry uses a little low right to pull this up table, try and keep it on the rail. Give himself a little angle to work for the 3. Good shot there on the 2 ball. Jimmy looking for a little redemption here. Struggled so far this Rocky Mountain Challenge. I think that's a foul. Yep. It's going to be ball in hand. Nothing got to the rail. It was a really good effort there by Perry to try and hold that cue ball, cut this 3 ball in. And just didn't hit it hard enough. That's going to be ball in hand for Jim Winter. He's going to look to capitalize here, take this first rack down. So we'll move in from the 3 to the 4. No balls have been downed out of turn yet, so not skipping anything here. Jimmy draws into the 4 and the 5 and the 7 to try and make that 5 ball a little more accessible. Got a little straight on the 4 ball. He'll stick over the 5. He's checking to see if that passes back into the corner pocket between the 8 and the 9. Looks like it does, so we'll see how he elects to play this one. Loading up with a little bit low as he's jacked up over the 5 ball. Draws back on it just a little bit. He wanted to play that into the corner pocket. Didn't quite get enough over. So he's got a pretty steep cut either which way he plays it. And he's going to play it down by the 8 ball. Stands back up to relook at it. Comes back down on it. He's got to miss this side pocket. Yep, doesn't shoot too much low on it. Kind of plays just a little bit aside. Plays that over to the side pocket, or excuse me, side rail and back out. Really good shot there from Jimmy Winter. Team Montana looking on in earnest. Hoping their horse can close this one out for them. Good shot there by Jim as he pockets that in the corner. Leaves himself the 7 ball on the side. He's a little close to the rail, but nothing he can't handle. Floats that one forward off the back side of the side pocket to make the 7. He's got the 8 ball. Pretty teed up there for the corner.
Go, Jimmy, go.
And Jim will play this all the way up in the corner. Should just roll this forward. Banks that one in off the side rail just a little bit, but he's got a 10 ball here.
That's the start that Team Montana needs to try and keep this from a captain's pick match.
More importantly, I think that's the start that Jimmy needed. No,
Yeah.
he didn't really make it. He had a couple of missed 10 balls yesterday, a couple missed 9 balls yesterday that were kind of straight in. He almost missed the 9 ball there, but is able to send that one home and makes it 10 ball. Really good jump out there for Jim Winter after a cut on the 3 ball from Perry Gilbert that was on line for the pocket that just didn't fall and didn't touch a rail. So Jim was able to come away with ball in hand and come away with the first rack.
I had a suggestion just now from a good friend of mine, Travis Amundsen, sent me a message. Of course, this isn't my tournament, but his suggestion is that next year we don't allow jump cues in this tournament. I don't know that I quite agree with that. It has an interesting aspect of it, but I'm not a huge fan of jump cues myself, Travis. I think you know that. Maybe that's something I'd consider in the Invitational at some point.
There is a format that is played in Great Falls or has been played in the Great Falls in years past, where if you hook yourself, you may
Right.
not play a jump cue, but if your
Right.
opponent hooks you, you may. So
Yep, I have heard of that, and it's not a bad idea. I'm just so old school, having shot pool since the early 80s, that I kind of am a proponent of whatever stick you first play with outside of the break. Because a break, you're protecting your tip and your cue, and I understand that. But whatever you take your first shot with,
that's the stick you have to use, and you can't manipulate it. And I'm a fan and a proponent of that, because back in the day we used to jump with our shooting cues.
Jump full table with a Mucci?
Why not?
Good
I
old
gotta
Earl
tell you though,
Strickland.
back then we played on felt and not worsted wool. You know, the bars didn't have worsted wool back in the 80s. Very few people did actually, but the bars definitely didn't. And so we played on felt, and it was a little hoppier, skippier than this stuff is. You can
Oh, yeah.
jump fairly easily.
Caught a little more with that backspin.
It just had, yeah. Perry overplayed that just a little bit, leaving himself on the rail, but I think all he has to do is make this ball to get shape on the 5. Just bounce off that side rail. That's what it appears anyway.
Yeah. Great shot there. Overrolled it again, but manageable.
Yeah, but very pure stroke there. And the shots like that, even though I know he didn't leave himself the exact leave that he wanted to, he still it has to add a lot of confidence to his game to be able to power stroke a ball like that in, kind of like we saw with Nate in the last game. Nate had some tough breaks there, and Tommy was just incredible on the kicks and getting out of trouble. Absolutely incredible. I kind of thought that Perry might go 2 rails with that one. Well, 3 rails, or towards the next rail, all the way across with some more English, but this works out just fine. Really just has to make this ball, and
6 ball's almost on the spot.
yeah, I think it is.
So
Looks like it's sitting right on the spot, so he just wants to come out a couple of rails here, and he catches some extra rails there and makes a nice 2-rail bank shot on the 6 into the pocket. Tough shot there. It was very well done. Gets himself right where he needs to be. This isn't a problem here. He's just got to decide how he wants to do it. 1 rail with inside, or he could go and just turn it a little bit more loose with the other English and go off 2 rails. Either way. I see him probably taking 2 rails here.
yeah, it looks like he's sticking up just a
Bottom
skosh
rail, the
well.
same side rail as the 9's on and going from there. Oh, he played the other. Played my first call. Shot a little bit of inside English and held the ball there. He might play a little bit of a kill shot here again to give himself a shot on the 9. Be interesting to see how he plays it. I'm assuming that he's just going to hit it real soft, shoot 9 inside. Oh, he's going to come up above it, isn't he?
Yeah, make sure he maintains that angle to where he can come back up for the 10 ball.
Yeah.
Real good angle where he's at. Doesn't have to worry about the side too much here.
Nope, I agree. He just needs touch of low, touch of right, and it should spin it back. Should spin it back over to where he'll be, almost where he'll be standing. Right in that neighborhood of where his elbow is. Right there where his elbow is. Perfect shot. And that'll bring us to 1-1.
That's
Nice.
a break and run there from Perry.
Yeah, nice run for Perry. Same type of thing that Jimmy had there. Those are confidence builders. Those are the shots that make you play well the rest of the match when you get a run like that right off the bat. Especially after it sounds like I didn't see it because I was out grabbing I had my breakfast, now I just had my lunch. Reese's peanut butter cup. So I missed the mistake that Perry made. He just didn't quite get a ball to the pocket, huh? Left it a little short.
It was.
Yeah. getting the replay because we have a studio magician here. All right, Jimmy's. Oh yeah, oof. It was a very nice shot that he shot, that he left just shy. Otherwise, I think he would have been out there as well, huh?
Oh,
Jimmy's
yeah.
broke dry here, so Perry's licking his chops here, I think, a little bit to maybe do what he just did all over again. He's got a, I would say, a combination shot here.
Started the first rack off with a 110 combo. That was pretty tough. This one looks a little easier, but combos, especially on a diamond table, are never routine, even when they're wired.
I think if there's any issue here, it's where the cue ball is going with the 6 ball sitting there. But other than that, I don't think we have a problem. Jeff, how are you?
Not good. I'm grabbing my stick.
I understand. You're not going to need it.
I'm hoping not, but I'm gonna go get ready to get it.
Jeff Boucher getting ready in case Jim's not able to pull this one together. Every Montanan here would like to see him get this one against Perry.
That's for sure. We talked about those long-term tournament players like Tommy Thompson in the last match, and you have very much the same thing with Jim Winter here. He has earned his spots, boy, let me tell you.
Yeah, he
Played a lot of tournaments.
covered one of the Top Gun tours. This one specifically was in Helena, and we're talking about how many state championships Dan Hamper and other Montana players had, and Jeff Boucher, and Jim joked around. He goes, if one of those guys have the most firsts, he goes, I sure as hell have the most seconds. So,
Yep. You think about that caliber of play that when Jimmy was so young and he had to play against Dan, and I think about the players back then. You get Dan Hamper and Jerry Colm, obviously Jeff Boucher, Terry Bummer, Bob DeRoque, some others all across the state that were just phenomenal players. And Jimmy was cutting his teeth trying to beat those guys.
it's a tough way to
And
cut your
it's
teeth.
That's a tough way to cut your teeth.
Jimmy coming away with the 2-reel kick on the 1 ball. Doesn't get a jelly roll. Leaves that kind of out in the open there for Perry.
Yeah.
Perry can probably draw this back to the correct side of the 2 ball, kind of down towards the 8. Think he's got just enough angle there to deal with.
Yeah, this could be tough here. Yeah, he had more angle than I thought. He just moved it over. Got room past the 6.
Yeah, real good shot there.
I thought he was straighter in than that. I got another comment via text. It'd be fitting if Jim got it and Montana is due. But let's go Perry. LOL. I understand. So this is an interesting shot here. He didn't have much that he could do. So I'm curious what his plan is here. I'm going to be surprised if he's shooting the combination.
Yeah, he can play the combo here. He could definitely play a bank on the 3 ball. Kind of get the 3 ball down here.
Could play a carom, but that's difficult. I think this combo is his easiest shot, but
Yeah, he's
I
lining
don't
that
think
up.
he can bank the 3 ball. I think he has. No, I shouldn't say he couldn't, but it looks like he's got a little bit of room issues with the 7, or else he's got to get too wide. I don't know if he can bank that or not. But.
Sorry, I meant bank it for a safe.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Because even if he does bank it, he'd still have to get back
Right.
up table for that 5, or excuse me, for the 4 ball.
I could see him playing straight into the 3 ball. 3 ball comes out and the cue ball up against the 10, 7.
Yep.
I can see that happening, but he's pretty set, I think, on shooting a combination here. He's 2 for 2 already, so fires at it, and he's playing the first shot. He kept lining up that combination and then shot the safe. That ball's past the side pocket, so Jimmy doesn't really want to look at a possible jump shot here at all. He's got a kick.
It's not quite past. It's definitely on the
Yeah,
past the center of the pocket, but he could play it if you wanted to. But I think you jump that, and you're definitely looking at a scratch in the corner.
Yeah.
I think you're right. I think he's here to try and kick at this.
Yeah, I think again what he's contemplating here is A, he really wants to make this, but B, he doesn't want to leave the table open.
No.
And if he's trying to make that in the corner, that he just, I think, I don't know if he can do that. I'm not saying he can't make it, but boy, I worry about where this cue ball is going. If he catches it on the wrong side, it's going in the pocket. Okay, there you go. I don't think that's where he was trying to hit it. Maybe it is. I thought he called the other pocket, but he's gonna have Perry thinking about a combination again. 3-ball might go up in the very up your right hand corner, bottom right corner. Might go past the 4. If not, he's got a 3-8 combo.
There's that angle. It's close. I think that 4 ball's in the way.
I think it is too. So he does have I'm just going to say a fairly easy, not that any of them are easy, but a fairly easy combo with the 8-ball, and the 3-ball goes down towards the pocket, so it's a natural leave. The cue ball will be out past the 4 at that point. So he has that. Got a wall down below that he could play safe against. It's a long ways to travel to try and get below some balls. Got a back cut. Not a shot I'd want to shoot, but these guys are such good shot makers. He does have a back cut to your upper left corner. That shot's harder than it looks on your screen. Goes for this little safety in front of the 4. And that's going to be boy, he looks like he might have left him open there.
Yeah, if he didn't, he's only got to jump over
It's just a
portion of that.
mini jump, if not, yeah.
Jim's not grabbing his jump cue, though. So I think he can at least get a piece of it.
Yeah, he can definitely hit it. It's just a matter if he can see enough of it to make it. But he's bearing down on it like he can shoot it in, so, well. Then he changed his mind. He might just be looking at the angle for the 4-ball. Being the 5's on that bottom rail, you're going to be very careful with where you leave yourself on the 4. Looks like he can make this. I think he's going to come bottom rail up for the 4. And that's what he does.
Yeah, I wanted to make sure he didn't get stuck behind that 10-7 when he walked around to the backside of that shot.
Yeah.
Did a real good shot there. Not quite the angle he wanted on the 4-ball.
I don't think he minds this, though. I don't think he's just going to slow roll that thing in and take the chance of being close to the 5. I think he's going to draw it over to your right-hand rail and back over towards the 6. So I think that's what I would at least try. Let's see what he does. He spins it one time. Whew. I like that shot, only a lot harder.
Yeah.
It would have shortened that up and it'd be over more towards the 6. That seemed pretty natural to hit that same shot low and hard, but he's elected to. So shot he just has to try and make. You can't get too cute on the cue ball here. The 7-10 is a little bit of an issue, but he's not going to make that. I think part of the reason for the miss on that shot was trying to hold the cue ball like he did.
Yep, trying to hold the cue ball, and that low left will get you.
Yeah, I think he was really concentrating on the pace of that and how much spin he could throw it in with, and just didn't remember how thin you have to shoot that shot.
Yep.
Because it's throwing it out a little bit with that English, and he overcompensated maybe a little bit. I'm assuming Perry can shoot this in the hole. Yeah. That is a problem.
He's going to play this with a little bit of low to try and get it starting to travel up table, and then some right English to get it down in the vicinity of the 8 to play the 7 in the corner.
Yeah, I think you can actually shoot this with high or low. I think you could spin it with high right, and I think you can just drag it back over in front of the 8-ball.
I like to drag it back over in front of the 8 ball. But he's going to play the high right. That's not going to hurt him. I know he's not exactly where he kind of tapped the table there, wishing he'd hit it a little bit harder, but he can either slow roll into this. He just wants to be careful of the 10 covering the 9. My guess is he'll power draw this out one rail. You could even draw it over and just shoot the 8 down in the corner too if you wanted.
Yeah, he was looking at crossing or using that face of the 10, and that's exactly what he did.
Like I say, I think the issue that he had was making sure that the 10 didn't cover the 9.
Yep.
So he went ahead and made sure that it pounded off the bottom rail and back out.
Not sure which angle he has here. He would have liked to have the cue ball a little higher up table to use follow to come off that side rail and down below the 10 for the 9.
Yeah, he's pretty straight in. He is just going to take his medicine here and make sure he's got a shot to cut the 9 in. Then he's just got to watch his pace.
Yeah, I think he's looking to see if a stop shot will give him that angle.
Yeah. Stop, draw an inch or two, whatever he has to. That 9 ball's off the bottom rail about 3 inches, and I think I think if he does stop it there, I think he could just shoot it pocket speed and the cue ball run up towards the side pocket, leave him a pretty decent little cut. Yeah, he just throw that back about a half inch. I think all he's got to do here is make it. I don't know. He might be a little bit high on the cut, but I don't think it's worth trying to go all the way up and back.
No, I think you're right. I think you just roll this over.
Yeah. If he has plenty of room here, he could play a little bit of inside left English here, and it would go over to the rail, the furthest rail away, slowing it down because it's going to bounce off the bottom and the next rail. The English has speed to it. It's because it's follow English, but the rail would certainly help him. He's going to elect it to go up and back. And he plays great pace. Beautiful shot.
A little bit off the rail, so he can just float this one in. Really good rack here from Perry.
Yeah, well, as you mentioned earlier, he's playing stellar. He's the whole team is. Really, I think today, Derek might have struggled a little bit today, but for the most part, they got a comebacker rolling.
Yep.
No matter what, we can say it was a very close match.
Oh yeah.
As it's already 10-9.
Yeah, absolutely.
And Perry's got the break here, so he's up 2-1. He's already had a break and run. I know Jimmy's not happy with himself right now, but he's got to clear that out of his mind and get back to how he started this match.
Yep.
As I mentioned, I've seen these two play against each other before, and they played. I don't remember if they played a singles match against each other last year or not in Wyoming. I remember Jim playing against Tommy singles, but I don't remember if he played Perry. 2 ball narrowly misses. 3 ball isn't going to get there. 4 is neither.
And 2 ball's going
2
to roll
ball
up on
covers
that.
up the 2 ball covers up the cue ball. I don't know that he had much of a look at it anyway, but now he's looking at a push out.
Yeah, I think he could have caught especially look at this angle. I think he could have caught the high side with the 2 and found something there, the 1 ball.
One, yeah.
Thank you. But yeah, I think he's just going to push here.
Yeah, this is not an easy decision on where to push this either.
No, he really his only option is to push it over towards that long rail, just to make that cut real hard. Looks like he's going to nudge that 8 ball somewhere.
Yeah.
Nudges the 8 ball on the rail. Cue ball sits just off the rail.
Looks like I think he's going to get this one back, I have a feeling, but we'll see.
Yeah, he's gonna get this back. I think Jimmy meant to leave himself an edge of the ball, or Perry the edge of the ball. Perry would have chose to shoot it. Instead, now Jimmy's probably kicking at this. Yeah, kicking underneath. Probably going to need a little right-hand English on this to try and catch the left edge as we're looking at it of that one ball. There's plenty of room to clear the 7. Let's see if he can have some Tommy prowess here. So there.
Gets a good hit there.
Let's
That
see
one
if he
ball
can
just
catch a
kind of
break.
sits. Yep, that cue ball is going to get pretty tight on the 1. I think Perry's got a bit of a cut here. He can play into the side pocket. Not easy with it being tight like that,
Yeah.
but even then, I don't know how he'd get on the 2.
I don't think he's even going to consider it. I think he's looking at where my safe is. And the one thing about the balls being like that, he can play the very edge of that one ball and go down below the 2-5
Yep.
pretty easily.
Get that cue ball traveling towards the 8.
2-5, 14-7. The size of that wall is pretty large. Just wants to make sure he doesn't run directly into the 8 ball. He did move the 2 out of the way. The 1 over to where he didn't have to worry about that. Hit enough of it to do so.
Yeah, it's real good safe there from,
Yep.
from Perry.
He
Takes
did-
away mostly the jump shot. Not that I think Jim would kick at this anyway.
Yeah, he's got the bottom rail that he can play off of, and again, when the ball is that close to a rail, it allows you to use 2 rails or 1.
Yep.
I actually like the 2 rail shot here again. I think the ball's bigger, playing it off of both rails, and that's what he does.
Yeah, Jim liked it too.
And boy, that one ball, 9 when they hit, kind of gave Jimmy a break there, because I think Perry would have had a decent shot at the one ball. It would have been a cut, but he wouldn't have had to combo it, I can tell you that. And it stopped the 1 in its tracks, and the 9 jumped in front of it. So Perry can combo, Perry can bank, Perry can play safe. I'd be surprised if I don't see the ladder.
I think the caram's there too if you really wanted to.
Yeah, I don't
A
know.
little tight, but
Yeah, I don't think he can hit the 1 thin enough to carry him. It might be the shot he plays, though. What I'm looking at here is playing the 1 just left of center, the cue ball hitting the 9, and then the 1 ball going above the 10. It's not what he did, but it's what I liked.
it's pretty good safe. I think Jim's got Jim's got the left side of the 1 here.
Yeah.
If he can hit it thick enough, I think he can spin this down below the 9.
Yeah, I think he can do that off the bottom rail too, and I think I like hitting the rail first, kicking the 1 to our right and back up table, and then the cue ball would be behind either the 9, the 10, the 5, the 2, all of those balls. Even the 7 creates a block if you can get the 1 ball past the 10.
Yeah,
He's
I
going
think.
to call that in the side.
Yeah, he's definitely looking at the kick here. Then I think.
Yeah, I think he's calling that in the side only because if he makes these guys shoot it anyway.
That's beautiful.
Yeah, there you go. That's why I like that shot.
Oh, that 1 ball just kept on rolling.
Yeah,
Unfortunate there for Jim.
it is wired. The 1-3 is wired. So if Perry makes contact with the 1 first, he will. He'll make the 3 for sure. I think all he's got to do is shoot it. I don't think there's anything in the way of it. 2 ball's tough, but he's going to get the 1 ball here in front of the pocket to try and find room for that. And he's left himself just right, so he can go up table towards the side pocket that's furthest away from you. That far side pocket. He can roll it up into there. He can shoot the 2 ball. He's looking at the combo there. It might be wired. I don't think he needs to. I think he gets that cue ball up by that far side pocket and shoots it in this bottom right corner. And I think it's pretty natural to do that right now. So I'd be surprised if he... But he is looking at the combo. Very surprised by that.
Yeah, I agree. I think he could play that with almost center ball and go, up table with it. The other option, if you wanted to really let his cue ball fly, almost a Jerry Miller shot, if you will, is load this up with a low left and come around for the 2 on the side.
Yeah,
but
no question about it. But this shot right here is so natural to me. I mean, just gotta make it. I think he used too much English on that and kept it a little short of where he wanted it. The good news for him is the 3 ball's not on the tables and the 4 ball's right there. You see it now that he's moved next to this lower left corner. So all he's got to do is keep from being hidden. Not sure if he's going to play a little bit of low and kind of stun that over to the left rail and back out to where it's at maybe to shoot the 4. 5 ball is going to require, I think, combo. I don't know if it goes past the 9.
yeah, I think you're right there. I think that might have been why he was looking at it to see if he could get it to go.
He was looking to see if he had to break the 5. Not looking at the 2-5 combo. Makes sense to me now. Stunned it off that rail and just about shot it too hard, but it's a great shot there. Obviously now this 5 ball is going to be the work that he needs to get done.
You know, the more I'm looking at it, Todd, maybe that 5 ball goes in the right where he just shot the 4.
Yeah. Well, I think it does. I think it's a matter of getting to it there.
Yeah.
That's why I kind of like this shot that he just had coming out to the middle of the table just shy of the 7, because I think he could have played it several different ways from over there. You could have played 3 rails. You could have played a lot different ways, but he can be hard for him to get near that left side pocket from where he's at. I don't know if he can power draw that in and hold that rail and make this ball. We're going to find out. That's what he tries, runs into the 7. Now we'll find out. So he can shoot the 5 off the 8 in the corner. He can shoot the 5-9 combo, or maybe the 5 slides in there.
Yeah, if it does, he's pretty close to straight in on it.
I'm not sure I like the 5-9 combo. Well, if the angle's right and the cue ball goes to the 8 ball, he would have a shot on the 5 in the other corner. If he shoots the 5 off the 8, I don't think that's necessarily a hard shot. All he's got to do is draw the cue ball a bit back, kind of to where he is. Let's see what he's trying here. It does not go in. Sit ball. So he's rattled that. He's tried to fit it in there. I actually am kind of surprised he didn't play that off the 8.
I think maybe it could have gone if he didn't have to draw back so far for the 6, because that rattled in the jaws a little bit. So maybe if he would have slow rolled that, but then he wouldn't have had a great shot on the 6. But either which way, it's going to bring Jimmy Winter to the table.
And Jimmy has got to get out here. And boy,
He just wanted that 7 ball a little closer to the side pocket. That's all.
just about hooked himself on that 7 ball.
He had a shot. He had a shot yesterday just like that where he actually did hook himself on that 7 ball.
So he's got a couple choices here. I like going 2 rails back out to the middle of the table for the 7 on the side that it's closest to.
I think he's playing 1 with some inside.
Might be doing that too, yeah.
Yeah.
That's a good shot. It's more of a comfort level. I kind of like the English away from rather than English into a shot like that. But very, very well done. He got passed straight in, which is what he wanted. So now he can just draw this over to our left rail, or he can go off the bottom rail, whichever one. He's going to choose the bottom rail.
Yeah, just a skosh of outside English there to get it to come back over for the 8 ball.
And the key here was not to be straight in.
Yep.
Which he could have drawn it straight back and still played the 9. It's in front of the pocket, but like that. Gets a little bit more room, and now he can go to either rail, really. I kind of like the shot that he shot when he made the 6. I kind of like the left English here. Can draw it straight back.
Got up just high enough there where it's not too big of an issue. Thought it was going to die and leave him 50-yard line there for a second.
Yeah, this is the shot he can handle no problem, and if he does, we're 2-2.
Yep.
Come on, Jimmy. That's it. Take your time.
There you go, Jim Winter.
Jimmy
And,
needed a little confidence boost after Perry made a little mistake there. I don't know. He knew that shot was going to be tough, and I'm surprised that he shot it that way. I think if maybe he just didn't see the 5 off of the 8, but that's a pretty easy carom shot.
Yeah.
It could have been that he was worried the 8 ball was going to cause problems with the 10, because it would have come straight across the table towards the 10, but he could have shot hard. It would have come all the way across.
Perry's pretty methodical. I wonder if he just like the percentages, maybe just mishit that 5 a little bit. Who knows?
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. It didn't exactly hang in the corner.
No.
It hit both rails and left that area entirely. So either way, that's a small mistake. He made one the first game, and it cost him that rack. It was also a small mistake.
Yeah, a little
Jimmy's
break there
made
for
a
Team
ball.
Montana. No,
And
don't do it. Oof.
He's got a long, tough shot, but boy.
You know, that 2-ball kick in the cue ball was great because it got that cue ball out, but man, it almost kicked it into the corner pocket.
Having a little fun with the boys outside. Jimmy has a pretty tough shot here, really, for 2 different reasons. Of course, the obvious is just making this ball shooting out of the bottom corner pocket over there, or upper corner pocket up there, is tough just to make the ball. And then where's the cue ball go? And he's got a few different places that cue ball can go based on his pace. He could shoot the 210. It's not a bad combo. If our other screen shows the combo better, you don't want to switch it now, but the combo is not bad if he happens to get the cue ball back here.
Jimmy taking a little break, so
See,
we'll go
that
ahead and show you that
combo's
angle.
not so bad if the cue ball naturally comes back this direction. And he could shoot it past it back down to where he's at, shoot the 2 ball in the side pocket. Or he could go out 2 rails and try and get by the 5 ball. That'd be tough.
I think Jim missed that to that side on purpose.
Oh!
Not on purpose, but definitely you always want to overcut that one instead of undercut it. You overcut it, you got a chance of it sitting down on the short rail. You undercut it, it's going to come off the short rail and come back high, make that a lot easier shot. Jimmy, fortunate he didn't scratch there in that same corner pocket.
Yeah.
So
The last 2 matches, both with Nick Tiefenthaler and with Tommy Thompson, they both had very similar shots where it looked like they were going to scratch. The ball hung up in the pocket and left their opponent tough shots. And that's kind of the case here. He can see all of this 1 ball, so now it's probably a matter of where he's going to play safe to. Although I will say it's kind of reminiscent of, here it comes. Ooh. Probably not what he wanted. That was reminiscent of a shot that Mick flew it in on the 5 ball, made the bank, and got out.
yeah,
But here, Perry's left this.
yep. 1 ball's up on the side. Jim's got a window there. He's got to roll this cue ball forward just a little bit to get past the 7, but wants to make sure he doesn't get stuck on the 5.
Not only wants to make sure he doesn't get stuck on the 5, he doesn't want to push the 5 against the rail right next to the side.
He could nudge it a little bit, but yeah, definitely
Yeah.
doesn't want to get stuck on that side rail.
Yeah, I can't tell how. I think he can actually just roll either right past it or barely touch it.
I think you're right. Yep, just nudged it just a
Barely
skosh.
touched it, and he left it right in front of the pocket. That's what you want.
I think he's got enough for that 2 ball.
Yeah.
Jim thinks about this one. John Guys mentioning you, Todd. Thanks for hosting such a great event, great venue, great host, but most importantly, great guy. Him and Brendan are really looking forward to working with you on top of the rims.
Yeah. Let Jimmy shoot this shot. Actually, there was a little bit of a ruckus crowd moment here, so he backed off smart. But I need to mention that because the top of the rims has new leaders. And Johnny, great shot there, Jimmy. Way to get through. I think he's made it through that plenty to get to the 5, but now it's going to be close. I think he can see the 5 ball.
Switch to the other
He doesn't look upset.
No, I think he's trying to figure out where to get on that 6, that 9 ball.
Yeah, he's.
Oh, I'm sorry. He's on the 4 ball. 4 ball sitting hiding down here
Oh
in the
yeah,
corner.
it is. That is. No wonder. No wonder he looked happy.
We both pulled a Brett.
So he should go 2 rails here. Yeah, and he does. And don't hit that too hard, Jimmy.
And we'll call it 3 rails.
There you go.
2.5.
2.5. But Brendan, Katie, and John Guys are the new face of Top of the Rims here in Billings. And they're both wonderful, wonderful people. So Gene Magaki has let go the reins after starting top of the rims that started so many other things in pool, and are the reasons why we're all here. Nice shot, Jimmy. Controlled that very, very well.
Great draw shot.
Yeah, he's got enough angle to do kind of what he wants to here. The 7 goes in any pocket on the table, actually. It goes right by the 10, no issue. So he could just play this with...
High outside and come around for the 7
He
ball
could
in
go
the
high
top right.
outside, or he could go high inside and come right back to where he is.
Sure.
He's got a
Could
lot
even-
of options there.
Could even drag that over, just go straight across
Yeah, he
the
could
table
just go
for the
straight
7.
across table for the 7 too. He'd want to be up pretty close to the side pocket if he did that, but it's a good option to do that as well, like that.
That's
Ooh, it's a
ooh,
lot
that
of
spin
spin.
really caught.
It's a lot of spin. He's going to leave himself a
Bit of a cut.
little bit of a cut, and I think pretty natural to be able to take this a shot on the 9 ball, which again goes in any pocket on the table. So anyway, while he contemplates this shot, it's great to have John Geis and Brendan Cady running the top of the rims now. And again, thank you to Gene Magaki for starting it, because now there's tops of everything all the way into California. It's pretty amazing what that did. I think Jimmy here probably wants to go 1 rail. I think if he shoots this, he's going to miss the side pocket with the cue ball and bounce over. Yeah, and shoot the 9 on the side. It's a great shot.
Beautiful shot. Great execution. I wasn't sure which way he wanted to go with that. I would have probably screwed that one up myself. So
I think it was just a question of making sure that the cue ball missed all of the side. He didn't want to
Yes.
hit a little bit of the diamond. He didn't want to hit any of it. And he knew that it would, and he could just float this forward. And Jimmy's going to
jump out 3-2.
jump out 3-2 here and have a little confidence, a little momentum.
Jim
That's a
leads
big
for the
win
first
for
time
Jim.
since the first rack.
Yeah, after Perry got 2 in a row. So, again, congratulations to my good friend John Geis and my good friend Brendan Cady in Top of Rims. It's going to have not just a new face, but they're going to rework that thing. They're looking to create some more momentum. So if you're from this area and you're listening to this, do as I'm going to do and give these guys a chance. Jump into this, into the Top of Rims, and get it going again. It's kind of slowly died on the vine a little bit and doesn't have a lot of participants like it used to. So it's a lot of fun. It's going to be even more fun with those guys running it. No offense to Gene. He's just a busy man in life. And
Yeah, sometimes new faces help reinvigorate some stuff every now and again, and
yeah,
hopefully that's just what Top of the Rim's needed.
yeah, I think so. Very similar to Perry's last break. He's not made a ball, but the 4 ball jumped out in front of the cue ball in order for Jim not to be able to get a good look at it, even if he couldn't have made it. And he's, I'm sure, just going to work out some sort of push out here to get this match started. If you don't make a ball on the break, you want your opponent pushing out. It still gives you control. And Jimmy is going to push out by sending the 4.
I think he wanted that to sit up on there to create a little more issue.
I do think Perry can see the edge of the 1. Is that what you're talking about? He kind of wanted it out.
I think
more in
Jimmy
the way.
wanted that 4 ball to get in that cluster with the
Oh.
1 and the 6 ball, just to leave something tight up there.
Maybe so. I thought maybe he just wanted to block its view to where he had to kick off the bottom rail.
Could be. He had either which way. He was not happy with the way he left that. Had a bit of a
Yeah.
disgusted face on it. And Perry's going to give that back to Jim.
Well, then Jim should be happy that it did what it did. Because
Yeah.
if the 4 ball would have got into there a little bit more or got in the way of it, he wouldn't even have this. I think Jim can see a fair amount of the 1.
Yeah, I think
think
Perry's
he-
banking on the fact that this 1 and 6 is going to separate a little bit. Jim's only real option, if he can't keep that 1 ball held there behind the 6, is just to leave the cue ball on the south side of it, and that'd make it pretty easy safety back for Perry to push
Just
that
roll
1
it all
ball.
the way past it. Yeah,
Yep.
1 and the 6 that roll past it.
Yep. So
I think Jimmy'd like to soft kick this. The 6 ball or the cue ball would need to get to the rail, but I think if he kicks underneath of it, catches a little bit of the right edge of the 1, he'd have to be very unlikely to leave Perry the 1 ball on the side, if it even goes. Looks like it could, but I mean, think about where that'd have to be. It'd have to
Oh,
be
yeah.
so perfect. But if you can leave him almost froze on the 1 ball,
makes that even tougher.
to where it just barely touches the 1, catches the rail, the 1 ball catches the rail, and the cue ball stays back onto the 1, That'd be a great little safe there. It'd be a lot harder for him to safe back because he'd be froze on the bottom side of the one. And the 6 wouldn't be there any longer. Jim's going to call something here.
He called the 1.
Well, I don't think the 1's makeable in that pocket with the 2 sitting there. So
No.
I wonder if he's calling the 2. I think he's still shooting a safe here. Oh, he's playing it off the bottom side again, he hangs the ball in the pocket and it does stop. He was playing that 1 ball.
Yep.
Pretty creative off the bottom of the 2 ball. There's a lot of problems on this table. This game won't happen quickly, is the best way to put it.
No.
Well, I mean, it could. If Perry pulls this shot off, I believe he's calling the 8 off the 7 into the side. 1-8 combo. Nope. Playing safe. He was actually trying to make that.
Yeah, I think he did call that 1 ball up there. Great two-way shot there.
Two-way shot. He
That
was
1
trying
ball
to make
falls.
that.
He's got a great shot on the 2, but instead he misses and leaves Jim quite a tough shot here. Jump shots probably not in the repertoire here, or in the bag here. 1 rail looks like it might be cut off by the 5. 2 rail is pretty similar there. I think that he might have just enough room for the 1 rail, or he's got to go side rail, short rail, and underneath it.
If he can get the cue ball to go between the 3 and the 10, he'll catch the 1. Just not sure if he can get that. You'd want it to spin a lot in order to do that.
Looked like he called that corner where he's standing now,
Yeah,
so that would
I
definitely.
think he's going to single rail kick it.
Yeah, that's indicative of a 1 rail shot there.
That's going to be tough at that angle. It's going to be hard to slip past the 5.
Oh, and he does get past it, comes across the face of the 1, gets a good hit, doesn't safety anything, but definitely makes a tough shot here for Perry. You definitely see another safe coming here.
Oh yeah, without question. He
Perry
has
going to come around 2
two
rails.
good blockers here.
Yeah.
2 good blockers. But I think that's pretty obvious where this one's going.
Yeah, real good save there from Perry.
Yeah, Jimmy should be able to get a hit on this. He's, again, I think that the ball's a lot bigger on 2 rail shots like these.
Yeah, I always hate this specific 2 rail shot where you're having to get in that short rail pretty early. But it looks like Jim's going to come 2 rails on it, like you said. Man, looks like Jim came up with a miss there.
Yeah. So there's some issues out here, without question. The 3 and the 10, the 7 and the 9. I know Perry would love to get a shot, as an example, on maybe the 5 ball, to where he plays it off of the 7 ball. But you got to get through the 310, unless that's fairly easy combo, and it might be. Yeah, looks like 310's pretty easy combo.
Perry almost looking like he's going to look for the 3 foul here because of the problems on the table.
Yeah.
He's going to put that cue ball up behind the
Up
9-7.
behind the 9. Does a nice
Oh,
job.
and he pockets the 1
He
ball.
has done just what cost Nate his last match and pocketed a ball he didn't mean to pocket. Played it, bounced off the 4 ball, and he gets to shoot again. He's asking Jimmy to be polite. Do you want me to take this, or Jim's laughing over there? The Perry's not laughing, right? Jim's got a little chucky. He's got a little chuckle going on.
Oh, boy.
I think even Lance Stansfield smiled. No, maybe not.
Oh, well, Smiley.
Yeah.
Huge break there for Jim.
His last shirt was chuckles. He is actually down there chuckling. I don't know what it's over, but
Man, that was a really good save there from Perry. Just
Yeah, it would've
overhit it just a little bit, and that 4 acted as a backboard and
would
just.
have been incredible hard.
Oh,
to
yes.
get a good hit from where he left him. This is going to be incredibly hard for him to get a good hit from where he's left him now. It'd be fun to watch. Tommy'd just make it. Yeah. Yeah, that's tough to spin that ball when you're shooting over the ball like that. It's hard to get the right amount of spin
Yep.
because you got to backspin that, but everything's in the way of his shot to get a good stroke on it.
Now Jim's got to deal with the inevitable 7 ball. I almost wonder if you play through to the 7 ball and then just play a little safety off of it. You could also play to the low side. If you're looking at this camera angle, get that cue ball near the 6 to play that 5 across to the side and play the 7.
Right,
play the
that's
5
what
off
I
the
was
7.
talking about earlier. You want to get to where you can play that 5 off the 7, and the 4 is in a spot where you should be able to do that.
But Jimmy's just going to go straight away for a safe.
It surprises me with the 3 ball being 310 being I think an easy combination. It sure looks like it. You're looking up there in your right corner of your screen on the table. I just don't see the problem. He's going to break that 3 out, I think, with this. And the cue ball got to the rail.
Yep. And
If you were wondering.
stuck on the 8 ball. Now this is a really good shot here for Jim to try and 3 foul. Perry's on 1. If he can get a second one here, that 10-3 is a great blocker there for.
Yeah, no question about it. I kind of liked him going after those, but he would have been all reliant on the 5 off the 7.
Maybe that 310 wasn't as easy as it looked from the camera.
Boy, it looked like it was pretty much dead wired, and the 4 is in such a good place to get back over by the 6 that he didn't need a. I better watch out. I think I unplugged you last year down there. Make sure I don't kick that off the wall again. But this is, as you mentioned, now that he's rolled that down there and created another, pretty big wall.
Oof.
Perry did himself a favor, even though he fouled there. He did move the 310, which is and Jim's letting him know he's on 2. I think Jimmy might go ahead here still if that's the routine that he wants was to try to 3 foul him or at least have a better table with the opportunity to 3 foul, then he might as well try and finish it here. Shades of Mike Lagaki on the couch of years ago when we actually put him live on camera as he slept on the couch.
Oh, we did that to some undisclosed individual down in Helena as well.
Ah, yes.
I even have a T-shirt to prove it.
That's great. Yeah, we got the mic out for Mike and said, and now a word from Mr. Lagaki. And Mike would give us a good old grand soar. Well, Jimmy is thinking through this, and if he does want to try to play the 2 ball back over to the left rail, and then the cue ball back behind the 10.
Oh, did he overstroke it?
I think so.
Yeah.
Very easy to overstroke that.
I almost think I like him running that out.
I like him playing the shot straighter on.
Yeah.
To where the 2 ball went up by the 7-9 instead of way off the rail over there. If it goes up by the 7-9, it doesn't have that worry at all. And it's the same shot. How about that? Just got a message from Tyler Krell on my phone. Tyler's a long time, one of the original members here. Great guy, has helped us out with computer things and I don't know, a lot of things, electrical stuff. He's an electrician for a living. Excuse me. And Tyler is watching. He got a kick out of even Lance's laughing. He's watching in his car in New Mexico. Says we're coming in loud and clear. So thank you for watching, Tyler. Miss having you down here. He travels for work a lot. When he's gone a long time. That was quite an unfortunate error for Jimmy.
Yeah, I think I would have liked, and
You like him trying to run that out, huh?
like him trying to run it out, and if
was clear.
if he misses if he doesn't get to the right side of the 5, right, whatever the case is, he still has a chance to make the 5 in a different pocket, make the 6, and play the same safe on the 7, and still 3 foul that way.
Yeah.
But we'll see if Jim can make this work for him. Perry's really looking at that 5 ball getting over there. He's got to get the right shape from the 4 there. I think he can do it with just a little low left.
I don't think he can, but I think he's looking at also it's a possibility that the 8's far enough off the rail that the 8 might go off the 7. Oh, he can't shoot it that way though, unless he shoots it now. Which he could do. He could try to shoot this 4 and run into the 8 and have the 8 run into the 7.
Oh, I see what you're saying. And then you got that 5 in the corner pocket.
5 in the corner pocket.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's got the right angle. I just don't know if he can draw this back to where he's at. Maybe he can. Looks like he's got a little too much angle, but I think that's what he's trying. No, that's not what he's trying. Well, he might play to bank this off of the 7. It's a huge pocket with the 8 sitting on one side and the 7 on the other. One way or the other, that 7 ball's not going in anytime soon unless something runs into it. And you don't want to just barely touch it or it's froze on the rail next to the side. And that cost Perry the very first game he played in this tournament.
Yep. Against old Smiley.
Yeah.
He's got to be looking at this safe now.
Yeah. Yeah. Again, I think the problem that he has with the safe is be interesting to see what he does. I just don't know if I love that shot. The problem I think that he has here, obviously he can't hit the left side of the 7, he'll scratch. He doesn't have any room other than straight on. And he's got I worry about the 7 ball hitting the rail, hitting the 9, and not going around it. Oh, he's done a pretty good job there. Jimmy can always go to the rail first here if he has to, and it's just a matter of getting a ball to a rail afterwards. But he might just be able to hit 7 first. If he hits 7 first, it certainly helps.
Yeah, I think the 9 ball's just taken a little bit away. No, you can't see it from
if he can
Jim's
hit this,
angle.
he can just stop the cue ball there and get the 7 to run all the way back up to.
Oh,
He
wow.
can just shoot it right in the hole.
Oh wow!
Had no idea he could do that.
I didn't know he could either. He must have. He must have just been able to see enough of it.
Yeah.
Maybe played a little bit of outside English to help throw it in towards the corner. Boy, that was.
I really worried about shooting that safe with that 7 there. It just seemed. I mean, I think Perry got a little bit unlucky, but it just seemed like a very difficult shot.
Great shot there from Jim.
Jimmy plays the smart shot to get the. Oh, and then he rolls right on top of that ball. It shouldn't be a problem.
I think he can play just around it.
Yeah, I think he's fine. Even if he was shooting over it, I think he's got the right ball to. He's right next to it. He's perfect.
Yeah. Float that into the side
Getting
pocket.
interesting here at Brothers Billiards in this Rocky Mountain Challenge, Montana, Wyoming. Montana could be hill. And they are. Hill.
Yeah, Jimmy Winter on the hill 4-2 in Montana's hill match.
It will take 3 big wins by Perry. I don't think Perry's playing poorly at all. A little bit of misfortune here and there, and then that shot right there, I think it was a lot of misfortune, really. I think the chances of him leaving Jim that shot down the rail was very small, that he'd leave him a shot. Jim made a great shot to make it. I think what I worried about was that he'd leave him an easy save, and instead he left him shot. Our
John's-
background music has left us.
John Sverance says, nice one, Jimmy. Or one more, Jimmy. Sorry.
John Sperrin's a longtime member here as well, lives outside of the Hardin area, and he great one-pocket player, and he's always looking for a game. So look up John Severin on Facebook if you'd like to play some one-pocket down here on the 9-footer.
9-ball
Severin
goes.
is S-V-A-R-E-N. 9-ball does go in, and it looks like there's a...
Just an alleyway to the 1.
yeah, I think so. I think he can make this one. He's going to have to make a couple longer shots in a row. He can roll this in, and if he does happen to make this, table looks good. I think the 4 to the 5 is the only difficulty I see. The 5 wants to go on the side or the same corner as this one's about to, and the 4 is in a spot that it might not be easy to get to, but he's got to make this one first if he can. He's looking hard at it. It might be pretty tight. What is that?
Perry dropping a couple balls here. He's on the 3 ball. Should just flare up for the 4 ball. Mike Henry watching from afar. Appreciate you tuning in, Mike. Appreciate the kind words. Oh, there's a little more background noise for you. Oh boy.
Friend sent a video and I opened it up and it sounded like a dirty word. I don't think it was because it was coming from a 3-year-old, but maybe. I won't watch the rest of it to find out. That 5 ball that I was worried about ended up coming into play there a little bit. Perry worked hard on it. He can certainly make it from here.
Yeah, he's got the option of the back cut.
I would think back cut with low right, unless he can catch the bottom rail. I think he's pushing a scratch shot if he goes bottom rail, so I think he'll low right this. We'll see.
Really good shot. Plays low right, like you said. Comes straight across and back over for the 6 ball.
Yep.
It's going to have another bit of a back cut here. Would have liked to have been a little farther away from the rail, a little higher on the rail to make this quite a bit easier. It's going to be, I think, a bit of a tall order getting on the 7. He's got to really punch this and carry that low right over to the side rail and to get back up for the 7.
Similar shot as he just hit, only he should be able to motivate it a little bit more here. The cue ball is going to go nearly straight across, but he's going to need a lot of spin to get it to move back in front or near the side pocket that he's by to where he can have a cut on the 7. I was wondering if he might run into the 8 ball, and
Real good shot.
he's tapped it, but I don't think it's hurt him too much. He'd probably rather have missed it for sure. That's our current viewers.
Yeah, got 198 of y'all out there. Would really love to break 200. That'd be pretty cool. Get a couple more people tuned in. Also appreciate if y'all could keep subscribing. Just click that subscribe button. Doesn't cost you anything, but really helps us out. Perry looking at this 7 ball. Just trying to make sure he feels comfortable. Definitely in his repertoire for shots.
Yeah. Key for Perry right now is he cannot afford a mistake, no matter what. If he makes one here, this
Goes to Team Montana.
this is over. Although I will say the 10 ball is going to be tough. You definitely want to be close to that rail.
Yeah, he got on the wrong side of this 8. He's going to have to...
I think he's going to play 2 to 3 rail shape here.
Yeah.
If he's playing to that lower left, towards that lower left corner to catch a couple of rails and then back over towards the 10 ball rail.
Oh, and just plays...
Oh, he's just going to go once.
Plays
I think
out and back.
I don't mind that, but he hit that hard.
Yeah, that one's a little harder to do just because you do lose so much so much speed off that with how much you have to punch it.
He was obviously very confident hitting it that hard. That would have been that makes a lot harder shot in these pockets to just fire one home like that. But not the easiest 10 ball here, but he should have no problem with it. And he's made that and crawls within one of Jim here.
And Perry gets the break here.
Not over till it's over, they say.
Nope.
Jimmy didn't have much of a chance at that table.
Perry hasn't updated his score yet, but it is 4-3 in favor of Jimmy.
There he goes. He must have heard you.
Eddie Foote Jr. says he'll be back out sometime this week to start his membership. He's ready to get back at it.
Okay.
Oh, 200 viewers today, y'all. I appreciate that. Appreciate you sharing. That is the most viewers we have had watching the stream at one time, so we appreciate y'all. Up to 150 subscribers. I'd love to hit the 158 mark. I know that's sounds like an arbitrary number, but if we hit that 158 mark, we'll have double our subscribers just over this weekend.
I love it. I love that it's helping you out while you're here. That's for sure.
Perry gets the 2 and the 5 to drop, and he's got a line on the 1. Maybe not the greatest shot there. Could dial up the 1-3 combo, but could also play a back cut here. Both pretty aggressive shots in my opinion. But Perry's dots them up, so he could go aggressive here, could play safe. Russ Zorn, appreciate you, buddy. Russ Zorn out of Top of the Trees down in Boise.
You bet. One great man. I'll tell you what. He does a lot for pool, and I know that he's kind of like been an icon in pool all over that area, and he's been up here to see me a bunch, and I'm hoping to come see you one of these days, Russ. I have some cue balls to deliver you. We keep talking about them, and I still have them. They're right here, right behind me, Russ. So I promise you, I still do have them. They're Earl Strickland signed cue balls, if I remember right. I don't remember if they were also signed by Shane Van Boning. They might be. Little safety play here to get this match started. And he has not played that where he wants it. He has left Jim a shot, actually. We'll see if Jim actually tries to shoot it.
Yeah, just a little bit of an overstroke there.
He's got some options of safeties himself, but he may elect to shoot this. He made the 2 on the break, I believe.
Yes.
Yep.
2 and the 5 ball down. So he's going from the 1 to the 3.
Yeah, so I think Jimmy's problem with trying to shoot this is how he would get on the 3 ball.
Yep.
7 ball's kind of a blocker there.
Speaking of the top ofs, want to give a shout out to Top of the Bridgers over here in Bozeman and Top of the Rims right here in Billings. Both those establishments, sponsors of today's stream, this weekend's stream, rather. So huge shout out to John Guys and Brendan Katie for Top of the Rims, and Tara O'Leary and Luke Johnson of Top of the Bridgers.
Yeah, there's a lot of representatives from all over the place here today. You know,
Frank Hensel, Top of the Capitol, stopped in.
Capitol, and there's and I'm gonna feel bad. Is it Top of the Paws? What is it in Havre?
Oh, yep, Top of the Paws up in Havre. That's Billy Main.
Billy Main, your state champion. Here just a couple weeks ago. I guess it's only been 3 weeks ago. Billy Main won the state tournament there. And what a wonderful man he is. He's a great guy, and he's been here all weekend, and he's still here. He's still hanging with us. I see him over there.
Jared Korst is currently the top of the falls right now. So, got quite a few top of members around. A lot of representation here.
He's not a very good pool player, though. I don't know how he got there. It's a fluke.
Make sure you turn that flash off there, bud.
You also have Top of the Beartooth represented here today. Quite a few of them. Top of the Beartooth is, I hope I'm saying this right, so somebody out there correct me if I'm wrong, but the Joliet, Carbon County area.
Columbus, Joliet, Red Lodge. We have Terry Bummer, Nick Carlson. They're Laurelites, but they belong. And Jared Beam's been here quite a bit today. Jared is a sponsor with his company of Brothers Billiards. And he does a ton for pool. He's just a great guy. Sounds like I bought a cue stick from him just today. And they're representing Top of the Beartooth, so great bunch of people in that group. Oh, and Erickson's been in here today quite a bit. Over the weekend he played. Looking around, I think I'm missing a couple, so a lot of representation from their group. Perry's got a pretty easy look at the one. 8 ball. Well, 8 ball's not really that much of a problem. I don't see a ton of issues here.
I think the only
outside
issue
of the one he's shooting right now.
Yep. The only issue right now is that pesky 3 ball.
Yeah.
And
He's going to play it safe, I believe, under the 4. Cue ball under the 4, and the 3 ball probably over that other rail opposite the 4.
I know what Mick would
By
do.
the 7. Yeah, Mick would just fire that home. Tommy'd kick it in. Wonderful pool. And he's going to play that safe, I mentioned.
Oh, and he came out underneath the 4.
He came out underneath the 4, and this could be very costly. Jimmy has a chance to finish this off. We got to hope that he holds his nerves. Jim's played in a lot of big tournaments, so I don't expect him to necessarily be nervous at this point.
Yeah, Jim can play top on this 3 ball, come off the side rail and back over for the 4.
Yeah, I think he might even put a little bit of right on this to help keep the momentum going, because
Yep.
that top wants to stop the ball so much, and he's kind of forced to shoot it. So, like that. That's why I liked a little bit of right there, but I think he wants to stay below the 7 when he crosses and get back over to where the 4 is, but not in the rail, but he just wants to go over and back and get past the 7 ball. Anywhere past the 7 ball, really, out into the center would be about right. He's dropping down for some low, so he's a little straighter in, I think, than I thought. Yeah.
Little Jeff Boucher
Didn't
middle of
realize-
the table.
Didn't realize he could do that. This is great shape here because it gives him a ton of options. He again can, I'm assuming he's going to go around that 10 ball and go 2 rails.
Yep.
Because he wants to be either straight or just past straight. Be better to be a little bit past straight on this 7. So you want to be pretty close to the side pocket. You want to bounce off the rail probably in front of the side pocket. Let's see where he's at here.
He's going to flare towards that side, towards the 8, I think.
Yeah.
Just a little bit. So
As long
he's
as
going
he's
to.
not straight in, because he can either just,
Oh, he might be angled towards the short rail.
yeah,
with
he might be able to go
sticking
the
up.
short rail and back up, and I think
Yep.
that's the better shot.
That's beautiful.
So that's perfect.
And he's
you
got-
don't want to be straight here, and he's not.
He's got that angle
Great
back.
angle. I'll tell you, he leaves himself straight on this 9. Just got to make this 8. He's wobbled a couple of these. Perfect. And now he can do this however he wants to. I like crossing the table to the other side. We'll see if he just...
I do too, because, yeah, I'm with you. I'd rather just cross over. We'll see what he does. I think he's sticking up to cross this. Yep.
Oh, look at this, people. He's left himself pretty darn dead straight.
Jim Winter with the redemption arc right here after not shooting well all. Jim Winter seals the deal. 5 racks to 3 against Perry Gilbert. Gives Montana their long sought after win. What a heck of a tournament. Absolutely insane. Wow, what a outing this weekend. Quick little recap. Started off the session with on Friday night. Montana jumped out to a 3-1 lead and then ending the first session with a 3-2 lead. Came into session 2 on Saturday morning. Real strong outing by Wyoming. They win 4 of that session to get up to a 6-4 lead. And then Montana last night played fantastic, able to really surge out after an early loss, and they won 4-1 to have a 8-7 lead coming into today. Then we had a rematch this morning of Jeff Boucher versus Ty Blowers. Ty jumping out to a a pretty strong start, but Jeff Boucher able to battle back to the hill and get the win there, puts Montana up 9-7, and then we moved on to a match between Lance Stansfield and Derek Pacheco. Lance able to get that one, and that put Team Montana up 10-7. And then we had a real strong outing of Mick Tiefenthaler against Wade Thompson. Mick able to get that one. And then that was 10-8. And then Nate Neergaard against Tommy Thompson. Tom able to get his and went 10-9. And then this match here between Perry Gilbert, who was shooting well all weekend, against Jim Winter. Perry just making a couple of mistakes, and Jim Winter, who struggled all weekend, really found his groove, was able to get it and secure it 5-3 in favor of Jim Winter, and gets Montana their first Rocky Mountain Challenge win. I want to take a minute to thank, again, all of our sponsors: Rec Room, Wicked Diesel, Shorty's Billiards, Top of the Britters, Top of the Rims, Brothers Billiards, Jose Munoz, and Brett March Builders. I may have missed one. I do greatly apologize if I did. Huge thanks to Chuck Wise from Team Wyoming and Gene Lagaki, captain of Team Montana, for starting this stuff up. I want to thank everyone for tuning into the stream. Appreciate everyone joining in and watching from afar as Montana gets their first ever win. And I appreciate everyone that invited us down here. Again, this is Tanner Davis and Brett Course with Railside Productions signing off. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Thanks again, everyone, for tuning in, and congratulations to Team Montana on their first win, and huge shout out to Team Wyoming on a heck of a weekend. Thanks, everyone, and we look forward to being back at this next year.